everyone. Hello everyone and welcome to Woodward Avenue. Welcome to MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights, presented by Dodge, powered by Dodge. I'm sorry, Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. It's a MotorTrend program. I am KJ Jones. Derek Putnam is with me, and we are set for a big day, a huge day, an exciting day of street legal drag racing here on Woodward Avenue. We have the first two competitors lined up right now. We're in a time trial process. Cars will be running all day long to earn a spot, hopefully. Try to get a quick ET, a low ET, and earn a spot in what will be a top 8 category. Top 8 classes for 2 classes, big tire and small tire. I'll explain in a bit what that's all about, get a little deeper into it. But Derek, here we go, man. Are you excited?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're out here running on Woodward Avenue. I mean, you talk about the legend of Woodward, how many people came out here and secretly tested for the big 3. And here we are legally racing on a street. It's been prepped. We made the move from asphalt to concrete this year, and I think it's going to be some really fast times, some really quick runs. I think everybody's going to need to have their A-game on in order to go to the quick 8 here later today.
It's really got to be an A-game deal, and just from the little walk around, we took a little walk around the pits earlier and see a lot of competitors that participate in drag and drive style events, and they're fast cars and trucks. So you're going to be in for a great show today. We're going to keep an eye on some of these time trials now. We got a twin turbocharged Chevy S10 pickup in the right lane on the left side of Chevy Nova.
Yep, and we've got guys that have experience with not only running on this kind of prep. We were told earlier that even though it's a street, it has been prepped pretty good. It's way better than what asphalt was last year, and they need to be ready for it. So right-hand side is Adam Hodson out of Mac Customs. This is the Gap Train pickup truck. He does no prep all the time, so he finished in the Quick 8 last year, made it to the semifinals, so it could be one to watch. Left-hand side is a guy who does drag and drive. He is a previous 850 class winner, so might be a little outclassed here. It's kind of hard to say. As we said, we're just getting started. Everybody trying to feel out the surface.
Exactly, and we're just coming out of cloud cover now. The sun is starting to hit the track, so we're going to see how that plays into this concrete here.
You see Adam kind of toting the wheel a little bit on the Gap Train as he rolls down there.
Good launch, absolutely good launch for Adam.
Yep, the Nova didn't do too bad. I have to wonder if a lot of people are going into this with, front ends loose, power pulled back because they don't want to spin the tires. It's always easier as a racer, in my opinion, to start slow, work your way up, than start way aggressive, and how much do you dial it back? Exactly, and depending on how quickly you can cool a car, etc. I mean, they're running these Mustang right there, Coyote engine screaming. I'm sorry, KJ, were you saying something? I was talking. There's a Roush Mustang coming to the line. It was at about 9,000 RPM, 8,000 RPM or so, so I don't know if anybody heard me, but to your point about testing, these cars are going to be running, cars and trucks will be running in groups to try to achieve a low ET. And you're right, Derek, they might start out the first two hits, be a little conservative, you know what I mean? It's 2 hits, be a little conservative. Yeah, and you look at this, and this is the kind of thing that happens with modern technology and how much power you get. The Mustang got the win, but I'll tell you what, that SUV was right alongside, and that's the kind of thing where in the old days, everybody was like, oh, the Mustang's going to get the win. There's no way that a big old SUV is going to hang. You got these cars turnkey that'll run 11s and 10s from the factory. You can't lay down anymore. They'll sneak up and bite you. And when they're hopped up, they can run 9. So out here, we're running on an 8-mile track. An 8-mile, 660 feet, basically, an 8th mile. And typically, you would see, I guess, in the small tire range, quote-unquote, fast cars might be in a 5-second for this 5-second, a low 5-second range, mid to low 5-second, or maybe even 4 seconds in some cases on a track. Correct. Here on this surface, it's probably going to dial back a little bit, not run as quick as they typically do when they're racing at the drag at a formal drag strip. But the big tire on the other sector, those cars are typically capable of going deep into the 4 seconds. They might dial back maybe a second or a half second, Right, and the good thing about this is, again, you're going to see a really good variety of cars. As you mentioned, when we went out and walked it today, I was impressed. There's just as much classics as there are new cars. You're going to see a little bit of everything. The other cool thing is, for those of you that are trying to figure it out, low 5s going to equal to about an 850 or quicker in the quarter mile. Exactly. Roadrunner versus the LS Swap Mustang, and the Mustang just making quick work of that one. A whole lot of applesauce to the Roadrunner, but again, first pass, can't really judge everything by this. Exactly. They're going to tune their way into it. We got a couple of nasty-looking rods in the water box right here on this next one. I know you know about right-hand side. Yes, on the right-hand side, Rick Steinke in the 4-door Chevy Malibu. This car, legendary for drag and drive events, actually legendary for running here on Woodward Avenue. He's participated here several times. The car is just deadly consistent and consistently fast. That's the best way to describe it. And the novelty of 4 doors, of course, that's always a crowd entertainer. Yeah, and the cool thing is again, I talk about the variety and what you're going to see. Right-hand side looks like a sleeper, meaning doesn't look like it's going to run fast. Maybe he's out of place against the car on the left-hand side, the El Camino that has no front end. You can see everything hanging out. But watch, Rick Steinke's going to hang right with him or put bus lengths on him. Yeah, Steinke with hung parts fall off, just working it right there. Like you said, he's got the experience. He's run that small tire car in a bunch of places. It has been 520s on a 235 tire, little 26 8.5 tire, yeah. A 235, and understand this, in the small tire category, racers are allowed to have a tire that's basically 10.5 inches wide max, and that's not a 28-10.5W. That's a true 10.5 or a 275 drag radial, 275/60/15 specifically. Rick's on a 235, so imagine how much
less contact patch he has and still manages to get down the track that quickly.
Well, I could tell you about that for sure. Now, I don't know if he's running on a 235, but that's what the car is normally run at in heads-up competition. So a 235 tire, the measurements are 26 inches tall by about 8.5 on the tread. So we're talking pretty small. The 28 10.5 we again have problems with the Coyote and the modular platform making lots of noise.
I don't know. Maybe we should buy a round of applause or something like that. Can people tell us if they can even hear us when a Coyote-powered Mustang comes along? Can you even hear us?
The GTR versus that one, I'll tell you what, that all-wheel drive is going to be tough to beat.
It's going to be very tough to beat. Yeah. It's hopped up really, really well. That thing just flew down there. That just hooks and books, basically. That's going to be a tough competitor.
Yeah. So to elaborate on what you were mentioning earlier, 28 10.5, that is not the tread. 10.5 is the section width. So more than likely, most of these cars are going to have about 9 to 9.5 inches of tread on the ground. And you sit there and think, well, that doesn't sound too bad. But when you're talking about the difference between 76 small tire cars trying for a top 8 spot versus big tire where it's big as you want to go. All right, our first all late model Hellcat or Mopar deal right here.
Yeah, Hellcat Challenger, Hellcat Charger.
Yeah, you got the more doors for more people, more fun.
My boss, actually, Mike Galimi, the network director of Hot Rod, has been tooling around to put in one of those cars. He says
I'll tell you what, the superchargers on these cars,
look at him get loose. A little sideways there.
Yeah.
Collected it. One of the things, Derek, let's address this right now early. Safety. Very important out here on Woodward Avenue or any drag strip you race on. And we're probably going to see a lot of that burnout stuff happening. Maybe the whole length of the track.
Yeah.
One of the things that we have to implore to all drivers, if you're listening on the internet, if you're here in person in your race, let's talk about safety. And when you're getting sideways, you don't necessarily have to try to drive yourself to correction. Why don't you just let off the gas and...
Yeah, we're watching it back on the instant replay, and you can see it spun it off the start line. He gave it a quick pedal. It started to hook up, but the thing about these cars, especially the late model Mopars with the superchargers, the torque is instant.
It's immediate.
So as soon as it comes back in and he kicks the rear tires loose, especially on a drag radial, you're not going to pedal out of that. You just got to lift and save it for the next run.
Save it for the next run. Michael Corsilli on the left lane. Michael Corsilli is actually living up to form. It's a little bit less aggressive than it has been. Top end charge out of that truck. It's a single turbo LS powered truck.
Over 1,000 horsepower to the wheel, so he's going to have to find the right spot.
On the dyno last night until 2 a.m. trying to get things corrected.
Is it really fun if it's not a thrash? Yeah, we talked to a lot of people. I mean, we mentioned earlier we were watching some of the recorded interviews with the influencers, with the mentors and what have you. They were banging away on the 71 Challenger when you and I were walking by it, trying to make the tires fit. They were tweaking everything. So, yeah, last minute makes for great Cinderella stories, but when it doesn't work, you have to wonder if you really needed to sleep. You could have just stayed up and worked away on it.
Exactly. And keep in mind, in addition to what you're seeing here as far as time shots for what will eventually become a top 8 shootout between big tire cars and the small tire cars, we also have the direct connection grudge match, which is a really big thing. This is the 3rd year for that program, and there are influencers, if you will, but we'll call them celebrities, influencers, 6 competitors that are coming out here to wage war against each other, and it's a new program. We have we have mentors and mentees. Let me give you an idea of what's coming up next. Drag racing, well, we're in the open qualifying right now, and that lasts until 3 p.m. Then the MotorTrend Talent Showdown. MotorTrend Talent Showdown at 1:30, an exhibition run at 3:30, and then the Dodge Direct Connection Grudge Race happens at 3:40. Going back to the Grudge Race, 6, we'll call them influencers just to keep things moving quickly. 6 influencers. 3 of them are returnees, and then 3 are brand new. It's a mentor-mentee program this year where we have veteran drag racers who know the woods pretty well, and they're coaching and guiding newbies, relative rookies, through the drag race process here on Woodward Avenue. That should be really interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about the fact that a lot of these people have drag racing experience. Now they've got to try to channel that through somebody who doesn't have a lot of drag racing experience. Easy to talk about it, really hard to do, and then let's add another element. Let's throw them on a somewhat unprepped surface. So you're going to have to grow your sea legs, and you're going to have to do it quick.
You're going to have to do it quickly, and there are rules to this program. It's not just, reckless abandon it by any means. The rules for the Dodge Direct Connection Grudge match are the vehicle must be a Dodge or a Plymouth. Both the rookie and the mentor have to race the vehicle. Each build, and they've built these cars. Some of them have built the cars in 6 weeks that were allotted. Some have been built in 3 weeks. Each build must use the Heracrate. Well, actually, it was supposed to use the Heracrate Cat 3, the 6-cylinder. It's an i6 engine, inline 6 engine that's coming, and actually it is in some vehicles, and it's 500 horsepower. It's a twin-turbo 3-liter V6 called the Heracrate, but that was not available, or they could not use that this time, so we have Hellcat engines, Hellcrate engines.
Red-eye
Hellcat,
yes.
The Red-eye Hellcrate.
Yep.
The winner of this deal receives $15,000 cash and $5,000 in direct connection parts. So
yeah,
it's a pretty stout package to win this thing. It's just as serious, I'd say, as the top 8 in big tire and small tire.
Absolutely. It makes it where you're going to want to make your life hell for a couple of weeks because you've got that carrot out there. The fact that you're able to build pretty much whatever you want. When it first started, it was a lot of late model Mopars. Now we're seeing a little bit of everything. We got a truck. We got 3 classics. We got a late model Charger. We've got a Viper. We've got a little bit of everything. And the crowd can really get into it. Speaking of old versus new, again, we're looking at it on the starting line. The GTR over on the left-hand side, the early Dodge over on the right-hand side. So again, we get to see a really good mix, a ton of small tire cars. 120 participants total, 76 of them on the small tire. So again, they're battling for 8 spots. So you've got just over a 10% chance to run for the big money later today. And keep in mind, we will also give away to the quickest Dodge on small tires and quickest Dodge on big tires, 5,000 extra up for grabs.
So a lot of money to win. GTR is doing what it does. That's typically what a GTR will do on almost any racing surface, prepped and limited prepped and non-prepped. They just hook and book.
It literally looks like cheating almost,
But anything can happen in a drag race. You have to keep that in mind. And folks who are watching, folks who are here in person, anything can happen in a drag race. So, just like a first-time winner, not always the case, that's for sure.
How about a Mustang Camaro battle? We haven't talked about one yet. We've got one right here.
Here you go right now, and it doesn't get any better than this. Ford, Chevy, Mustang, Camaro. This early Camaro was here last year, and he competes in a lot of the NMRA, NMCA, True Street style categories. This car absolutely flies and is super clean. One of the things that's also cool about the cars you'll see here at MotorTrend Presents Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, is that some of the cars are insanely clean. Can't get a burnout started right now. I don't know if this is a line lock problem.
No, it's a turbo car, so he's probably trying to get it spooled up, and there he goes. He's got it now. He's running against the supercharged Mustang. This actually has a full Coyote swap, but it also has an S550 interior in it.
Wow.
Like, they dug this thing apart and got it right where everything worked. They've been thrashing on it to get it ready, and I believe this is only its second outing since it's been done.
Of course, S550 being 2015, the present Mustang.
Yep.
Okay, both of them. That's a stick car. Going through gears, a 6-speed transmission, manual transmission.
Yeah. Brian not doing a bad job. Like I said, he's got very limited test time on that car. The Camaro's run a bunch of times, mostly, again, in the NFCAA True Street deal. So just turn the power down a little bit, and they should be able to get it. We got right-hand side. This is a no-prep car. This is a guy who knows how to run on the Travis Martin.
And once again, Chevy, Ford, Camaro, Mustang, later generation.
Yep. Right-hand side car is a car they call the show mod. This car went from a 13-second drive away from your wedding to a real serious small tire no prep car. He's done really well with this car in Rocky Mountain Race Week. He's won it a couple of times. He finished top 3 this year. But again, he really gets down on the no prep surface. So it'll be interesting to see how this small tire car does on the concrete surface.
120 cars total, over 70 small tire cars. Just shows you how popular small tire racing is.
Martin hitting the right hookup, man. He got it right off the bat. He even drops the laundry out the back, man. He's throwing it in his face, yeah. The Boss 302 didn't make a bad pass, but Martin just made it look bad. He made it look easy,
now,
man.
Thinking about this as strategy, one and done, or you try to come back and make a few more? Something like this is, do you preserve your stuff and just, hey, I'm confident that might be my number, I'm good? or maybe make one, maybe two more, and then call it done. I want to know, or I'm interested to see how many people actually go the distance and make multiple passes in an effort to make it into the top 8 versus someone who just, like that, straight down, okay, I'm good.
Yeah, another car out of the Team Mac. They said they brought 8 of them total.
8 cars.
So this is the second one, the red Camaro. That's the 4th gen car over on the right-hand side, the S10 pickup truck on the left. So KJ, let's reflect on what you said about how many runs you make. So you make a good first pass. There's a very good chance for saying, okay, I feel comfortable with it. I don't want to beat on the equipment because it's a long day. Yes, sit and let it rest. But do you press the envelope? Do you find out, can you go a little bit further? But then, like you said, you run the risk of, do we break it? Do we not able to get to eliminations?
Exactly,
you know?
exactly. And heat is, of course, is a car killer.
Right.
And the day's going to warm up, attrition in parts, that type of thing. So, you know, it's one of those deals where you'd like to get inside a driver or a team's head and say, you know, what are you guys thinking about as you go about doing this?
Well, the other thing to keep in mind, these are all street cars. They had to be registered, tagged, and insured. So if you have a legit street car, in my opinion, you should be able to hot lap it within 10 to 15 minutes. It better have a decent cooling system and charging
That
system
should be
on
the
it.
case, you know, and that's the argument. Street car, how much of a street car is it? You know, if you have to cool it like a top fueler or something like that, or can you veritably hot lap it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And just like the 4th gen Camaro before it, red car makes a good pass down the right-hand side. Didn't look quite as fast, but still didn't look slow. And again, we're seeing kind of the margin being set on what you have to do. Those 2 GTRs just rocketed down there and made really good runs. So again, we've already seen some people that have gotten a hold of the concrete surface, but we've also seen some people just absolutely annihilate the tires.
Light it up, exactly. Some people have just lit it up, and I'm sure they're going back and based on, and understand that a lot of these drivers, a lot of the cars are equipped with draggies. And draggy is a device that basically through, you know, the wizardry of GPS, etc., will give you an ET, will calculate distance, etc., and give them a ballpark idea, give the drivers a ballpark idea of how quickly they're running down this track. Some people might be sophisticated enough within their street cars to have, you know, shock data, to have drive shaft data, to be able to analyze the wheel spin and where it might have happened in the track, so they can go back and make corrections through the tune, make corrections through the chassis, possibly whatever's necessary, so the next time they come up, they'll go straight down. There's a lot, you know, there's a lot of moving pieces in this, you know, but the coolest thing about it is that we are literally street racing in Pontiac, Michigan on Woodward Avenue, and a week in front of the Dream Cruise, of course. You know, the next weekend is the Woodward Dream Cruise, and actually throughout all next week, you'll see cars like this parading all through the streets of Pontiac and down in the Detroit area, and it's really one of the cooler car person spectacles to be involved with, to see. I've done the Woodward Dream Cruise now 3 times myself, and you know, as far as car guy or car person bucket list things, it's definitely a must-do if you are one. So this is really cool, man. This is really like one of the coolest things that we do as far as MotorTrend in our group, and I'm sure that this is a big bonanza for Dodge as well. So I just hope everybody out here has a really killer day. There's a lot to take in as well, Derek. It's not just drag racing here. There are a lot of things going on. You can go take a Dodge thrill ride. There's the drag and drift ride. That's really pretty cool. I think that's what's been going on behind us. You can go out into the Midway area, and there's just a ton of stuff. Food's happening. There's the Amazon tent happening. Just take it all in. I implore you to take it all in while you're here. Definitely hydrate. And I also want to say really quickly, while we have downtime, we really appreciate your indulgence in the prep that had to happen here. Of course, there was a huge rainstorm last night. A tumultuous rainstorm.
It was crazy. We had a tornado warning at M1 Concourse where they had to clear the property at 9:30, and the rain was so bad that you literally could lose a car in it. I kid you not. When we were driving back to the hotel,
it was insanity.
But TBC, Thomas and Ralph stayed here all night and ground away on it, and they told me, they said it is every bit as good as some racetracks are. So again, I think some of the quick passes we're seeing so far, if you set the leave up right, you can really pour the power in as you go down the racetrack, and we're going to see some quick times, and it's going to be tough competition today. Yes,
props to Total Venue Concepts, Thomas and Ralph. Great job with the track thus far, and Derek, the track will come in. You know, that's something we haven't talked about yet. It's prepped, but as these cars go down this drag strip, big tire and small tire, they are putting rubber on the track, and the track will come in. Add to that the VP traction compound that's been poured down, and we're going to have, by the end of the day, a really good street. I really don't want to call it a racetrack very much. You know, let's just
Right.
call it what it is. It is a street, but it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, and to reflect back on what you said earlier, this is a great thing that MotorTrend and Dodge are doing to bring this here. The fact that we are able to run the latest version or the newest version of what it means to be an enthusiast on Woodward Avenue. All these great spectators that are out here to watch the next chapter being written. That doesn't happen without the great people in MotorTrend and Dodge. They are able to show what you can do with both classic and modern cars. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. It is important to pay it forward. This is what we need to do to keep the automotive hobby alive.
100%.
Make drag racing continue. We need folks like you, enthusiasts like you, to tell us, hey, tell my friends, tell my family how much fun I had going out and experiencing Roadkill nights. That means next year we could see you out here participating.
Being part of it, exactly. Coming up, we have Johnny Hopewell in the right lane, 1964 Ford Falcon, one of the cooler cars here. It's just really simple. One of the really cool nuances about this car, did you notice, Derek, it has a Tasca Ford badge on the rear, the back panel.
That automatically should add like 50 horsepower,
Absolutely.
considering Tasca's legacy.
Tasca's legacy in drag racing, that is like brilliant. That's a Tasca Ford car.
Yeah.
He's had it since he was 16 years old, and Johnny with a little 347 engine in that Falcon, just getting on down the track against the olds.
Yeah, and they stayed pretty close to each other, about a car and a half. And to give you an idea, that little Falcon runs in the high 10s on a drag strip, and he just made a pretty solid run right there with very little tire spin. So I don't know if he turned it down or he might have just rolled into it, but it looked pretty good.
It looked good, absolutely. And understand, as you're watching this, there are some cars that are just blatantly, wickedly fast.
Absolutely.
Clear cut. And there's some cars you're like, well, why are they out here? You're out here for the experience. To have this experience just to race on Woodward, whether it's a fast car or a slow car, is just a major part of your life when you're an enthusiast like we all are. So, yeah, there are going to be some cars that don't look like they have a legitimate prayer to be in a top 8, but they're just out here because they're passionate about drag racing, passionate about this program, and it really is cool to have the opportunity, no question.
Yeah. Now, for those of you that are watching, see about the fact that it's hard to do a burnout for some of these cars. Keep in mind, this is not a smooth burnout pad like you would see at a drag strip. This is grooved concrete.
It's concrete.
So it is very easy for the sticky tires that they're running, even with the water, to
turn.
grab them right away.
Won't
And
turn.
that doesn't mean like the car isn't set up right, it doesn't have enough power. Believe me, as we saw an 8-second car earlier, that Camaro, have trouble doing the burnout. You've got to adjust.
Exactly.
It is different.
You have to make an adjustment. The tire, you got to have some slip. There's
Look
the
at that
wheels
thing.
up.
Yeah.
We got the wheels up in the left lane. Chevelle getting through there very quickly.
Yeah, he
good
just
solid run.
Did a nice quick little pedal. As soon as it blew the tires off, he gave it a quick pedal. It got right back after it. Like you said, wheels up off the starting line. We got a couple of unique Fords coming up here next. You look at the right-hand side and you look at the left-hand side, you don't think either one of them are going to be fast, but I got a surprise for you, man. Both of them know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing, and I mean, you look at the crowd sit there, and you think cop car, you think taxi, you don't think drag racing on Woodward Avenue, that's for sure.
For those of you that are watching on the live stream, we taught a little replay of the Chevelle getting the wheels up. I think that was the first one today that went wheels up. Give you an idea about these two cars coming up right here. Both of them have been on drag and drives, meaning go to a racetrack, make a pass. You have to drive the car to the next racetrack. Can't trailer it. It's got to make the drive. The car on the left-hand side, turbo LS swap in the 8s. Right side, same thing, turbo LS swap, but the 4x4 stance, been in the top 9s.
That's awesome.
And he just spanked the guy in the station
That's
wagon.
an awesome run.
Yeah. Wow, it is amazing to see the difference in cars we had out here. We had an SUV versus the Chevelle. Then we have a couple of swapped Fords. Now we... Probably even some of the 50 that made it into the super stock ranks probably made some laps here on Woodward.
A little clandestine drag race action, or just big.
No wheels on action, but he got the hook he needed right off the bat.
Got tire spin in the Ranger. He's still spinning the tires. Keep it straight.
Yeah. Now, obviously, I've been told this before. The Jersey barricades, you really don't want to bounce off of those things like a bowling ball. Yeah.
It's not sponge, folks.
No.
It's not sponge.
No, it is not a soft
barricade.
barricade.
It's not a safer barrier. It's not at all.
Yeah. So the car coming up left-hand side, another sleeper car.
Big time sleeper.
Yeah, it's got a big block with a Holley EFI sniper on it, and it's got a cage all tucked in nice. 1964 Chevelle.
Are you looking at the passenger side window? It looks like Mark Cicino might be sitting in the passenger side window there, a ride-along partner.
Mark Cicino with the Champagne Express Grand Prix. Don't call it a Monte Carlo.
It's not a Monte Carlo, and it's wickedly fast now. Mark made some changes, and oh my gosh.
Went from small block nitrous to small block Pro Charger, but Greg Hurlbert is the guy who's driving that beautiful teal Chevelle. We got a really nasty sounding pickup truck on the right-hand side. Both of them spinning the tires.
Both sides.
Yep, both of them got it pedaled. They are right alongside each other.
Door to door in a pedal fest.
Truck got the better.
The win.
Yeah, that was a good race right there because both of them spun. Both of them did what the drivers are supposed to do. They didn't try and ride it out. They pedaled it quick and got the hook back. But like I said, that truck sounds nasty and made what looked like a better run.
And they'll go back and check some things out and come back, and you'll see as we progress through the day. Don't want to sound like a broken record at all, but as the day progresses, you'll see a lot of these cars get better and better and better and better and better.
Oh, absolutely, because again, you're going to get some data. Absolutely. You'll be able to go back and look at it.
Again, a turbocharged car trying to come up on the turbo. You almost think, oh boy.
Yeah, that's like I said, it is more difficult than people probably think when you're trying to do a burnout on grooved concrete and it's trying to grab the tire like every half an inch, and it just makes it really difficult. I mean, that could very easily be a 7-second car with the parachute and the wing on the back of it.
Correct.
Let's see if it hurts him.
Soft leave.
Yeah, he dialed the power
and now
back.
Here comes mile an hour, watch.
Right.
Mile an hour.
The Nova was like, I'm in the lead, I'm in the lead, and no more. Sorry, you just got gapped.
Exactly.
Here comes another turbo car. We'll see if people are kind of passing the word down the line like, hey, get aggressive with it, you know.
Get aggressive with it, or even, I mean, you know, you can't put anything past anybody out here. Sneak a quick nitrous kit on there and use it as a spooler.
Yeah, absolutely. So, KJ, from what you've seen so far, going from asphalt, like we said, a slightly different area of Woodward, and let's explain. We moved from last year this year because the amount of runoff space that they would have needed to complete the 8th mile, there was a turn that is not really conducive. Yeah, so, so they moved, and as I said, going from asphalt to concrete, and that's a whole new thing to throw in there. So after 7 years of running Roadkill Nights and doing it at a variety of different locations, it started in a concrete parking lot in what was the old Silverdome.
Yes.
Now we've moved to the streets, and after people get data, G-force readings, what the draggy tells you, okay, I'm coming in hot next year, I know I can make this work. Nope, sorry, we're going to throw you a whole new surface.
It's out the window. It's out the proverbial window big time.
Yep. Looks like we might be having a guest joining us here in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Well,
more than a guest.
Well, I mean, I'm surprised she's still standing. I mean, I wonder if there's somebody behind her propping her up.
Are there toothpicks holding your eyes open?
Well, I'm guessing she probably has the right amount of sleep in a week that some people would get in one day.
That's kind of what it feels like, but I'm doing what I love, so it's keeping me going right now.
We have Alex Taylor here with us right now in our booth. Alex, welcome.
Thank you.
It's very good to see you, and right off the bat, you are an amazing woman.
Well, thank you.
You are doing some really, really, really killer stuff. Of course, Hot Rod Garage, but on top of that, land speed racing now, drag racing, flying. People think that I fly a lot. You are getting ready to like crush me as far as flying goes. I'm just giving that up right now.
I'm taking my tips from you. I watched your post, the on the road post. I'm like, I'm taking them from KJ.
But how are you doing? Tell us how you're doing and tell us what you're doing. Why don't you catch everybody up to speed really quick on what's happened to you, let's just say in the last 72 hours.
The last 72 hours, I've been through 3 time zones. I came out and tested the Savoy a couple days ago. Been land speed racing. I got my A license, so at 226 mile an hour. So I averaged 200 for 2 miles yesterday, or the day before, whatever that was. And yeah, I've been back and forth. But here we have the Savoy, and we actually get to race today.
Big tire racing the Savoy. You're in the big tire category, going for the bag. I wish you all kind of good luck out here. You know, there's going to be a real stout field. You know, as a team player, I think you got what it takes. So let's show and prove something. Bring it home, girl. Bring it home.
Thank you. We have a lot. I wish we had a little more testing, but doesn't everyone always? So we're just glad to have it out here.
Excellent. There's been some changes to the car. I kind of saw what you did. We'll be out here rooting for you. I mean, legit.
Thank you.
Kill it. We're back to action now.
Yep. And Alex could probably tell us more about some of these setups than we could because she's been back and forth between the salt flats, on the Violent drag race, And then you've given a whole new definition to frequent flyer miles in the last 72
Absolutely.
hours.
I mean, I'm feeling challenged right now a little bit, you know what I mean? It's like, gosh.
Trans Am right side, S10 left-hand side. Yet again, the turbo car able to dial the power in like they want. Get it right down right-hand side, no problem. Alex is going to go get ready for putting the Hot Rod Garage Plymouth Savoy in later today. Like you said, made the change from a manual last year, and she owned it with that car in the manual.
Did.
Now she's going to have an automatic in it, which in my opinion is going to make it even tougher to beat.
First time competitively driving a stick shift car, and she crushed it.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're going to bring up the proverbial Fox body Mustang, the hatch over on the left-hand side against the GTO, looking like, I believe it looks like a 1968 model, 1969 model GTO.
Of course, a car after my own heart. 5-liter LX Mustang, monster burnout.
Yep, now that it's actually
10.5
clear,
tire.
Can't be a GTO, it's a 4-door, so it's either a Tempest or a
It's a
Le Mans.
Le Mans,
So yeah,
yeah.
I couldn't quite see from my vantage point. So, you know, there's people screaming at the live stream at home. It's not a GTO,
Right,
it's a
right.
4-door. So.
You'll get that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I am human, I make mistakes from time
Exactly.
to time. So. But it is cool to see the mix-up of all the different cars here, and both of them doing really nasty burnouts. And again, you'll see some of these cars that'll carry the burnouts out, and it's for a couple of reasons. One, you want to make sure you get all the water off the tires, but you'll see some of the big tire cars that'll actually drag the burnouts across the starting line because they want to lay down patches of
Give
rubber. They
themselves a
want to be
patch,
able to get that
exactly.
starting line better. So we got the Mustang with the big parachute. That's required by NHRA going over 150 miles an hour. The Pontiac doesn't have one. Got the jump
Pontiac,
off the starting
good
line.
leave.
Yeah, Mustang got right around it though.
Turbocharged car.
Oh, yeah.
Checks out.
Just makes it look easy.
Yes, indeed.
Now, this car coming up right-hand side is a multi-time runner in NMCA, the Dodge and Mopar Hemi shootouts that they run.
Okay.
This is a 2020 super stock model. It's been in the high nines, and he's driven it all over the country to participate.
Wow. Roasting the tires.
Nice burnout out of the, I mean, if we weren't saying Hugger Orange or we weren't saying, what is it, the proverbial
The blue?
black and white combination. This is what most people think of when they look at a 69 Camaro. The Cortez silver with black stripes. It's got a Whipple supercharged hot rod motor underneath the hood. Or hey, he didn't even have the hood in it.
No, there's no hood on it, exactly.
Yeah, he wants to let it all hang out there.
Looks like you're driving a stick transmission as well in that car. I didn't realize that. Stick transmission and Mystic gear. You can't do that when it's go time.
All right, a couple serious hot rods coming up here. Right-hand side is Brian Goldstone. This is a multi-time Hot Rod Drag Week winner, not driving his normal AMC Javelin. He's behind the wheel of his 1970 Chevelle in a really nasty-looking third-gen Firebird.
Pontiac Firebird with a, we're going to go with 671 blower coming out of the hood. It's probably a 671. I wouldn't think it's a 671.
It sounds good to me, yeah. Absolutely, and it's got the old school Convo Pros on it.
Man, Convo Pros. Centerline Convo Pros was a coveted wheel back in the day. It's like you had to have that wheel on your Mustang or pretty much any car back in the day.
Absolutely.
Very
it
cool.
went right along with the white Cal induction hood. It was pretty much like the Fox Mustang starter pack.
That was a starter kit, yes indeed.
Yep. So for those of you that are watching again, you see the big tire car over on the left-hand side, Brian Goldstone's car, which has been running small tires. I mean, we might have had a couple of competitors just kind of jump in into a different category, but we'll separate them as we work our way through. Wheels up on the Firebird off the starting line, and it appears as Goldstone's car has shut off. Either that or he can't get it to back up. The Firebird made a good lick, wheels up off the starting line, but Goldstone, okay, now he's backing up, and maybe, no, it looks like, are they pushing?
Backing
yeah,
him
they
up
are.
under
That's not the way you want to start.
Exactly. And is there fluid on the ground?
I can't see yet. I'm not sure.
Mops out.
Yep, so.
Mops out. Fluid on the ground.
Yep. And
well,
as I mentioned, Brian Goldstone, who won Six Summer just a couple of months ago, unfortunately lost the front end on the Javelin. It basically went above the scoreboard. So this is his backup car that he hasn't raced in a little while. It's got the big block and the twin turbo combination out of the Javelin, but they may not have had time to test it. They may have just thrown it together. So hopefully we'll see him back, but we don't know. That could have been terminal. It might just been a loose fitting.
Could be a loose fitting, just something minor. But, you know, how is it to have, you know, that problem? Like, okay, well, we'll just take this one.
I wouldn't know. I don't have that.
I can't, you know, processing that is something else where, all right, well, my big car isn't ready.
Yeah,
so we'll
take
this one. And it's just as capable of making it into the top 8.
I don't know about you, but when mine's broke, it's
done.
broke. We're done.
Mine has been broken for 10 years and is now making a comeback after a long downtime, so I know what being down is about.
The Mondo car, if I remember correctly.
Absolutely. Good burnout on Dart.
Look at that. The turbo people are getting the word out. You see the big burnout out of the Camaro. He said, okay, I know it's grooved. I'm going to get it up on the chip. So what they're doing is they're putting their finger on the trans brake, and instead of using that to launch, what it does is it gets the turbo spooled up, so there's no lag. So when you let go of the button, it's going to give you all the boost right there. That's why they can turn the tire easy. And yeah, exactly. They get those tires. Again, want to make sure you get the right temperature in them. They need to be warmed up a little bit, and you want to put some patch down so you got something to use.
Yep.
The classic Mopar Dart over on the right-hand side, the 4th Gen Camaro over on the left-hand side. More than likely, probably a single turbo or a twin turbo LS underneath the hood. It's, I mean, I hate saying it, but it's pretty much, it's become the easy stuff.
You talk about starter kits, man. That's really the starter kit, and it's the starter kit that's going into any chassis. It's not, it's not just for your GM car anymore. It's put it in anything, and it's one of those deals where if you're a Ford fan, for the longest time, you know, that LS was just something that you just cringed about. But as a car guy, I cop to giving that a little respect, man, because it's a really easy, simple thing to do. You can get yourself a junkyard LS, throw a turbocharger on it, and you can make a car go really fast, really cheap. So.
You can make 4-digit horsepower, but KJ, I'm sure you're going to like me saying this. We're watching these on the starting line. The Dodge Dart got the easy lead, but the Camaro comes around it. Yeah. Camaro got him by about 3 car lengths, not bad. But here's the thing that I'm sure you and all the other of the big 3 faithful will appreciate. The manufacturers have had these platforms out for a while now. The Gen 3 Hemi has been out for a while. The Coyote has been out for a while. They're starting to get more affordable. Like, I know a guy who's been in the bottom 8s, high 7s with a truck, complete long block. He bought for $3,000. Gentlemen, I was talking. You can wait on your burnouts.
These burnouts for us are incredibly loud. So I know that in the stands there they're loud, but I don't know if anybody can really hear our audio while there's a burnout. So if you hear us pause, it's because we're giving the burnout a little respect. The burnout's just basically drowning us out. We can't hear ourselves.
Right. The Hellcat Challenger over on the left-hand side in that lime green color. The 2nd Gen Camaro, that's a 78 to 81 model over on the right-hand side. It's got the old school snorkel scoop coming out of it and everything. It is old school looking big block Chevy. Both of them off the chip, and the Camaro's going nowhere. Late model Hellcat gets it done.
Lime Cat. If you notice his graphic on the front fenders, his Lime Cat based on the color of the car. It's pretty cool.
You know, you said that you weren't going to talk as much, but you're picking up all these little things I keep missing.
That's my thing. I'm a detail person.
I like that.
I like details. Yeah. So little things, nuances, I like to find and talk about them. I mean, that's what we're here to do, basically, and give everybody out there and everybody watching on the internet. Hopefully we have a big crowd on our MotorTrend YouTube channel as well.
Yeah, we're looking at here comes a replay of it. See the flag go down, and Camaro jumps up and see that it immediately unloads the tire. So basically that means that it either is so aggressive on the rear shock setting that it just throws the weight back forward again, or it's so loose that it just hits the top of the shock and then it just unloads the tire.
I think it might be the latter, Derek, looking at it. I think it might have been the latter, like a loose rear shock. Not physically loose, it's bolted in, but the setting is loose, and it unloaded the chassis. Yeah. Tire spun.
Let's go back to what we talked about with the LS swap and mention again that the fact that I know people that have now bought $3,000 Coyote motors, long blocks with everything, thrown a single turbo at them, and in a early Mustang chassis like an SN95 that would have never come with a Coyote, going bottom 8. So certainly. Again, you got Ford getting into the game now. Dodge, with all that they're doing with the Gen 3 Hemi program, that's been out there for over a decade. So again, you mentioned the LS motor had the advantage of being in so much because, you know, they put them in cars, they put them in vets, they put them in trucks. So there were tons of them out there.
Absolutely.
Now Mopar and Ford are caught up, and so now we don't see the LS swap as much. We actually see brand loyalty now. I think. I don't know. Maybe we don't.
We got coming up, if you keep your eyes on the screen, we have an influencer as one of the celebrities out there, an interview with the Dominator squad.
Okay, hanging out with Rob Dom and Erica Troll on Team Dominators. Oh, I like that. It's play on words. I see what you did there. You guys excited to be out here at this event?
I'm pumped. This is the first time I'm ever seeing this event, and it's amazing so far.
And what about you, Rob?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a rotary guy by heart, but this has won me over for muscle cars, superchargers, V8s, you name it, all the above. I'm loving it.
Okay, so how did we get you hooked with a Hell Crate if you're a rotary guy? You just couldn't resist.
It's the girl standing between us. This is her dream car, and so I wanted to surprise her. And so she loves the new Challengers because of the design of the old Challenger, and then who wouldn't want a red eye in a car like this? So it all worked out perfectly to surprise her, and I get to learn a new car world technology, and so everybody wins.
All right, I love this. What's this like for you being out at this event with your dream car?
This is crazy. Like, this feels like a dream to me to see, because we always planned on doing this project years in advance. For it to happen so soon, it's mind-blowing, and it's so exciting to get to do it with him. It's just amazing.
And by soon, you mean like 5 minutes ago they called you and said, here's an engine, and then you like mad dash, throw it together, and now you're here.
100%. Like, we only had a couple weeks to do this. We're still trying to finish it up while we're here, but it's going amazing.
And so what's this build process been like for you? I know that you do a lot of this stuff online too, and this is something completely different for you.
Yeah, thankfully, because the engine is so solid, I didn't turn it on until we were loading it onto the trailer from Los Angeles. So on my builds, that's the hardest part. On this, it was the chassis, the old twisty. We've reinforced the frame on this thing. We have a 4-link. It's nasty. So very proud of the car. We even have Mickey Thompson's unveiled today rear tires. We're the only competitor with these new rear tires, so we get to try those out as well. So there's a lot of testing and tuning, but I know that engine will just go.
Dialed for sure. Okay, so Rob and I go way back in the car community, but Erica, no offense, I'm a little partial to the female competitors here this time. We've got a lot of girls competing in this grudge match racing. That's got to be awesome. Such a huge women empowerment movement coming here to the track. It's super cool.
Exactly. I couldn't believe it. Like, I expected it to be all guys, and it's like mostly girls almost. It's really exciting.
It's because we're better. I mean, because we're competitive as well. So are you excited to be part of that pack?
I am. I definitely am. This is going to be a first for me, like we said. He only got to test it to drive it right onto the trailer, so I haven't even driven it yet. It's going to be like a total surprise, but I'm excited.
If it makes you guys feel any better, between the mentor and mentee, that's been happening a lot. So you are not alone in not having a chance to drive this car.
Better.
So what do you think about like the landscape here? This is a different location for us this year. We're in downtown Pontiac. We're actually in the streets.
I think it's awesome. Like, we were talking about it earlier, it seems really grungy, really raw. I like the idea of it being on street. Like, if you check out the parking lot, it's all cracked. It just seems really genuine.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm home. And instead of being at a nice polished bridge, I love M1, but I love the streets of Detroit even more.
We're going to shake it up a little bit. Okay, so let's talk about the build a little bit. You got your 71 Challenger, your dream car, not a rotary. Just tell us a little bit about the car.
Okay, so like he said, we have the Mickey Thompsons on the back. I am so excited. They look amazing on the car. Obviously, I haven't tried them yet, but I know he keeps saying nothing but good things about them. Also, the Hellcat motor, insane. I mean, that one has a little bit more horsepower than my Hellcat. So I daily drive a Hellcat. It's a 2016, but it has 707. This one starts with 797, so it's just like, it's crazy.
I also have a 2016 Hellcat.
That's awesome.
We shall chat later. Okay, we're staying focused right now. Staying focused. Okay, Rob, so you guys are doing a little last-minute wrenching here, kind of getting through a couple little problems, right?
Yeah, so the way we focus on our projects when it's last second like this is you focus on the basics and then you build outward from there. So the car runs and drives, launches perfectly. It's just heat management. You know, that supercharger gets hot. We need to keep it cool. So that's our current focus right now. I also want to point out we are the only competitor in the group that is a manual transmission. So in that sense, we already won and lost the manual class in the grudge race. So I think we're doing good today.
Either the best or worst decision, TBD. All right, now this is the most important part of this entire interview, where you get the chance to smack talk the other competitors.
You go first.
Yeah, you know, like I said, at the end of the day, they all chose automatics. They chose the easy way out. And so we went with, you know, the hard, tried, true, proper transmission for this car, and it feels great, but, you know, that's one more thing we have to take care of when we're on that strip. And, you know, like I said, I think that shows our character more than anything else. So while I think it's a little cop-out to do auto, I get it. I understand.
All right, well, I'm really nice at heart. The best thing I can think of is I have loved and owned Challengers for years and years and years, and I have had more experience with the Hellcat motor, so we're going to go with that. I'm going to say that I'm first in line for experience with the Hellcat motor.
Is your 16 also a manual transmission?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Speed.
Okay. I feel good about the manual for you guys. It's going to be a good choice. All right, best of luck to you, Erica.
Thank you so much.
Rob, you guys are awesome.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
Whoa.
That is amazing.
Oh, man. Look at
we got a car loose.
Yeah, the Challenger over on the opposite side was probably just watching that Grand Cherokee just put the gap on him. Wow.
Bailey's High Performance out of Dallas, Texas area just checked out in that Hellcat-powered Jeep.
Oh, that thing was just ultra nasty. I mean, we watched him
Here's
do the
the
one
replay
dry
here.
hop. Yeah. Look at it. That thing just hooking and booking, and you'll see coming out of the left side of your screen. Yep, just stayed with it a little too long.
Now we have a car here. There we are up in the tire.
So we got a couple of late models coming at us right here. Left-hand side is David Schatzer out of Pennsylvania, 2018 model Challenger. Right-hand side is Brett Smith out of Michigan. He's out of Lake Huron, Michigan.
Huron.
Yeah. He's a 2018, so we got 2018 Hellcat Challenger pair. Who's going to do better out of them? A little bit of tire spin left-hand side.
Close to the wall there in the right lane, left lane.
Yeah. Brett made a nice solid pass down the right-hand side. Coming up next is Thomas Drago out of Shelby Township, Michigan, the Charger that's coming up right-hand side. That's the newest one. It says last one. That's one of the last builds from Dodge. This is a 2023 model.
Of course, the last call out in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Quite the event that Dodge, MotorTrend and Dodge put together out in Las Vegas in April, where we saw the last call vehicles as well as the introduction of Demon 170, which is just an incredible hot rod.
I think you can pretty much boast ultimate flex. I don't think I've seen anybody else that has actually choppered in.
That
a
was
car.
straight hit him in the mouth right there for sure.
Ryan Pachaki out of Wayland, Michigan, coming up right on the opposite side. 1984 model 4-eyed Mustang. Yeah, this is before they went to the Arrow Nose in '87. And I know KJ has kind of a soft spot for the 4-eyed cars.
Absolutely. 4-eyed Fox Mustang it's a piece of me at this point. You know, of course, I own one, and we've been working on one with Hot Rod, a project called Project T-Top Coupe. Hopefully you can look at hotrod.com, or if you're still reading the magazine, get the magazine and see some of the pieces that we've done so far. And it's a comeback for that car. It's been dormant for 10 years, parked for 10 years, and decided to take it out of mothballs, go through some things, check some things. One of the cool things about working on the car right now has been what we're learning, you know, in a 10-year dormant period, taking things apart to see what might have been, you know, wrong when we parked it, and finding quite a few things that we're talking about in stories on the website. So make sure you get to hotrod.com and check out all of our content. Of course, there'll be a lot of stuff being published for Roadkill nights, and really good images, really good stories, a lot of detail. Make sure you check that out as well. But we got burnouts happening now.
Yeah, how cool is it that this year the return road comes right down in front of packed grandstands? Look at all these people, and we're just getting started. This is the first of multiple qualifying sessions.
I don't care what race event or racetrack you're at. That is one of the highlights for a drag racer, is being able to parade back in front of the fans as you come down the return road. You can do it at Las Vegas, at the Strip is Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and a lot of tracks don't have that anymore. They kind of guide you off another way, and you don't come back by the stand. So that's one of the bigger highlights, as well as going down Woodward Avenue, just to come back and parade by. You might have your family at the fence there, and you can wave to them and all that. That's really pretty cool. Derek, did you know that in Pontiac, Michigan, there once was another race event that was not a drag race, but actually a road race here in the streets of Pontiac back in 1975. That might be before you were born. I'm not certain here.
By 1 year.
By 1 year. So before you were born, 1975, racing happened here in Pontiac, Michigan. Probably incorporated Woodward Avenue, but it was not a drag race. It was a road race, a sports car race that was not sanctioned by SSCA either.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty interesting tidbit. The high winding sounds of a naturally aspirated big block Ford in the 67 Fastback over on left-hand side. We checked this car out. It's got the Kasi Boss-style heads, and it is a nasty sounding thing. Yeah, it's got all the compression, got a ton of cam in it, but a relatively mild 390 gear. He says he runs it on pump gas, and it's a street car.
And he drives it.
Yeah.
The 390 gear because he drives it around. I totally get it.
Yeah.
That tidbit of information about the road race in Pontiac comes courtesy. I was challenged by our good friend, Mr. Brian Lones, who does these type of things and didn't think I knew that. So maybe he'll just leave us alone for the rest of the day now.
Basically, you're telling me the encyclopedia of drag racing hit you up and said,
about
let's
a
see
road
what
race.
you got. Yeah.
About a road race. Would KJ know that?
Nice little wheels up launch there for the NA car. The Turbo Camaro is trying to get him back on.
It's coming on. Look at that mile an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
He was reeling him in. He just ran out of racetrack. I'd say it was about a car length at the top end.
But that shows you that Camaro has steam, so it's about getting it hooked up, and we'll see what happens in this next round. That's a fast car.
Yeah, Mustang versus Nova in our next matchup here, rolling into the water.
Cobra Jet Mustang.
Yep, the
Actually,
Cobra Jet on the left-hand side is Scott Fritz out of Auburn Hills. It's a 2006, so it's previous to the Cobra Jet. Cobra Jet started in 2008, I believe,
of course,
right?
yes, 2008. So that is just dressed like a Cobra Jet.
Yep.
2008 is when the program started.
Eric Mills giving you the little nitrous purge in the 69 Nova over on the right-hand side. What they do is they do that to clean out the nitrous lines and get the bottle pressure where they want it. You run the bottle pressure too high, you can burn some stuff up. You run it too low, you're going to wash the cylinders down with gas.
Eric sashaying a little bit, yeah, moving around a little bit. Up top he goes through, but
I mean, to the half track before it started to really kick the rear end out, that looked like a really solid run.
Exactly, it was going through the middle and it got a little bit squirrely.
How about the milk truck coming up next? This is a 1961 Divco milk truck with a twin turbo, big block Chevy underneath the hood.
And now the date myself is that I remember when that used to pull up in front of my house and drop milk. Always a fun truck to see in the drag and drive events. At any drag strip you go to, that truck typically leaves with the wheels up, dangling the wheels.
It's going to be interesting to see if he decides to try the trans brake. It's Nick Cryer. It's about a 10-second pickup. It's about a 10-second truck if he does get it hooked up. You know, again, I mean, you're pushing a big box through the wind. I mean, that thing is not going to set any land speed records.
Not at all.
Really clean-looking Mopar over on the right-hand side. That's Lenny Melton in the 1968 Dart. And the Divco milk truck does go wheels up off the starting line. I love it.
Hate to say I told you so, but I told you so.
Yep, you got it right, buddy.
Very cool.
I mean, the Dart
Awesome
freight trainer,
build.
but I'll tell you what, man, I mean, how could you not be a fan of the milk truck? I mean, that's just, it looks like a kid's toy, man. It's really
And if you get a chance to walk into the pits and take a look at it, it's the detail, talking about detail, the detail in it. Here we go, an instant replay.
Yeah, I see it just towed that left side. I mean, it wasn't by a couple inches. That was a good
he got
push.
it up there, exactly. So that's a testament to the track, actually, the street actually working very well right now.
Hey, Thomas, Ralph, appreciate all the hard work, buddy.
Absolutely. Total Venue Concepts.
They
worked
done.
all night, cleaned it up after all the rain that we had, and have a great racing surface.
Whatever local Mighty Mart or gas station, it probably has no energy drinks left.
None.
Man, look at the right-hand side, just wheeling and dealing. I mean, using all the lane up in that SUV, but still just putting lengths on that Duster over on the left-hand side. But I'll tell you what, they was using up all the lane to do it. I mean,
Got it down, though.
Yeah, that torque steer, I believe that's what you call it when you have all-wheel drive.
Yeah,
I mean, it was all over the place.
Yes,
yeah.
indeed.
So we're starting to get a little bit of cloud cover here. I'll tell you what, in the booth, you and I are enjoying this, though, because we're not roasting.
Correct.
And I know there's people in Florida, where I'm from, that are saying, dude, shut up, it's 20 degrees warmer down here right now.
Southern California, where I live, it could be about 102 degrees on my front porch, so this is very welcome.
Yeah. We've got a couple of late model Challengers sitting just behind the water box getting ready. They're checking the racetrack real quick before we send our next pair. As you mentioned earlier, safety is paramount here, and we're not just talking about the racetrack itself. Drivers have got to wear all the right safety gear here. We're leaving nothing to chance. We want to make sure everybody is safe. A lot of cars you're going to see are going to have full roll cages, 5-point harnesses. They're wearing all the right safety equipment as far as fire jackets and pants. Some cars have to wear, some drivers have to have gloves on, neck collars, all that kind of stuff. Let's be honest, KJ, a lot of cars are pulling like 2.5 G's of force. I mean, when you start getting into the 7 and 6 second range, they're pulling a lot of G forces.
You're getting pushed back in the seat, that's for sure, Derek.
You can actually probably do that $100 build test on the dash from Folklore.
You reach it. If you can grab it, you can keep it.
Yeah. So the cars we're looking at right now on the live stream, you notice the Redline Oil NMCA deal. So this is something else that Dodge and Mopar has done for the last couple of years. What they do is they run Dodge Mopar exclusive invite deals where you have to run a Gen 3 Hemi. It can be swapped into anything, but it is all production-based Gen 3 Hemi. Or you can run a Viper, or anything you swap a Gen 3 Hemi into. And most of the time, they're getting 70 to 100 enthusiasts per event. So that's a really big amount. And they run them true street style. They give them 3 laps back to back to back. And then they have special Mopar Hemi awards. And then they run an 8-car shootout for the 8 quickest averages the next day. So it is really cool to see what Dodge and Mopar are doing, not just for Roadkill Nights right here, but they're also doing it on several platforms. It really does get the enthusiast involved in the sport.
Well, that's one of the things. Enthusiast involvement is big. Enthusiast involvement means this sustains, this hobby, this keeps going. You know, when you have passionate people that want to come out and they want to race their cars, they want to modify their cars, they're supporting all the manufacturers that produce the parts to make cars better. We need it, you know, in this avenue, we need that to keep things going, and I'm really proud of Dodge and proud of all the manufacturers actually for doing that, for giving us vehicles that take modifications that can only get better. They're very good to start, and they can only get better based on what people have the innovation to do with them.
Yeah, and again, like we've talked about, let's let these do their burnouts. That multi-speed transmission, like the 7, 8 speed, even 10 speeds now, they just make it to where you don't even have to put a torque converter in them from the factory. They get down and they boogie.
They just go, and literally, you know, people, they're not necessarily, drivers aren't necessarily using the paddles or shifting the cars. It's just put it in D now. You just put the car in D, and it can go down really quickly with the trans mapping and the programming that can be done with the transmission.
Yeah, it's going to work better. Jess Richards on the right-hand side, Sean Smith on the left-hand side. Again, we got a pair of Mopars. It was about a 2-car length difference. Right-hand side got there first.
The Evil Hellcat on the left.
And a beautiful 67 Chevelle that you and I were oogling over earlier.
Yes, indeed. The 67
It's going to make some noise, too. It's got an F2 Pro Charger underneath the hood, so more than likely when he steps on the loud pedal, this thing is going to make some noise.
409 cubic inch big block Chevrolet, as Derek said, F2 Pro Charger. It's the driver. You're looking at the back. Dual exhaust, dual tailpipes coming out of the back of that thing. He says it's a driver. It's got a 4L80E automatic transmission in it. That's the tougher of the toughest, I guess, GM automatic, electronic automatics to date.
Yeah, for those of you that might have some old school flavor, call it a Turbo 400 with an extra gear. Both of them having trouble hooking up, but the Chevelle did the pedal quick and just got after it.
Good run.
Yeah.
Good
and
run.
Again, when we talk about the supercharged versus turbocharged combinations, superchargers might have a harder time here because, again, the torque is instant and it might be harder to dial it in off the line, whereas a turbo car, you can really dial it in. You can pour the boost in where you want it. The blower car, it's all right there. Unless you pull timing away from it, that's all you can really do. How about a 1966 Canadian Nova, the Acadian car?
Love this car.
Guy's had it for a long time, bought it when he was 14 years old, and I guarantee it didn't look anything like it does now.
It's probably come a long way from where it was when he bought it, but a perennial participant at MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. Always here, always in the thick of things. Top 8 participants several times.
Yep, right-hand side is Brian Buchanan in the 1985 Mercury Marquis. It's got the LS swap. Left side, the Pontiac Acadian, the Canada car. That's got a whole lot of nitrous on it. I'm telling you, between that car and look at him, just a little bit of tire spin. But those big tires hooked up. He dropped the laundry at the top end, and it was that was about, I'd say, 5 or 6 bus lengths a gap right there.
That was a good lick. 5 or 6 bus lengths the gap, but just a good solid lick. And think about it. Big tire trucks coming up now. Big tire cars, I'm sorry. The big tire cars are coming through now, and they are putting more rubber down on the track. So the next session, when small tires start to come through, they're going to benefit from it. By the end of this deal, it's going to be pretty hot.
So Shane Maley coming up in the F-150. You know you've got a nasty pickup truck when it's got beadlots on all 4 corners. So the all-wheel drives on these things, I've seen them where pretty much all they've done is bolt on a supercharger, meaning atop the intake. And these all-wheel drive trucks will get in the bottom 10s, high 9s with just a supercharger and a tune on them.
So how about 2 turbos, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Why not? We'll do that too, yeah. So the pickup truck over on the left-hand side, the old school 72 Chevy Chevelle, that's the orange car on the right-hand side. A lot of people, again, might think that the muscle car has the upper hand. No, sir, the truck just getting it done.
Tapped the brake pedal midway through that run. I'm wondering if he sensed a little wheel spin or what might have been the reason for that.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it might not have been a wheel spin or anything like that, you know, when you're drag racing, when you're doing this, there are opportunities to just get a little too jacked up, and you might just do something like that by mistake. Like, why did you touch the brake? I didn't even realize I did it, you know? But the brake lights did flash for a second, so I'm curious about why that might have happened.
Might have been something with the turbo timer maybe kicking it back a little bit.
Possibly.
I mean, I don't know.
A lot of variables.
It could have been a mistake. Right-hand side, the Trans Am coming up next. The stick shift single turbo Mustang. Tom Llewellyn over on left-hand side. So this car, I mean, either just likes the challenge or it's just what he wants to do. This has the third pedal. This is a stick shift car, and it did do 6 summer. This is a 9-second capable hot rod, but again, you're talking about turbo and stick shift on this surface. Could easily be something where I'm not sure how he's going to do.
It's a heck of a car to drive in any speed condition, for sure.
So we're seeing cars get backed up, and I'm seeing our spectators moving, and I wonder if we're starting to get a little bit of liquid sunshine.
Maybe some sprinkle, huh?
Yeah. Well, either that or they really like the covered area of the grandstands.
Well, we got sprinkle. I do see some rain. We have rain coming down now, so we're going to sit back for a few minutes and have to take a little bit of a break. But Derek, thus far, you know, we're quite a bit into MotorTrend Presents Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. And what do you think, man? This is your first time at Roadkill Nights. So what are your impressions thus far? What you've seen, what you've experienced? You know, our conversation has been good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking to a fellow enthusiast, so it's been pretty simple. Honestly, this is everything I could have hoped for and more. It has been everything that's exceeded my expectations so far. Again, not just myself, a whole crew of people, both on MotorTrend and Roadkill Nights, to get this to happen. Plus, you talk about all the extra people that have been brought in. The surface, as we've already talked about, has been absolutely superior to what we've done in the past. So we have seen a few people that have blown the tires off. They've gotten a little too aggressive with it, but honestly, I think it's what we talked about. It's going to be a fast show. It really is going to be fast to get in that quick 8 at the end.
Exactly, and we have something. If you can see the screen, and for people watching at home, we have another influencer interview, so let's roll that. Check it out.
Hanging out with the next team, you guys are the Soul Snatchers. We got Herman Young, Demonology, and Lee Carter. And let me just preface this chat with, you got a target on your back, my friend. I hate to tell you this.
Hey, look. First of all, Throttle, those are my kids. Ricky is my son, and that other joker is my grandson. So I'm going to have to spank them for even trying to go against their old man like that, right? And then we got to deal with these guys right here, the sick bastards. Come on, man. The car is Silverback. Silverback is going to get all of them. We had to nickname it Booty Juice because they all going to eat it from behind because we're going to be in front of them.
I feel like you now have a target on your front as well, and you also have a target on your back.
I'm the recipient of this. He's the perfect partner because I'm naturally so humble. I never brag about myself. I'm very low-key, so I have him to do all the talking for me.
This is the dynamic duo. Okay, this year is all about mentors and mentees. So obviously, Herman, you've been through this before. You've done this event. What's it like to be back for another year?
I mean, it's the best thing in the world to be back for another year and to be racing against some real competitive racers. So I'm excited about it.
Okay, and Lee, what about you? First time here, you've had the best mentor.
Absolutely the best mentor. Absolutely. I haven't been in the car yet. I haven't driven the car yet. He told me I didn't need to fly to Texas. He said he scoped out the competition. It's going to be no problem here. Just come to Michigan, show up, and we'll win.
I already told him they all in the way, Christy. They in the way. They in the way of our trophy. They just need to get out the way because we're going to pass all of them.
An interesting strategy, I have to say, of we're just never going to try driving the car. You're just going to do your rookie first attempt on the actual run.
Yes, I am. And it's going to go great.
Going to be fantastic. All right, bold move, I must say, a sideline note. But all right, well, speaking of the run that you're going to do that is going to be fantastic, it's going to be on a brand new track because we are at a new location this year. What do you guys think of this so far?
Hey, I think Mickey is sticky, and we're going to be running Mickey Thompson, so we don't have to worry about it. Big shout out to all of my partners. Holly, they did their thing. Davies, traction control. Do you got traction? Do you got traction? That's the winning combination, baby. That's all we need.
Lee, what do you think of the track? What do you think of downtown Pontiac?
I like the city. It's awesome. It's my first time here. It's all the same to me. It's an 8th miler, a little less road. He set the car up. They got all the guys setting the car up perfectly. It's, again, not going to be a problem. We just fine.
Pavement and tires. I like it. Okay, well, I feel like I should let you guys maybe let's talk about the car first. We'll do that. Let's talk about the car first. The 2010 Dodge Charger. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Okay, so this car was between a 2009 and 2010 Charger. We saved it from the junkyard because they was going to crush it.
Ooh.
And then we immediately took it to Bailey's High Performance. They run the fastest Mopars in the world, period. They have the record for the fastest Demon, record for the fastest Trackhawk, and they're local. I teamed up with them and said, we have a short time to build this car. We need to build this thing to snatch souls. And they put it together. So.
This is quite the charge to get to an event like this. You know, you've got your Crate engine from Dodge. You got to cram it in this vehicle, make it all happen, get everything dialed in. What was that process like for you?
I sat at home, he called me and updated me once a week, and here I am. But no, I was there when we got the car. That's what I do for a living. We buy junk cars, build kind of cool stuff. So unlike the $50,000 Viper and all these race cars, we got the cheap piece of junk here that they've turned into something special, and it's going to win.
It just has this, there's a smell here, and it smells cocky. Cocky.
Victory. That's what you're smelling, Christy. That's what you're smelling. So we put the 1-2 hitter quitter in this car. We went with Carl Rossler's transmission. Ooh, they call it a Power Glide because it only has one shift. And then we went with the Neil Chance converter. Come on, baby, that's the 1-2 hitter quitter. It's over.
Okay, dare I allow you to smack talk the other competitors? I'm going to stand back for this one.
Me too.
Hey, right now, all the other competitors, rookies, this is a chance for you to come over to the winning team, drop them zeros, and get with this hero so you two can be on the winning podium with me and Lee.
I love it. You guys are an absolute riot. If anything, there's going to be mass amounts of entertainment throughout the entire day. All right, guys. Herman, best of luck to you. Lee, best of luck to you too. Guys, we'll see you a bit later today.
Have a good
Thank you, Kristen.
Okay.
A new arrival alarms the Brotherhood of Muscle. These dominant beasts race to assess the threat. Friend or foe? Power and performance pulsate with electricity. A kind of muscle they've never seen in this build. But the Brotherhood sees something else. Themselves. But a new breed. Ready to sting with the all-new Power Shot. Behold, the quickest, most powerful compact UV. The all-new hybrid electric Dodge Hornet RT. Performance electrified.
At Amazon Automotive, we believe in spending more time under the hood and less time searching for parts and accessories. Whether you're customizing your suspension system, installing sports seats, or getting your vehicle race day ready, we deliver everything you need right to your door. Simply visit us online to customize your car with a wide selection of replacement parts, interior accessories, car care, and more. Get started today at Amazon.com/automotive.
Even now, 10 years of racing later, I still get nervous before every single race. Being able to work with a legacy brand like Mickey Thompson is really special and important to me. Created by a man that was a drag racer for drag racers that have developed and continue to develop over the years. Traction is everything, or the right amount of traction is everything when you're drag racing.
All right, KJ, looks like we are back, and thankfully, when everybody was checking out some really cool behind-the-scenes stuff, we had a mentor-mentee interview, and we had a little bit from our friends at Dodge, and the track crew's already out there working on it, and we see some sun. I don't want to scare it away by saying it, but I'm glad that we had that break there.
Exactly. We had a quick little window, a little sprinkle. I guess they call it a spritz. We had a spritz of rain. Ralph is on the tractor now, dragging some rubber down there, and got the sweeper in front of it. So hopefully this cleanup doesn't take too long, and we'll be back in action very shortly. But while we're down, take part in all of the things that are going on here. MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. There's a lot of other stuff happening that you can go and check. It's the perfect time to get out of the stands and go and check it out. Go take a thrill ride. The Dodge thrill rides are happening. The Dodge Hornet test drive, the new Hornet platform is, of course, getting its legs. We just saw a Hornet GT go down the street a little bit earlier.
Right,
so
we
you can
just
go
saw
take
the
a ride
commercial on it. Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, how are you not fired up? Why don't you want to go try that?
And I believe that has an i4 Hurricane engine package in it. So go experience that, and you might end up in a showroom buying one, you know, Derek?
Yeah, absolutely. And fans, while we're talking about all the great stuff going on, I know a lot of you are here. You want to watch the drag racing on the street. Keep in mind, we have a multitude of sessions of this. We're just getting started, so we want you to make sure you see everything that is going on here at Roadkill Nights. Don't miss any of it because you stay glued to your seat watching all the racing action. It really is a whole lot of stuff that goes on beyond the drag racing. Make sure you get out and about and check out all of it, because otherwise you might be left wanting, like, oh, I didn't go get to see that. I didn't get to go participate in that. I mean, you could actually participate in some of the thrill ride stuff, and honestly, KJ, I don't want to leave you hanging, but I would go out there and jump in the passenger seat. It looks like fun.
For many years since I've been doing this is my third year doing it, and that's how I always leave kind of torn. And it's great that we're able to do this, and if you see it in the big screen now, you're watching one of the thrill rides happen with a professional driver taking a carload of people on a drift experience, which is just totally awesome. But I always leave kind of messed up because I'm here and I have to do this, and this is wonderful being able to talk about what's happening, but I don't get a chance to participate and actually do it. So while you have this opportunity, I definitely implore everyone to take full advantage of all of the things that are happening. Another cool thing, Derek, I don't know if you've ever done this, but Dodge has the simulator down there, so you can actually have a drag race in one of the Hellcat Challengers. They have two Hellcat Challengers. I'm not sure, they might even be Demon bodies. I'm not certain about that. But you can get in those cars and watch a screen, watch a countdown, if you will. A Christmas tree will count down, and you take off, and you go down the track, shifting the gears, etc., to beat your friend, beat your buddy, or beat the clock sometimes if you're just racing by yourself. And that's one of the really cool things that are here and available for people to check out. So make your way down to that area in our midway and check everything out.
That is really cool. So basically you get all the experience without all the expense.
Exactly. It won't cost you an arm and a leg to do. It's just a matter of your time and everything. But
yep. If for whatever reason you think you want to keep a savings account, that's a good way to start. I mean,
absolutely.
Obviously once you get involved in it, it just sucks you right in.
But it could, exactly. You do that, you know, it's like a bait. You know, you do that and then you go to the dealer and you go buy a car. So I think there's a method and a madness in all of it.
Yeah, there's probably a bait in there. Yeah, I'm sure. But so we talk about all the great stuff that's coming up. We've already seen a couple of interviews with the mentor and mentees. We'll see more of those going throughout the day. We talk about the fact that we're going to have a bunch of people that have obviously done a bunch with automobiles, Roadkill. We talk about Freiberger and Finnegan are going to be here.
Yes.
They actually put a car together that was purchased right here last year at Roadkill Nights, and pretty much true to form, they let it sit for almost a year and then let's throw it together. Yep.
Typical Roadkill style. Those are my guys, David Freiberger, Mike Finnegan. And yes, they bought that car at Roadkill Nights last year, and in my typical naysay form, because I do question a lot of the moves those guys make. I wondered, why in the world did you buy this piece of junk? I mean, seriously. But when I started watching social media and the word that they were trying to get it together to bring it here, I naysayed. I always naysay what they do, and they proved me wrong. They got it here. I'm sure it was quite challenging to do, but they also have in tow the car, the Fairmont, that the Faster with Finnegan squad made, or Cotton and Newburner driving that car.
The Rick Flairmont car.
Supercharged Rick Flairmont car. And also the Bank Shift Cougar, which is a really cool 351 powered Ford with a 4-speed. And Dulcich rocks the shifter in that car, man.
Watch some of the in-car footage of him. I mean, he shifts that thing like his life depends on it.
Absolutely.
And for those of you that have never seen it, that was the original car they started Roadkill Garage with. That was the first car that they tore apart for no reason. They said it was running, but we need something to work on, so let's tear it apart. And then Freiberger actually ordered the wrong flywheel and clutch combination, so they couldn't put it back together.
Well, listen, if you're interested in driving and want to try to do something like this, if you're not a drag racer or a road racer and might want to get into the experience and learn how to do it, Radford Racing School is the place to go and do that. And Andre Rosati of Radford Racing is with us to talk about it. Watch the screen.
Everyone, I'm Jacqueline Drake, and I'm here at the Radford Racing Tent, and right beside me I have Andre Rosati. And your work with Radford, those that don't know, what exactly is Radford Racing School?
So Radford Racing School is the official school of Dodge SRT. We're located down in Chandler, Arizona, just 15 minutes south from Phoenix. And we utilize the Dodge SRTs for all of our performance driving courses. We've been in business for over 55 years with some of the best instructors in the business. And what we teach is car control at its most basic foundation. Understanding the weight transfer of the vehicle, how that's going to affect your tires and the contact pads that you have on the road. And once we have that, then we can start getting into the more advanced topics, getting into drag racing, road racing. We even do open wheel formulas.
Speaking of those instructors, what kind of experience do they have?
So the instructors, they all had their own successful racing careers before they started instructing at the school. You know, you can only race for so long. When you hit that point in your life, you have to make the decision, what do I do? Well, they wanted to share their passion for motorsports and teaching people how to drive the right way. So we just had 3 instructors celebrate 27, 25, and 25 years at the school. So we're really fortunate to have those guys with us.
That's truly incredible. And at the school, you guys have a lot of cool cars, not to mention you just came out with a new 2023 fleet.
Correct, yeah. So we have about 85 SRTs on property, Chargers, Challengers, Durangos, Super Stocks. We even have 5 of the 2018 Demons with a couple of the new 170s coming soon, so we're really excited. The students will utilize the Challengers most of the day. Our instructors utilize the Chargers, and of course the Demons are for the drag racing.
Wow, you're making me want to go out there and get in one of these things. Now, if somebody wanted to come out and sign up, how exactly do they do that?
So anyone can go to www.radfordracingschool.com. We have all of our programs listed there, a ton of videos and pictures to really paint a picture of what you're going to be doing at the school. You can also call us anytime. The phone number's on the website, and you'll talk to myself or Tommy Anderson.
Here at Roadkill Nights, come on down to the Radford Racing School tent, talk to Andre, and you can get inside of one of these hot rods.
There's a new breed of Hornet sweeping the nation.
They're so powerful and fast and unlike anything I've ever seen in my hometown life.
These Hornets are not natural. They're engineered. They cannot be domesticated.
Are you picking this up?
Let me feel your sting!
Taking the country by swarm. The all-new Dodge Hornet.
There's more to a dormant auto part than meets the eye. Focused on serving technicians and addressing tomorrow's challenges. Dormant, driving new solutions.
Stubby Bob is back. Celebrate a Roadkill favorite with a one-of-a-kind offer. Stream 1 year of the MotorTrend Plus app and collect the limited edition Hot Wheels Roadkill Stubby Bob. This thing's awesome. Enjoy both when you subscribe for just $44.99 per year. One limited edition Hot Wheels and 1 year of MotorTrend shows. Get this limited time offer now while supplies last.
Lighting the way. That's something we've been doing for a long time. And through your support, our work keeps moving forward. When families in our community need help, United Way for Southeastern Michigan is there. We work to make sure families can put food on their tables, keep their lights on, and ensure all kids get a fair shot. We take action during a community crisis by putting dollars and resources where they're needed most. And we work every day to build a Southeastern Michigan that works for all of us. We are a beacon of hope for all those looking for a better life, not just for themselves, but for everyone in our schools, neighborhoods, and across our region. A thriving community starts with empowered people, and we all play a role in creating the change we wish to see. So won't you join us? A brighter future is ahead, and together we will light the way.
And we're back.
Yep.
MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, here on Woodward Avenue, Pontiac, Michigan. Derek, we were down for a little bit. We've been down for just a few minutes here. Ralph on the tractor there at Total Venue Concepts, redressing the surface.
Yep, they're getting after it because when the rain comes, you want to make sure that you keep as much rubber down as you can, but they're also trying to add a little bit of heat in there to it because of the concrete. You want to make sure they don't get any of the wetness in there. That'll peel the rubber up, and obviously we want to go back to racing as soon as we can. We got all these fans in the stands and all the enthusiasts out here. They want to see some racing, man.
Absolutely, absolutely. Appreciate your indulgence. I mean, when it comes down to it, you can't do anything about the weather, but after the weather comes through, you can definitely hustle and try to get things back in action. I looked down there at my buddy, Jason Ruckert. Pooch, you okay? Our starter, grabbing it. This is how it works. You have to grab a snack on the fly, keeping that svelte figure in shape there. I see you, big guy.
Dude, he looks good down there, doesn't he?
I tell you
Look
what, though,
him.
Pooch, how many times do you raise and lower your arms? How many arm drops in a Roadkill Nights event would you calculate or guesstimate? 200, 300, 500,000, 6 million?
He's actually going to come over.
He's going to go.
ask
The
us
question
what it
is, how many arm drops, roughly how many arm drops will you make throughout the day, the entire day of Roadkill Nights?
Actually, you know what? Let him kind of like signal it to you, and we'll ask the crowd. Maybe that'd be a good question.
Okay, that's a good question, yeah.
Yep, so let him signal that to you because they don't see it on camera. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you that are out there in the grandstands, we got a good question for you. You see Jason Ruckert, the guy who noticed Pooch from VP Racing.
Arms
He's
up.
out there,
Arms down.
arms up, arms down.
He's the flagger.
How many times do you think he's waving his arms to let cars go in one day? Put your hands up, let me know. Is it
A full
couple
day.
hundred? Maybe 1,000? How many people think it's more than 1,000? Put your hands up if you think it's more than
Okay,
1,000.
this is more than 1,000. We got some
Yeah,
takers.
we got a couple.
Got some takers.
How many think it's more than 1,500? Oh, no.
Wow.
Oh, a couple of them
Wow.
up there. Okay.
That's a lot of exercise, Jace.
Okay, so
The
what's
answer
the word, man?
is, I
How
have
many?
the answer. I have the answer.
5,000?
500.
500.
Only
Okay,
500
so-
times.
Okay, still a lot.
500 times. That's a lot. That's an arm. That's a workout. That's why. That's the guns. That's the guns. The shoulders. But you're doing a great job, buddy. You always do. Bringing them up to the line, keeping everything fair. And it's interesting, Derek, one of these things versus a traditional drag strip, the staging process. Let's think about that for a second, where you have the line across, it's the starting line. You don't have your pre-stage and your stage beams. So when you talk about or you think about rollout, the actual process of rollout and where a car might be positioned behind that line, Jason's bringing them up, but not everybody's going in the same spot. And tires and rollout, you know, the tires, the rollout's different. So what might be a deep stage on a track like this and what might be a shallow stage in your best opinion based on what you're seeing?
Oh, I'm saying probably no more than an inch or two.
About an inch.
You know, normally they say depending on the racetrack, from the pre-stage to the stage beam is about 6 inches.
Correct.
So yeah, when you're looking at some of these cars with smaller front tires, meaning smaller in diameter, especially in the turbo cars, when they're using the bump box and the bump button where they interrupt the trans brake to bump it in so they can keep the boost up, it's very easy to lose some of that rollout, like you said, and that can affect your ET by a couple of tenths. The draggy's not going to know that, but that's your personal deal. We can't go off of that. We're using our own timing system to try and figure out who really the quickest 8 are, and like you said, that staging process is oh so important.
And that could make a difference between your top 8 appearance or your non-top 8 appearance.
Yep.
Seriously.
Speaking of top 8 appearances, we just watched some of the commercials that went over, and one of them, I think you and I would agree, probably one of the best Roadkill episodes ever done was Stubby Bob.
Yes.
And it brings up an interesting tidbit that you alluded to earlier about the guys buying stuff, and you kind of naysay them and tell them, I don't think you can get it
they're
done.
crazy. I
And
think they're insane.
there was something interesting about Stubby Bob that I know, but why don't you tell the fans, what was that one thing you did that one time and you have not done it since then?
And I'll use the word iconic, and I don't know if that's for the right reasons or not, but Stubby Bob, of course, is the Ford truck that Freiberger and Finnegan put together, and they do this, a lot of the construction was done at our studio in our tech center in El Segundo, California. And, you know, they're longtime buds, and I've always kind of checked out what they had going on, and I got a call. I was in the office, and they said, hey, can you come back to the shop? I want you to see something. And I went on back in the shop, and I had no fathom of, you know, what was what and this and that. And I walked up on this contraption, and they proceeded to tell me what their ambition was. They wanted to build it with a rear-engine big block Chevrolet, put a 671 blower on it, and do a wheelie. And we've seen the truck. I'm sure a lot of people here have seen the Stubby Bob episode. The thing was a death trap, and I said, "There's no." You can't do it. I don't advise this. I'm really not feeling this project right here. And I naysayed it all the way through. And then in the process of naysaying, I said, listen, if this thing can do a wheelie the way you want to do a wheelie, the way I need to see a wheelie, I'm not talking about just pop the front tires off the ground. Yeah, it'll do that. It's got a big block sitting behind it with a blower on it. It's going to do that. I said, this has to be a wheelie, kind of like Hemi Under Glass is going to put on later on this afternoon.
Yep.
So make sure you're here to see that wheel stand to go through. I wanted to see Stubby Bob do the same type of wheel stand. And there was a tow hitch, for whatever reason, on the back of this truck. I said, I need you to drag the tow hitch. And sure enough, I mean, literally the rest is absolute history.
Well, there was a bet involved. There was money in it.
Yes.
And what made it even more interesting, I can hear this in my head where you said, you're not going to do a wheelie on a tow hitch. And they did two of them, and Freiberger tried to make you pay $200 instead.
For doing it, exactly.
And now that iconic Stubby Bob is actually available as a die cast.
The ultimate tribute, you know, when you can get your car made into a die cast, a Hot Wheels, not even any die cast, a Hot Wheels die cast, the ultimate tribute to your car, to your vehicle. And I'm sure a lot of people out here aspire to have that happen, and that's really a nice salute for those guys in the Stubby Bob truck.
Absolutely. I hear we have some more content coming up here. We're going to take a pause, and we'll be right back with you in just a few minutes.
Hey everyone, I'm Jacqueline Drake, and right outside here is the Amazon tent. And one thing about Amazon that you may not know is they have Amazon Automotive, where you can shop OEM parts. You can also look up services in your area for any type of car repair. But check out this beauty right here. The majority of parts that it took to build this 1965 Dodge Corvette was shopped for and purchased from Amazon. Right underneath the hood, you have a 442 carb hot rod. Come and check this out. Amazon Automotive has everything you need for your hot rods and everyday vehicle.
We are back. That was good information from Amazon. You know, a lot of people in our audience, and especially in our online audience, you know, online is the thing, actually. Shopping with Amazon. I'm sure there are a lot of Amazon customers who are watching this here at Woodward Avenue and across the internet. So salute to Amazon, and thanks for being on board with this program, for sure.
I can tell you there have been a number, and I mean like way too many to count, where especially during a drag and drive when somebody breaks something and then you get multiple Amazon packages delivered to the racetrack the next day to where we have to sort them out, and people aren't just buying, you know, like $50 to $100 things. They're buying like $1,000+ fuel pumps and all kinds of stuff. And it really has made our lives different. I mean, especially with COVID and everything, now more people are working from home, and it's just fed right into it.
It's coming to the automotive space big time. I mean, like you're saying, any type of part, you know, that used to be through a specialty outlet, now it's, got it on Amazon, whatever, you know.
Absolutely. So let's go back real quick to Stubby Bob, and we talk about the fact that was, in my opinion, probably top 3 Roadkill episodes. That thing, for what they did, was really, I mean, that was a lot. I mean, you talk about throwing a car together in 3 to 5 days, like what they did with the Dodge Daytona, the dumpster fire Daytona that we'll see here later from Finnegan. They put that together for a Roadkill episode. That'll be out later. We talked about the Rick Fairmont car. That's the blown Fairmont. We talk about Dulcich's car that was on the first Roadkill Garage episode. So there's a lot of cars, and you think about how long Roadkill has been on, and this was really, they've talked about it during Q&As. It was kind of an experiment. Nobody thought it was going to take off like it did, and it really has led to not only that kind of thing, but YouTube as a whole just being available for more and more content that enthusiasts like us get to enjoy.
It really did kind of spark the enthusiast content build type of programming, etc. It's really it's landmark in a lot of ways, and we're actually going to have David and Mike here with us to chat about that. We can ask them those questions, and hopefully they'll give us some insights, and the people out here the insights on the show from a behind-the-scenes standpoint. I mean, they took on a really big endeavor of getting here, like you just said, with the 3 cars, and especially that Dodge thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we talked about Alex Taylor was up here a little while ago, and one of the Roadkill episodes was taking the Chevy Camaro that they had done that's gone 263 miles an hour, I believe, or 261. Hopefully I'm not too far off on that, on the Bonneville Salt Flats. And they went and bought a ramp truck, and Finnegan ended up getting rust in his eye from the gas tank.
I believe it.
You can't script that. There were people that were like, oh, they're scripting the breakdown. So it's like, yeah, I really don't think Finnegan wanted rust in his eye.
0%.
Yeah, so it has really been interesting because here's the other thing, and you've been in the magazine industry, and I think the folks that are here with us and watching online would appreciate this. There are times where when you do stories and you do tech and you do builds, it can almost seem too perfect, like nothing goes wrong. And I think that that's the other thing that has made it more relatable to people is it doesn't always go according to plan. You have stuff that breaks. You have things that don't bolt together as easily as they say they should. It makes it more relatable.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm a testament to anybody that's worked in our space, basically. And not even just us. Participants out here at Roadkill Nights, you know, guys building cars out there as well. You know, you think that you open the box and it's just going to be this, A, B, C, D, and you're down the road. And a lot of times, well, not a lot of times, but sometimes it does not work. And you have to reinvent the wheel in some cases, or you're on the phone, or you're sending emails or text messages saying, look, this part isn't there, this part isn't there, or this part's not working. And you work together a lot of times. We work together a lot of times with manufacturers to make things better. When we find some things that might not fit right, or we might find some things that could be tweaked this way or that way, it's almost like making policy within the company, and they'll retool and redesign and present the part or the system another way by our suggestion, and that's when it goes out there and flies. But one of the things that I really appreciate is that people here and people in the internet space, they really gravitate to what we do because we do our part to get it right. If we're going to present something as far as tech information, which I'm a stickler about, I really want to make sure that things are right and they're presented in a manner that can be digested by everyone. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to get it, because I'm certainly not a rocket scientist. But, you know, just make it so that this can be fun and you achieve the goal of success at the end of the rainbow, basically, when you're working on your car. You put something on there to make it better, let's make it work. And I like communicating about that. And all the people here, I'm sure, are kind of like-minded. I think at the end of the day, just about everyone here is a car guy or car girl in some way, shape, or form. So I know that you're all relating to what I'm talking about.
The mentor and mentee thing is the same kind of deal where let's throw a completely new combination at you that you have no experience with. Put a car or truck together in 3 weeks. Sounds like a lot of time, but keep in mind a lot of these people have regular jobs, so they can't just put their lives on hold. And again, some of it's going to work a little bit differently. You could have, say, 100 challengers. 95 to 99% of them are all going to work because they've engineered that part to work. But there's going to be that 1%. There's going to be that one that doesn't work. And the problem is it's very easy for somebody to go, oh, that wasn't engineered correctly. Nobody figured it out. And it's like, nope, you just found the one exclusive rule where it just didn't work one time. But that's the one that everybody likes to focus on.
Exactly. Just a little exposure, and it's not to put anybody on blast or anything like that, but it's one of those deals. Look at this. Look at who we have on deck here.
We have all the talent coming up here.
I'm telling you, folks, on deck, don't move, because we're in for a treat right now.
Yeah.
The big three. The big three. Come on, guys, and sit down.
Yeah.
Have a seat. What do you say, buddy?
What's up?
Mike Finnegan in the house. David Freiberg, you're going to join the house? We're going to do round by round. Oh, I got you. Okay. All right, we'll talk to Mike first, or Mike can do the talking. Mike Finnegan, ladies and gentlemen. Mike Finnegan is here.
All right, you got another one.
All right, come on around. We're going to get cozy.
Nice.
Excuse us while we get cozy, ladies and gentlemen. Just take us a second to get everybody situated. David Freiberger, Mike Finnegan, and Steve Dulcich. Roadkill Show, Roadkill Garage. Steve, want to come on around here? Steve, over here. Surrounded by greatness, I think.
And me.
Yeah, and then there's Mike. This is awesome. All right. Steve, you good?
Yeah, I'm all set.
All right. Freiberg, you good? Mike, you good?
I'm rock and roll.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, Roadkill is in the house, literally. Roadkill, David Freiberger, Mike Finnegan, Steve Dulcich. Welcome to my little space here. Me and Derek have been up here trying to keep people abreast of what's going on, but people want to know what's going on with you. What's happening? You're here after a, I don't know if it's 72, 36, how many hour journey?
Well, it was not too bad. What did we run? 700 miles from down by Atlanta all the way up to here in 3 different cars. We had Dulcich, your bank shift Cougar.
Yes.
And Mike, you've got your brand new dumpster fire Daytona that we just jammed together in the past couple weeks. And then we also had the Rick Flairmont that is from the Faster with Cotton and Newbern show.
Man.
And because you're chief hater number 1, I brought something for you.
Oh my gosh, man! Look
Where
at that.
it all started for our
Can we
relationship.
Get that on camera? I got a Roadkill Stubby Bob pin. We were just up here talking about Stubby Bob, and we talked about my naysaying, and I've said a million times, and I know I'll say this on camera to you guys. I do that to push you. I want you to be great. So
Well, and what did you say before we left on this trip?
I said I naysayed big time, bro.
He went straight to hashtag I said what I said.
I said what I said.
And you lose.
I did. But you know what? You hate to lose, but in this case, when this happens, I don't mind very much.
Because we made it.
Absolutely.
It was a win on our end.
Congratulations, and I'm proud of you. And you did some things during the trip that were quite exciting, I understand.
Yeah, it started out a little rough. We overheated the 383 in that Charger to the tune of 260 degrees.
Oh, my gosh.
While turning around and leaving the state of Tennessee and going back to Georgia to avoid a tornado.
The cylinder heads are not cracked? They might be.
It made it here.
And then day 2, we did some creative cardboard ducting to alleviate, the overheating condition with the fiberglass nose on the front end of that fake Daytona, and it worked. These guys made a chin spoiler for it, and it totally worked. The car now goes down the highway at 225 degrees.
Yeah, that's great.
Which is a lot better.
It was all so good that we had time to stop and change to a tunnel ram underneath a freeway overpass.
Well, that's the thing. I saw social media photos of you guys, and we just threw a tunnel ram on it. And the tunnel ram just tunnel ram?
It's a tunnel ram. It's what
I know
you do.
That you're okay.
Have you met me?
I know you. I know you very well. I says, it might have been Freiberger's idea. Like, how did you just happen to have a tunnel ram with you? Like, let's bring this.
Well, Finnegan knew he had to have it, and so I found one on eBay. He bought it and brought it with.
He's bad. Like, he'll just send me links to things that he knows I shouldn't have, but I can't resist.
But you got him.
And so he's like, look at this tunnel ram. And I'm like, yeah, tunnel ram. And so I send him the links to cars he doesn't really need, and you don't usually buy them though.
I buy the cars that Finnegan tells me not to get. I go with the Dulcich recommendation, which is always yes.
Yes, yeah, you need that.
That's why you have all the dusters in the world.
Right.
Like every duster is in your garage.
Definitely. Listen, I just need to give people in the stands a quick note. Quick note for everyone in the stands. Please listen up. We have weather actually happening right now, obviously. If you're not comfortable with this condition that we have right now, please take cover in some way. Please do that. Don't just sit there if you're not comfortable in any way, shape, or form. Find a place to take cover. I don't really, I'm not the weatherman. I don't know what's pending or coming or anything like that. But if you're currently not comfortable sitting here, please find some shelter and secure yourself. But back to the talk right here, guys. And we got Steve Dulcich over here as well. Don't forget my man, Steve.
Yeah, I think they almost forgot to tell you the crossing of the Ohio River on the ferry.
Oh, that's right. Wow,
I
forgot about
what
that.
was that about?
We actually got permission from the captain himself or herself and got to do burnouts on the ferry, on the water.
Anderson Ferry, going from Kentucky to Ohio into Cincinnati.
So the ferry, this ferry is a ship, or is it like a barge or something?
It's a barge that carries cars, yeah.
Yeah, and then the river's, I don't know, half a mile wide.
Okay.
And so we roll all 3 of our cars on there, and then I walked up to the captain, who's kind of like in an elevated booth, and I said, hey, has anyone ever done a burnout on this thing? He says, yep. And I'm like, what happens if it happens again? He's like, I don't care.
Our kind of captain.
Go for it, man.
Burnout on a ferry, and it's a treaded, like diamond tread deck. So as soon as I start trying to do my burnout, I go sideways, and I'm gonna fall off the ferry. So I
the
stop.
water, dude.
Yeah, and Dulcich, you had problems too, but Cotton and Newbern killed it.
Oh, well, they got a burnout machine, man.
It looked like the river was on fire.
It's a burnout machine. It's a small, compact. It's got the big blower on it. And I mean, that's pretty much roast them as soon as you step down on it.
And Cage, you'll be happy to know that thing does have the 6-liter in it. I know you were concerned.
I'm very concerned.
Yeah, the Ford Fairmont just dialed in.
Awesome. Well, listen. We were talking a little earlier about Roadkill and about Stubby Bob and, you know, my whole involvement with Stubby Bob as well. At this point, Roadkill's been around for how long?
12 years. Season 12.
No, yeah, longer. Season 12.
We're into 13. We're coming into 13 in an episode 13. Or two. And what I found out this morning, which was mind-blowing to me, this is the 9th Roadkill Nights.
I didn't know that.
2015 was the one in the Silver Dome parking lot when we raced the guys from Gas Monkey Garage.
Wow.
That parking lot was gangster.
Wow. Yeah, the parking lot, this is location number 3 for Roadkill Nights. We started in the parking lot of the Silver Dome, which had waves in it. It was very spooky to race down that deal. And then, of course, we moved over down the street from here, and now this track actually is mind-blowingly better to me. I haven't driven it, but man, does it look solid.
This is solid, man. This is really a good track, or a good street. One of the things personally for me, and coming to the Woodward Dream Cruise, my first time coming to Dream Cruise, we start, you know, down Woodward a ways. I guess it's like Birmingham area or what, I don't know what part of the city, but you drive up here, you drive to Pontiac. And my first time coming up on the back street there, and they were like, make a left, and then you make another left, and you come back. And I made the left, and I made the left, and this was in front of me.
Yeah.
You should have seen the smile on my face,
Pretty
man.
great.
I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Well, nothing but concrete, flat and straight, let's go.
Hot Rod Power Tour has also had a stop right here in downtown Pontiac. And news from your friend of mine, Brian Loans, this morning is that we're not the first ones to have a street race on this property. There was actually 1974 and 1975 a Grand Prix race run right here.
It was an outlaw Grand Prix race.
Right.
Yes, an outlaw Grand Prix race. SEC had nothing to do with it. The payout was about $1,700, you know, big money back then.
Yeah.
And it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a nice fun fact about Pontiac, Michigan. Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yes, indeed. It wasn't a drag race, it was a road race. Absolutely.
I think this is still cooler because I hope everyone appreciates the fact that all of this gets put together for like, what, 8 hours?
Oh, my gosh,
Like tomorrow, this is gone.
Exactly.
Well, the tree, the track, everything. It's gone tomorrow.
Let's talk about that because we got to credit a bunch of guys, which maybe you've already done on the show. This thing is here from midnight to midnight, and the crew was here in the tornado warning last night, in the driving rain, making all of this happen for us so they could do the Dodge Press thing first thing this morning. So none of those guys have slept. They've put 200 gallons of VP down on the ground out here.
Yeah, and VP, that's being VP traction compound.
Right. Exactly. So they have worked really hard, and we appreciate all of their efforts.
It's amazing. Yeoman effort. And, yeah, you're right, Mike. By tomorrow, I mean tomorrow, this time, or maybe a little bit later in the afternoon, you will not know that this even happened.
Yeah.
Save for some of the burnout marks in the concrete there. The last testament that it happened. It's really pretty cool. But what's going on with what's happening next? What are you guys up to next?
We never know.
I don't know, actually.
Yeah, we haven't had that bench race. We had a plan, but I think it's not going to happen. So I'm guessing about 3 a.m. Mike and I will be having a beer and probably come up with that idea. And Dulcich, I think what you and I are doing next is getting a small block back into the Field Car 56 Chevy.
I got to cut you guys off. I'm sorry I got to cut you off. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we have lightning in the area, lightning about 8 miles off. We ask that you please exit the bleachers immediately. Please exit the bleachers immediately. That does not mean stampede off the bleachers. In an orderly fashion, as best you can, please exit the bleachers, find shelter. There's lightning 8 miles away from the venue. We will keep you updated and posted on what's going on, but at this time, please exit the bleachers in the area. We are down due to lightning in the area. Thank you.
Yeah, they're listening, too. Wow.
Well, you know, I speak volumes, dude.
That's authority.
You got authority right there. Like,
of course, we're still sitting here.
I ain't playing games, son.
Yeah, I would listen to you.
But, Steve, you know, I got a question for you, Steve.
Yeah, listen.
We talked a little bit about a diesel truck that you were trying to get together.
Yeah, it was a Nissan Safari, which is a JDM four-wheel drive vehicle, like a Nissan Patrol is probably better known, but it turned out to be the injector pump because it's got a 4.2-liter turbo diesel, but, well, actually mine's not non-turbo. But anyway, you can't even buy an oil filter for it in the U.S. because it was not offered in any other vehicle except for the Patrol, and they were never sold in the U.S. So
I think there only needs to be 3 oil filters for all these cars. I'm just saying.
Well, listen to everybody here. Thanks, guys, for coming up. I'm really sorry. I had to apologize for bad weather, unfortunately. But folks listening on the internet and folks here, we have to shut this down for a moment. So I'm going to sign off. KJ Jones, on behalf of Derek Putnam and everyone here, thank you for your indulgence. We hope to be back after this weather clears off and we'll get the rest of the day in. But thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Attention, we are experiencing inclement weather. For your safety, please take shelter until Roadkill nights can safely resume. Thank you. Attention, we are experiencing inclement weather. For your safety, please take shelter until Roadkill Nights can safely resume. Thank you.
All right, Ultimate Club Zone ticket holders, make some noise. There we go. 12 of you making some noise. Beautiful. We love you. Way to hang in there. Now, obviously, the meet and greet with Freiberger and Finnegan did not happen at 2 o'clock because of the weather, but we have great news. Great news for those Ultimate Club Zone ticket holders. Freiberger and Finnegan are done getting all hopped up on Mountain Dew, and they're going to be out here for that meet and greet at 2:45. Make some noise for Freiberger and Finnegan, baby. That'll work. We're just getting you warmed up. Freiberger and Finnegan, meet and greet starts at 2:45. All right, Roadkill Nights fans, how we doing out there? Let me hear ya. It's an up? No? All right, Roadkill Nights fans, how we doing out there? Make some noise! Yeah, before we get the racing underway, we've got an extra special treat. Right now, if you are inside the midway, we've got the stars from Faster with Newbern and Cotton. Of course, it's Cotton and Newbern. They are signing autographs near the Pilot Transport truck. So if you're in the midway, look for the big black truck. It says Pilot Transport on it. Cotton and Newbern signing autographs. They're two funny dudes and really two model Americans. You're going to want to head on over there, get an autograph and a picture taken with the stars from Faster with Newbern and Cotton. Cotton and Newbern. Fans, We've got an extra special treat for you. Christmas has come early here in Pontiac, Michigan. We've got the star of Roadkill Garage, Steve Dulcich, also signing autographs over at the Pilot Transport Truck. So that's Cotton and Newbern and Steve Dulcich. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Head on over to the Pilot Transport Truck. Get your autograph, get your picture. Racing soon.
of the legendary Woodward Dream Cruise, and here we are today in the beautiful Motor City. Hey guys, what's up? Christy Lee here, hanging out at MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. Now, we did have a little bit of a brief intermission with the thing that comes from the sky that we are not going to talk about anymore, but what we are going to talk about right now is getting back to racing. With me right now is Tim Kaniskis, brand CEO for Dodge, and it is sunny and shiny out here right now, and we couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a late start with the rain, but it is beautiful out here now. You can hear the track being dry in the background. So we're getting ready to have some really fast racing today. This track is ready to go.
It is, and they've been working to drive the track on, so I'm excited to see the cars go back out. But we did have a bit of racing going on before the rain came, so it's been an exciting event thus far.
You know, so far this new venue has been amazing. Everybody is kind of really crammed in right towards the track, a little bit more old school than we used to have. I think the fans are going to get a great view today.
So let's talk about that. I mean, this is truly feeling like a street racing event. We are in the streets of downtown Pontiac. We've got businesses, huge buildings, a lot of people, and we're kind of interweaved in this whole downtown scene. This is truly awesome.
You know, this is our 9th year. This is our 8th event. We had one that we took off for COVID, but our 9th year. And so far, I can't believe every year that they keep letting us do this because it's so awesome. But, you know, the team behind this puts together a great event. All the safety is here, the K-rails are here, everything is in place for a safe event, but the fact that we can do this on Woodward Avenue is just epic.
So something that hasn't changed but has changed a little bit are the grudge matches. We've got some influencers, you know, they've got the Dodge-provided Hellcrate engines, and they're going to be doing a lot of grudge racing later on, and that's really exciting for everyone attending.
So every year we try to do something new. Last year we did the online builders, and we had a great event. The influencers built great cars in L race. This year we took it from that to now the online builders have a mentee that they're working with, teaching them how to build a car and then also how to race. So this year they're building awesome cars, but they're teaching a brand new person how to race it. So that's really going to be the next level of the challenge. Last year the challenge was manuals. This year it's a brand new driver.
This year, 2023, the year of the last call, a really big year for the Dodge brand.
It's a big year, but it's not the end. It's the end of one generation, and it's the ushering in of a new generation, and the new car is going to be phenomenal. I tell everybody, we gave you a peek, but we haven't told you everything about that car yet.
To tell us just like a little? Is it a little more? A little more?
There's more to it. There's more to it.
There's more to it. Okay. What else can we expect from this event throughout today once we get racing started?
So we have the normal things. We have the thrill rides. We have a drag and drift this year. This year we also have Hornet drives. We've got a lot more integration with Ram this year. Bob's going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute here. But a lot of cool stuff. But I think the big thing is always the racing, and I think we're probably going to have the best racing we've ever had because we've got a flatter, smoother, longer track this year, and we got 30 grand in the line, so you're going to see some really fast street cars out here today.
The competition is high, and so are the stakes even higher. Tim Kaniskis, always a great pleasure talking with you. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for coming out.
Of course, and you have segued me nicely into my next interview, which is right here. Bob Brodendorf, brand manager for Ram brand trucks. So let's talk, sorry, I didn't mean to smush your arm there. Let's talk a little bit about Ram's influence with an event like this.
Yeah, anytime we have an opportunity to be a part of what has become a Dodge staple, this is a perfect atmosphere for Ram and our opportunity to show off our performance trucks and sport trucks right here at the same exact venue.
I mean, that's the perfect way to combine the two brands right now. Ram also has got some heavy horsepower under the hood. We've got the TRX coming out recently too, and that's got to be exciting for you guys to be part of like this horsepower train with Dodge, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So TRX right now is going to be in full effect. We've got our 702 horsepower TRX out, and last year we were focused on the ability to jump with our Bilstein shocks, but this year we're going to be focused on launch control and really putting down 4-second 0 to 60 times for all of the fans that are here today.
Okay, I love that. So I want to ask your opinion on this event too, because we've been kind of chatting with everybody all day about how different this event is from years past and what it's really like to have this street racing kind of vibe. What are you feeling in downtown Pontiac?
Yeah, look, anytime you have an opportunity to let something this raw come down in front of the public for the 9th time, and people actually get to see what cars that are this crazy can actually do in the wild, I think you're going to have something that spectators are blown away by. And we continue to see thousands and thousands of people come to this event, and this year, even more ridiculous than usual, we even got Ice Cube showing up, and he's going to put on a display later today.
I love that. Okay, Tim was a little bit more lip sealed on what's going on for the future of Dodge, but can you tell us a little insight on what the future of Ram trucks is?
Yeah, look, Ram Trucks is going to continue to evolve. We've already shown our Rev that's currently out there and how we're going to approach electrification, but still take care of all of the needs of our consumers for both a gas and electrified world, and Ram Truck will still get the job done and be the best tool for the job.
All right, there you guys go. You hear it first, right from Dodge brand manager Bob Brodendorf. Thank you so much, Bob. I really appreciate it.
Pleasure. Thanks.
All right, well, we've got some more folks from Dodge to chat with here. I think actually we're going to go over to Jacqueline right now and see who she's chatting with.
Thanks so much, Christy. And right beside me, I have Gordon Heidecker with Pure Forge Brakes. Right behind us, though, this is their building right here next to the big event. How excited were you when you found out that it was going to be taking place on Woodward Avenue?
I said sometimes it's better to be lucky than strategic. So, yeah, we were very excited. And we've got a little party going over there, but we've got a great view, and we're having some fun out here.
You definitely have a good view and a good parking spot for that. And when it comes to Pure Forge brakes, what exactly is so different about Pure Forge?
Well, Pure Forge has got a lot of different attributes that are really cool, but the best one is that the brakes last for about 200,000 miles. So right now we're doing some testing and development to try and make sure that we meet all the safety standards, and we're getting our production up and running over in Troy. So our headquarters are back here, our production's in Troy, and we're doing the work with a bunch of OEMs and a bunch of fleets.
Earlier we were talking about the difference between a standard brake rotor and the difference that Pure Forge has done with the nanotechnology. Tell us a little bit more about that.
We were very lucky in that we've got a technologist who worked in the medtech field, and they were coating blades and knives, and they were finding that they were able to create this really unique structure on metal. Somebody said, hey, let's see if we can do this on brakes, because then they'd last forever. So we did that, and we started doing testing. We started putting them on cars, and lo and behold, we found out that we were not only just beating it 2 times or 3 times, but we were getting like 5 to 6 to 7, lifetimes out of our brakes. And it was a combination of that with our pad development. So our pad technology, along with the rotor, makes it how it works. And we've been very, very fortunate that so far all of our testing has been coming out positive.
That is really interesting. And not only are you making a really unique product, but you have a cool initiative called Brakes for Life that's involved with Pure Forge. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, one of the things that we would say is that if you have an older car, like say you're an old car collector, you want to put the last set of brakes on that you're ever going to deal with, you buy our brakes and then you never have to replace them. For everyday use, our brakes are really, really long lasting, but we have other attributes. Since we control the wear, we don't have any dust, or we have reduced dust. We don't have any rust. That rhymes. And we are also able to put a logo on the surface that doesn't wear away. So we've got a bunch of different attributes that are very unique. The braking industry hasn't seen anything like it yet, and we're just starting to now make those commercial entries into testing and development with different companies.
Still in the beginning stages with Pure Forge. I can't wait to see what all you're going to do. Where can we find out more information or get our hands on some of these?
Great question. Pureforge.com. We have a website. We just launched it. It's brand new. If there's any inquiries, you can go on to the info ad. And basically, we're right here in downtown Pontiac. So anybody wants to see what we're doing, we welcome people to come visit us, have a discussion, and we're just looking forward to the next level.
Well, I might have to skip my way right on over there to the party here later. That was Gordon Heidecker with Pure Forge. But Christy, I hear you have someone else with you before we get started with racing.
Thank you, Jacqueline. All right, standing here with Jim Wilder, Vehicle Development Manager, also for Dodge. And this is such an exciting event. I feel like the stokage is extremely high with everybody right now.
Absolutely. This is such a cool event. I mean, we've been doing this for years, and it is just such a great venue to bring car people together and race down Woodward. I mean, how awesome is that?
I mean, it's literally like the awesomest of awesome, right? And we're in downtown Pontiac this year. Like, the stretch is looking awesome. The sun is now out.
Thank God. Yeah, thank God. The rain came through, dampened everybody's spirits. Track looks like it's ready to go. So, should have a good afternoon of racing.
Well, everyone doesn't want to talk about what's next for Dodge, but we got to talk about the Demon 170, which you had a heavy hand influencing. And that is just such an awesome, awesome thing for Dodge to come out with on this last call year.
Yeah, it was a big deal. Being the last, we wanted to do something. We wanted to make, obviously, a big splash. Going out on a high end was definitely in the cards. And it's something we've been planning for really years. Demon was 18, 1320 was 19. We We did a few things in between there, but we started talking about this in late 19 calendar year. What could we do for this last call? And really started working on it in early 2020. So it's been in the making for a long time, kind of slowly. And then once the program was approved, it was like, ramp up, let's go. We got to set some records here.
So when the Demon was originally in development in 2018, did you ever think that that car specifically would get to this point, kind of like with the heritage it's left behind?
I mean, doing the first Demon was like, wow, I can't believe we got to do this. I can't believe it's as fast as it is and makes as much power as it does. So then going forward, and a lot of people ask me, well, how do you trump that, Jim? How do you up that? And it's like, I don't know. Well, we did. Did I think back then that we would get to this level? No, I really didn't. When we started talking about this in reality and some form of, hey, we really need to do this, it was like, okay, well, if we do this and this and this, there's a possibility. Getting the power, we thought we had a good chance to do that. Getting the car into the 8s, oh my gosh, I did not have a lot of confidence we were going to do that. Just to be completely honest, that is such a level of performance beyond anything out there in the market. So to be able to pull it off has just been, what a thrill. Amazing.
And I think I know the answer to this question already, but how has the response been with the release and the availability of the Demon 170?
Oh, it's been huge. It's been huge. I think everybody is thrilled that we went out on a high note like this. The fact that there's probably not a lot of other automakers that would attempt to do something like this, and this is such a Dodge thing to do. NHRA changed the rules. Okay, we'll break your new rule. That's just the mentality. Make a rule, and we're going to figure out how we can break it.
I love that. That's kind of like Dodge's mantra, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We don't build cars to follow the rules. We build cars to break the rules.
So are you going to continue following the rules moving forward, or what else can we expect from Dodge? I've been milking you guys all day for some deets. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, we're still busy, right? We're still doing performance cars. Because the propulsion system may be changing doesn't mean we're still not going to do performance muscle cars.
Okay. All right. That's a good answer. It's a solid answer. I like it. So what was harder to execute, getting the original Demon in the 9s and 8s, or getting the new Demon 170 down from the airplane on that platform hovering, actually it was a helicopter.
Yes.
What was harder?
Yeah, that was getting the performance of the car. The helicopter was entertaining. I was supposed to be in the car originally. I don't think the FAA was too cool with that. So getting it there, getting it off the platform, hey, that was all done, no problem. Getting the car, then making the run, yeah, that was a little nerve-wracking. I have to be honest, there's no take two. You get one take. So, nerve-wracking, a lot of fun. When the car launched, I knew we were on a good run. I'm like, oh, thank God. Picked up the wheels, it's going down the track, stay out of the wall, pull the parachute, all good.
Well, that descent from the helicopter with that car would have been a hell of a ride, I can tell you that.
Yes, it would have been a hell of a ride. My wife was like, are you crazy? And I'm like, well, a little bit maybe.
All right, Jim Wilder, I always appreciate chatting with you about cars. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, guys, I think that things are happening on the track, and we're going to get back to racing very soon, so stay tuned.
Good lap for both of them. Good lap for Alex. Good lap for Tom. How about that, crowd? How about that, folks? Alex Taylor, Hot Rod Garage. Tom Bailey, Sick the Magazine. Both down here on Woodward Avenue going through. That was a good hit. Good lap.
Absolutely. We come back to big tire action, and we came back with two of the bigger names in drag and drive. And again, two cars that had not been down the track in a long time. Alex with the Power Glide. Tom's car, first time it ever made a pass under power. And they both look like they did okay.
It got down, but if you notice, when they were doing their burnouts, they struggled a little bit trying to get that stuff lit up on the concrete.
Yep. We're going to sound like broken records at the end of this, but I'll tell you what, that grooved concrete really is a lot more difficult to do a burnout on than people think.
Absolutely. And you saw that Mikhail, he didn't have any problem getting his burnout done. I'm thinking that maybe if you go and look at that car, it might have a spool jet, a little nitrous on it to get the turbo lit.
It very well could. So far, based on what KJ and I have seen, I would probably say the defending champion for Big Tire, Joe Barry, probably has one of the top 3 passes as far as being quick right now. That's the Creamsicle 56 Chevy, the orange and cream car that you saw run about 5 pairs ago.
Now we're back with this, and thanks for surviving the rain and the bad weather. We appreciate everybody hanging in there. We have nothing but sun and really glorious weather right now, and the guys did a wonderful job on the track getting it back together.
Mustang versus truck.
Wow, look at that truck cut out. Mustang's hanging with them a little bit, not too far behind, but that was a good lap by that F-150.
Yeah, got with the program there right from the beginning, always had the lead and never relinquished it. It was good. It was solid. I mean, considering how much of the not sunshine we had, because I don't like using the 4-letter R word when we're actually doing stuff.
Understandable.
You know, it's bad juju. But considering that we were down for a while and the TVC crew worked really hard to bring this surface around, and it looks like so far it is every bit as good as it was when we started earlier this morning. So again, we've got a handful of cars left. We're trying to determine quick 8 in both small tire and big tire. A lot of money on the line. Quickest Mopar, small and big tire. So we got a lot of stuff still to go here.
And as a strategy, as a racer, what would you think that racers are doing now because of that downtime and having to come back now, and you know, you're kind of all in. You have to go for it at this point.
Right, but the problem that we talked about is we looked at the people that blew the tires off on the first pass. They may have overestimated the track. We had people that you and I talked about, we made kind of slow passes. They were afraid of the surface. You need to be able to get in the quick 8, so it's really difficult because you're going to get feedback from others that are like, no, the track's better than you think it is.
It's good.
So
Go for it.
So do you tune it up too much? Because now the sun's been on it. You're in the middle of the afternoon. It's the hottest point it's going to be, and the rubber can get a little greasy on it. Even though the track is good, it can still be a little bit more greasy than it is at 11, 12 o'clock in the morning.
So it's the big gamble as far as your tune-up, as far as your shock settings and such, and how you're going to go down this racetrack. And it's one of those deals also where anything can happen on that drag strip. You know, you could be all set to make the best run of your life and something go wrong. A $2 part, a 10-cent part can cut it loose. So it's going to be interesting to see how this ultimately plays out and who's going to get into this top 8. You know, early on we talked about you'll see people make laps all day and you'll watch people get progressively quicker, progressively faster throughout the day and kind of have a good idea of who's who and who might be a player in that top 8.
Yep.
Right now, quite honestly, it's out the window. You might have one that's solid, but the rest of it is really a guess.
It is. Ladies and gentlemen, that on the left-hand side of the track, let me tell you something. When you see all these cars coming back down the hot car lanes, do not be afraid to put your hands up, give people thumbs up.
Absolutely.
Drivers will appreciate that kind of stuff coming down in front of you. They feed off that energy. They like seeing you being out there and being enthusiastic about it. They want you to be here just as much as they want to be here.
Definitely, definitely. Like we talked about earlier, man, there's nothing like it. As a drag racer, it really is fulfilling when you come by the stands and people are acknowledging you. Out at Irwindale Speedway, Irwindale Dragway out in California, that's one of the highlights there, is that you come back past the drag strip in front of fans and people literally stick their arms out sometimes and have you slap 5 as you're going by. It's that close a contact.
That's
so it's
really
neat.
cool.
Definitely.
Couple of old school classic muscle cars coming up, the Dodge Dart and the El Camino.
Jason Rukert sends him off. That's actually Brian Ekstrom in the El Camino. Brian is always here. He's always at Roadkill Nights. He's been on Drag Week. He is just a diehard friend of the brand, if you want to call it that. And El Camino's been all over the place.
Coming into the water box right here, one of the cars that I have been told by several people could be one to look out for. This is Christopher Kohler out of New Jersey in an 85 Ford LTD wagon. When you've got the big clear scoop and a wing on the top of the station wagon, chances are you're probably playing with something
It's not
hot.
slow. Exactly. Yeah. That's a telltale sign of something that's going on with that bad boy, and I can't wait to see it.
Yep, Michael Bell on the other side, 1983 model. Ford Mustang did the arrow nose conversion, took away the four headlights and decided to go with the arrow nose that it was introduced in 87. I know, KJ, again, you're a little partial to the 4-eyed cars, but it still looks pretty good from here.
Well, I like it because he went all the way with it. Not just arrow nose, and I'm looking inside from where I sit. Looks like he did the dash, and then he took away the sail panel that was on the earlier car, and he made it a big window car. So that's as far as a conversion goes. Updating an old car, and he did a good job at it.
Yeah, he didn't go halfway. He went all the way.
Absolutely. It's the only way to go, man.
So the wagon known as Bad Grandpa, that's the big sticker on the back of it. And again, you want to talk about how serious this guy is? It was parked outside our hotel last night, and I noticed that he had the scoop all taped up with 200-mile-an-hour tape on it. Make sure no water went down the intake. So again, when you got beadlock wheels and a lot of rubber sitting on the back of it, you're not going to pass me off and, oh, it's a wagon, it's a sleeper, it's not that fast.
It's my grandma's car.
Right. It might have been, but it ain't your grandma's car no more. So, again, here's a case of where on the surface you go, Mustang versus station wagon? Yeah, I'm going to take the Mustang, but I'll tell you what, that wagon seems real serious.
It seems very serious. It's no joke.
Yep.
It's no joke. I
See
mean,
it
just listen
purging
to
out
it
the
purging
nitrous?
the nitrous and listen to it just revving it.
Yeah.
That thing sounds heavy. It sounds real deep.
I'll tell you what, as much nitrous purge as we've seen out here in just the first round, there's some dental offices that are probably missing their supply right now.
They're purging a lot of nitrous, and they're actually purging because pressure is probably high. It's warm out here. Despite the rain and everything, that nitrous pressure is probably pretty high. Wow.
Whoa.
And it's spinning the tires. Look at that. Roasting tires in third gear all the way through.
Wow.
Roasting tires. Wow. That's a beast.
Yeah, that thing sounded nasty, and I mean, considering he spun the tires, but he still kept it relatively straight. So,
Color me lucky.
Yeah. Our next pair, I'll tell you what, the car that's over in the left lane actually should say truck, the Chevy Silverado. That thing has actually been from Key West to Alaska and back. He drove it from Key West all the way up to Alaska to take part in Alaska Speed Week, the drag and drive up there. It's David Williams, and he drove it all the way back down to Florida after he was done. He put almost 7,200 miles on it, driving it all the way up.
Check that out.
It's got a, what is it? Turbo LS.
Well, of course.
Mustang over on the right-hand side sounds kind of serious. I mean, it's probably got some good stuff underneath the hood.
Well, it's the LS package underneath that, too. You know, you're going to see that in a lot of Fox Mustangs. I mean, it is what it is.
Yep.
LS Turbo. And if you notice how that car is configured, and you'll see another Mustang out here that's the same way, sitting very, very low in the back.
Yep.
That is the chassis setup for this type of competition, the back of the track stuff or limited traction surfaces. That's what the people of Mickey Thompson have dubbed this type of no, I don't want to say no PRE, whatever, but limited traction surface is one of the code names for the new tire product that they've been displaying out at their pavilion there.
Yep, limited prep tire, and they just introduced it. It's on display. They said it'll be available for purchase in about a week's time.
Now, that begs the question, limited prep tire, I don't think the prep word was being used. Limited traction surface. Limited traction surface?
Okay, it might have been that, yep. All I know is that they didn't use no, they used limited.
Okay. And there's a pop.
Yeah, it looks like the Camaro, unfortunately, just could not get the traction that they needed, and after about probably 40 to 60 feet, they just gave up and said, okay, I'm done. Pair of Corvettes coming up next.
We're going to shut them off for a second, let the track clear.
Yeah, the Camaro rolling slow. Looks like we got a couple of C7s, I think, down there.
That's interesting. You know what I'm going to give a shout out? I'm going to give a shout out to Jason M. over at the Mickey Thompson trailer. Jason and Mickey Thompson, if you could text me and let me know what is the name of the new tire product that's being used for back of the track and limited traction action, that type of thing. If you can let us know what that's called so we can tell the people out here and the people on the internet what it is so they can go get it, because there's a lot of that stuff going on, Derek. You know, there's a lot of non-prep.
Oh, you mean that Jason Moulton guy? Yeah,
exactly.
I'll see if I can reach out.
That guy named Jason, a friend of mine.
Yeah. Oh, Jason's a friend of everybody. I mean, he's got two really cool old school Fords.
Yes, he does.
He likes using the third pedal.
Yes, he does.
He's out here as he's an enthusiast. He's their motorsports director right now, and he's the guy in charge of trying to bring new tires to market. So he's got a good job. He's got a stressful job, but a good job.
Well, listen, here's what we have coming up. We've got, and then there'll be the rookie run. The rookie run is coming up, and that is our celebrities, our influencers, and the rookies, the mentees, the people who theoretically don't know what they're doing, and they're being guided by mentors. So we're going to see if the students are learning from their teachers when they make their first hits on the track. Then we'll get into the opening ceremonies, national anthem, and all the acknowledgments that need to be made. And then the top 8 big and small tire competition starts. So basically, because of our downtime, we've had to condense some things, and the calculations are going to be made to determine what the top 8 big tire cars are, the top 8 small tire cars, and we're going to get those cars set up to make their runs to determine ultimately who will be the top 2 in both categories. And then we'll have another final rookie run after that. So a lot's going on, and stand by with us. Battle of the Corvettes. Corvettes, I guess as these things go, are not the optimal drag race car. Yet we see a lot of that going on.
Yeah, so a Corvette won, and unfortunately a Corvette finished second. How
about that?
Yeah. It was an easy determination. Corvette wins.
A vet's going to win.
Yep, exactly. We got another Corvette, and then we got the SN95 Mustang, the New Edge car over on the left side.
9904, New Edge Mustang.
Yep, the SN95 from 1994 through 2004. That was the body design. Then they went to the S197.
Now S550.
And the S650 debuting later this year.
That's correct. That's correct.
What do you think about the difference in the Mustang designs between the two?
550, 650?
Yep.
I guess they're somewhat close facsimile. There's some differences, but it's not a major, just, disruptive change. I like the way the car looks, and of course, the dark horse is just, if you can have one, go big or go home, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, again, the fact that the factory is offering, or factories, plural, are offering so many cars that can run deep into the 11s, 10s, and even the 9s, turnkey with a warranty, so it really, again, does encourage people to get out there and race and use their vehicles, just like Dodge has been doing, like we talked about earlier, with the NMCA's Dodge Hemi shootouts, and obviously all the Mopar and Hemi and Dodges that are out here doing the multitude of stuff, including what? The thrill rides, the dragon drifts, the direct connection grudge match we're going to talk about later on with all the competitors using Red Eye Hellcat Hemis. I mean, there's so much stuff that Dodge is doing.
I tell you what, on that thrill ride, folks, if you haven't, right behind us here, and we've been listening to like cars and trucks rev all day and wondering what's going on back there, where's that coming from? Just behind us is the thrill ride. And I suggest that you take advantage of getting in one of those, the Ram TRXs out there. There are Chargers out there. I mean, just go take a ride. It's just a straight blast in a little piece of the street, but I'm sure you will get yourself thrown back in the seat. If you look on the screen there, there's the drift. There are 3 people in the drift car there, and this is the drift ride. If you're looking on the screen there, that's what it's about. And an enthusiast, look at the smile on his face, like, I can't believe I'm doing this right now.
The interesting thing is this is like the 3rd time we've watched it, and honestly, from them whipping it back and forth, I'm starting to think the center console is there just to kind of an extra buffer to keep you in the seat.
Exactly. Look at the kid grabbing the seat. He's like, whoa, okay.
That kid will never have a savings account as long as he lives.
All sorts of good stuff out here, and thank goodness the weather has come around for us. We're really going to be rocking and rolling for the rest of the day. And this evening, talk about a show of shows. Ice Cube on stage.
Yeah,
closing out.
It is going to be a good day, KJ.
Today is a good day. Yep. Any day at a drag race is a good day, as far as I'm concerned. Any time at the track, or in this case, the street racing on Woodward Avenue in Pontiac, Michigan. Landmark here. There's the Dodge drag ride. If you're looking at the screen there, the Dodge drag ride, Ram 1500 TRX, a beast.
Yeah, almost 800 horsepower with all-wheel drive, and those things you could literally flat-foot them, and they'll just take all of it. How about the honky tonk special coming back up? Somebody decides to put a blown alcohol-injected motor in a 4-door Impala.
Totally.
James Roulette out there just doing his thing.
Completely, because why not? That's one of the great things about our hobby, about enthusiasm, is if you think it, you can do it.
Yeah, well, that guy doesn't sleep, so he just keeps coming up with ideas. So the Mustang is a stick shift entry based on what it just sounded like.
Mm-hmm.
Corvette could be, not sure, but neither one of them really got the burnouts they wanted out of them. But again, the track's got a decent amount of rubber on it, so we've watched some people, including Joe Barry, that didn't really do a big burnout, and they actually hooked up okay. So it'll be interesting to see if it looks like both of them are just going to take what they have and roll with it.
Carefully staging. We talked about rollout and what we perceive it might be out here and how it can make a difference. You were talking about getting some draggy data from one of the racers, and it clearly showed that, rollout is very important up here.
Yep. Jason's got them both ready, and he's going to send them on their way. Corvette, a lot of tire spin, pedals back into it. The Mustang has problems, probably didn't get second gear.
Yeah, I think he missed a gear there.
Corvette made a decent run after he pedaled his way out of it. It was a good run. Here's here's another example of one of those. If you didn't have the parachute and the wheels on it, I might be able to give you the excuse of the Cadillac possibly being a sleeper. But when your license plate says gapped you, that doesn't really work in your favor.
Yeah, that's pretty much a sign.
The really cool AMC Gremlin over on the left-hand side out of the Mac. We talked about the fact they have 8 different cars. This is Kenny LaFleur. It's an LS swap, and he has driven this thing on drag and drives, no preps. It's a very unique vehicle. He's had it for quite a while.
Little
Cadillac
tire
spin,
spin,
and the Javelin checks out.
Good clean run by the Javelin. Checked right out on him.
Yep, that could be fast enough to get into that quick 8. We're just going to have to wait and see.
It could be. I tell you what.
I don't know. I mean, this is like no time. This is like no time on steroids. I mean, we have nothing to go from.
Really, no idea. You know, we've seen a lot of this. Derek, you've seen a lot of this. You've been in a lot of drag strips, as have I. But it's sometimes really close to make a judgment down here. Now, if we were announcing from up top, I think we'd have a better scope of what we were seeing and seeing a car come through. The people at the end of both sides of the grandstand technically have the best seat in the house. There's nothing like the 660 or the 1,000-foot or the 1320. If you're at top end, you're seeing speed come through, and that's one of the real highlights about being at any drag race.
Michael Martinez coming up in the Dodge Durango. That is a Hellcat. The first year they built it. Could be a quick one. Oh, it got just out the starting line, and then it just falls on its face and goes quiet. Pickup truck made a nice lap down the right-hand side, but the Durango was out in front just really early. I mean, that all-wheel drive just doing work and got down there, and then all of a sudden just fell silent. Got to wonder if maybe something with the fuel injection just shut it off and hit some kind of safety.
Some type of a safety might have hit or something like that. You know, you think about these cars and trucks and a lot of them being computer controlled, and if they don't like something, they're just going to shut you down.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you may think it's stupid, but in reality, it's saving you from a lot of money you spend otherwise fixing stuff.
It's very possible.
Couple of really nice hot rods coming up next. Brian Acton over on the left-hand side, the Turbo LS Nova. Guy's been doing drag and drive for a while. He's already picked up a win in the 850 class. So again, you should be in about the mid-5s in the 8th mile if he can get it all hooked up. Right-hand side is Adam Hodson out of Mac, another one of those 8 cars we talked about. This is a no-prep truck. It's called the Gap Train. It was actually built as part of a show on television a couple of years ago, and they made the switch from last year. It was a big single turbo behind the cab. It now has twin 75-78 forced induction turbos. And I'll tell you what, so far he said that it has got a lot of power. He's just trying to keep it calmed down.
Keep it calmed down, but his first lap was really good. So when you talk about who could be in the top 8, I will go take a flyer and say this truck could certainly be in the top 8.
Big wheel stand for the Gap Train.
Wow.
Can he roll around the Nova at the top end? No, he doesn't. He gave him too much space. But how about that big wheel stand, ladies and gentlemen, out of the GMC?
That's what I'm talking about.
If you can't get down this racetrack, you need a new tuner.
Woodward Ave, Pontiac, Michigan. That's what I'm talking about. Can you believe that? Big wheelie by the S10, man. That was awesome.
Oh, yeah. Watch it on the instant replay right now. Look at this thing coming up. I mean, it's scraping the rear bumper.
Scraped the bumper.
Wow.
And straight through. So anybody that says, oh, man, we couldn't get down, the track was not good, the street was not good.
I'll be willing to make you a bet that Adam gets back to the pit area from that one, and even if he doesn't make quick 8, he is going to be hyped up from that run right there.
He'll be super hyped, but I bet he's also going to tie that front end down so that if he does make the top 8, he's not going to do that again.
He's going to put some clicks in it. Here comes Rick Steinke of Honk if Parts Fall Off, 67 4-door Chevelle, and he made a good pass just a little while ago. Getting another shot right here, see if he can get the quick 8. Up against the S550 Mustang.
Thank you.
And once again, Rick wheels up, little wheel stand, and that truck just checks out. Rick knows what he's doing on this surface.
Exactly. Rick is a veteran at this. He's got it way figured out. It's another car that, you know, taking another flyer, we might see a little bit later on in the afternoon competing.
Michael Corselli coming up in the beautiful single cab pickup truck again, over 1,000 horsepower on the wheels in this thing. He's going to have to try and keep that thing calmed down. On his first run, he blew the tires off real bad, and it didn't really help his ET. So obviously he's got to, like you said, he's got to find the middle somewhere. He's got to make a judgment call.
To get down this street.
Yep. Over on the right-hand side is Alan Robinson out of Indiana. He's another one of those Mack Customs cars. The 93 model Mustang Fox body. The last year they built him. and it sounded pretty authoritative coming out of the burnout.
Very authoritative, and I like that he has that back of the track, no prep, limited traction suspension set up in his Fox Mustang. You'll see that the Fox is, in a sense, reverse raked, where the front is up and the back is down. There's weight in the back of that car, and they're now using like a long travel strut. Nick Taylor has developed like a long travel strut that a lot of the Fox guys are using, and that helps transfer that weight to the back. It's like a really, in a sense, like a quick release, if you will. As soon as that trans brake is let go, the front end is just snapping up. Weight is getting slammed to the back tires and is taken out. So let's watch this Mustang. There it is. Bingo.
Look at all that weight
There it
transfer.
is.
The front end never came off the ground, but
There
he
it is.
didn't have to pedal it at all. It just made a beautiful run.
That's exactly how it works. Textbook.
Again, the Mac guys, they got 2 out of 2 this session that have just gone straight down the racetrack. And here comes another one of those GTRs. Here's the instant replay, looking at it in slow motion. And again, as KJ said, the front end just came right up, never got the front end off the ground, and it was just straight and clean and just booked it towards the top end. The front endless El Camino coming up next. I wonder if anybody's ever said that about it before. So here the El Camino got all the power out of it down low and trying to feed it back in. It just sounded like it was gagged on bottom end.
Interesting with the GTR, that little wiggle there. I was wondering what that's about. That's concerning, actually. Those usually go straight through the all-wheel drive system in those cars, and the suspension alone, you know what I mean? It's usually hooked up, and it got a little squirrely there.
Well, let's see if it plays out, because the other one that we know we have in competition, which ironically ran right after it the last time, is up next against the Corvette in our next pair. So we'll see if it does the same thing. It's in the same lane. So like you and I were talking about, the whole torque steer thing can be a real issue with these. If you start to get one side to hook versus the other, and it kind of moves you around a little bit.
It's a lot to fight.
And not only that, it unsettles the car a lot, and that doesn't help. So
it's a lot to fight. It'll unsettle it, and you don't go straight down. So let's keep an eye on the blue GTR coming up. It'll be in the left lane.
Like we talked about, the all-wheel drive system in these cars has actually gotten to where a lot of no-prep races either have a separate category for like trucks and all-wheel drive like GTR cars versus small tire, because they say that it's so good it's almost like cheating. It's hard to get around.
Definitely. I haven't driven an all-wheel drive car in competition, so I really can't speak towards the experience, but I'd like to try that.
Honestly, there's been people that I know that have told me about some of the all-wheel drive stuff, including like even 11 and 12-second trucks, and they said, yeah, when you run it on the racetrack against something, you get kind of snapped into reality of how fast it really is. Everybody down there cheering on Adam Hodson, the big wheelie man himself.
Big wheelie Adam Hodson.
Look at Adam. He's just got his
Smiling.
Hollywood shades on. I told you, he's all set, man. He's going to go back to the pits and probably be kissing babies and signing autographs or something, I'm sure.
He's probably going to go back to the pits and say, you know what, I'm in.
Yeah, he probably will. He probably will. Obviously, the move from single to twins may have helped a
Big
bunch.
time. I mean, the charge up top was incredible with that.
Corselli looks like he got it figured out that time with the big truck.
A little bit of tire spin, a lot less than usual. Michael Corselli has been doing this for quite a while, and we've seen him do burnouts every time he comes through.
All right, so it looks like we've got a clip coming up that we're going to show the folks while we're getting ready to put our next pair in the water. We'll be back in just a second.
Truck yeah.
Hanging out here with Team Truck Yeah, Lacey Blair and Justin Keith. You guys, you're the only truck in the competition. Is that a good choice or a bad choice?
It's a great choice.
I think it's a great choice.
Yeah. I love it. All right. I love it. So this whole event this year is about the mentor and the mentee. So you guys have had a chance to work together. You're building this car, and then we're going to do a little racing, right?
That's right. We molded her into a future drag racer, I think.
So is this like first time drag racing really for you?
Yes, honestly, yeah. I've only driven down a track once, so this is my first experience.
I love it. I love it. This is the perfect way to break you into the drag racing community, girl. Okay, so let's talk about this truck a little bit. I think it's really cool that you guys chose to do a truck, first of all. It's the only one in the competition field. But how do you feel about this build overall?
I feel pretty good. So my shop, we specialize in building like 90s era trucks, putting all new modern stuff in them. So we built the truck in 3 weeks, and I mean, I feel really good about it. We went out and drove it. It's solid, it's fast, and it hooks up.
And Lacey, you're running your own shop building nothing but trucks.
Yeah, not any trucks like this. I mean, maybe one day, but I'm kind of in the lifted world, so this is a first for me, but I think it's a really good crossover between like me and Justin for sure.
It's new territory. It's totally different. So, Justin, did you have a chance to come out to the previous Roadkill Nights events?
This is my very first Roadkill.
Okay, so we technically have 2 rookies here, which I think is really cool. So y'all don't even have the previous track to compare to, but we're at a new location this year, downtown Pontiac. We've got a new race course on Woodward Avenue. What's it like for you to do street legal drag racing? This is a big deal for us Michiganders.
So, you know, back in my younger days, you know, we used to street race a lot, and it's...
No, we didn't.
Yeah, a long time ago. But it's really cool because, you know, it kind of goes back to that, but, like, we're doing it legally now. I host drag racing events, sanctioned drag racing events, so for me to be able to come back and race on, you know, do some street stuff is really fun for me.
I have nothing to compare it to, but I'm stoked.
This is a great event. Like, the energy here is really intense. Okay, let's talk about your Dodge truck.
So it's a 1995 Dodge Ram. It's got 60,000 original miles on it. I bought it from the original owner. And it was all stock when we got it, and it's actually a Don Gartlett's edition truck, which Don Gartlett's was a famous NHRA top fuel drag racer, and it had like flames and stuff on it. We kind of, you know, modernized it a little bit. Obviously, we got the Hellcat Red Eye crate engine in it. It's got a turbo 400 transmission, and it's powered by Holley EFI.
Nice touch. Nice touch. I like that. Lacey, so this build, it's a huge challenge getting all of this together. You guys got a crate engine from Dodge. Just putting this down in this vehicle and getting it here is such a huge feat.
For sure. I mean, the guys at Killer Performance killed it, and I'm just so excited to hopefully do it some justice.
What do you feel? Of course. What do you feel about the competition? Now, I'm sorry, I'm a little partial to the female competitors. I just have to say that. There's a lot of girls competing today.
Yeah. I mean, I have no smack to talk on the girls. I think they're all amazing, but, you know, I'm going to have to talk a little crap on Demonology's team because he does it to us.
Yeah.
So is now our time to talk a little crap? You know, Lee, I'm sorry. You're guilty by association with Demonology, but I'm not intimidated by any man in capri pants.
Ooh, zinger. I think that was like, that one stung the most. Okay, your turn.
Well, you know, there's some race cars in here, and I've been saying for the last couple of days, it's going to really suck for them to lose to a show truck.
All right, you guys, Team Truck, yeah, they're bringing everything, all the things. You guys have the best time out there. Best of luck, Justin. Best of luck, Lacey. Just luck.
So excited.
Yeah.
Guys, back to you.
There, I don't know if everybody was watching that little call out there, but Truck, yeah, they're feeling confident.
You know, I can't argue with Justin Keith. If a street car beats a race car, that's like an added bonus. I can't say anything about that, but yeah, the capri pants was pretty rough.
talk about a man's outfit.
Yeah, just you're hitting him where it hurts right there. You know?
But that's one of the things about this. The grudge match that's coming up, there's been a lot of smack talk. I'm wondering if some of the competitors here in the fight for the top 8 positions have been doing any kind of sizing up and walking by somebody and maybe making a comment or something like that. That is one of the bigger elements of grudge racing and street racing and that type of thing. I'm better than you. You're better. You think you're better than me. Let's go out in the street. Let's go out on the track and settle it. But it'd be interesting to find out if any of these other guys have done as much smack talking as the influencers and the celebrities that we have racing later on.
I would probably say there is some, and now at the same time, you've talked about it already. The competition just keeps getting nastier. I mean, there is a lot of really good-looking cars out here as far as, right, they, you know, serious builds, a lot of motor, a lot of nitrous, real big blowers, real big turbos. And I have to wonder if, yeah, somebody who might come out here and think, I don't have a chance, so the only thing I can do is live rent-free in the opponent's head or start talking about it. Because, let's be honest, I mean, the street right now may not be that bad. I mean, it may be better than a lot of people think, so more power is going to give you an advantage.
It can give somebody an opportunity to be a hero where they might not have been before as well.
Absolutely. So, Jason Moulton getting back to us.
Of course.
Yeah.
You put the call out to J-Mo, and look, he comes back.
Answers.
He answers. That's what I'm talking about. That's
I told
my guy.
you he is a man of the people.
That is my dude.
It is an ET drag, but there are 3 new part numbers: soft, softer, and marshmallow.
Ha ha!
So
you've
apparently,
heard it.
if you want the real soft Mickey Thompson ET drag for limited, you order the marshmallow.
That's
I don't know
awesome.
if it smells like a marshmallow when you do a burnout. That would be quite interesting.
And not giving away any type of a secret. Out here, when you're racing on a limited traction surface, the key as far as tire goes is a soft sidewall, not a stiff sidewall, and you're dead in the water theoretically, literally, not even theoretically. Soft sidewall is what it's all about, and that's what Mickey Thompson has developed in this new ET
ET drag, yep. Travis Martin coming up in the show mod. This is a no prep car. He has also won a trio of drag and drives, including Rocky Mountain Race Week a couple of times. He's staging up with the very loud and very authoritative sounding Coyote. Actually, that might be a Shelby over there.
I'm not certain if that's a Shelby.
Let's see. Ashley Price, 2020, yeah, Shelby GT500.
GT500 has been toned down. No signage, no nothing.
I'm going to put a little money on the Chevy here.
Came up the cut.
Now, granted, I had some inside information here, but yeah, Travis Martin made it look easy. Another one of those cars out of Mac Customs. I'll tell you what, they've got that no prep game down, so they're coming up here with the front end loosened up and they're using it.
Now, if you remember the 69 Camaro here, had a little struggle in the burnout at first.
Yep, there's the instant replay, and again, look at all of that front end travel.
That's the key to getting down a surface like this. You got to let that front spring up as quickly as it possibly can.
Yeah, for those of you that still have leaf spring setups, one of the originators of making a better traction device, John Calvert, he said you want at least 5 to 5.5 inches of travel in the front end of a leaf spring car because it is so important to get the weight to the back. What a lot of no prep people are doing now is just like they get upwards of 8 to 9 inches of travel. It's incredible.
It's amazing the strut dynamics, the shock and strut dynamics that have come about just in that space, that segment of drag racing is really impressive. I mean, you're coming from a world that the 50-50 was, you know, the shock that you had to use or the strut that you had to use, and now you have something with 8 inches of travel. It's amazing.
I almost have to wonder, does 50-50 mean 50% of the time it works and 50% it doesn't?
That's how mine worked.
Tony Karamacito's coming up with the 1969 Camaro on the right-hand side to stage up against the Charger over on the left-hand side. So it's new versus old. Diliante Stamankovich out of Michigan in the Charger.
Oh, we're sideways in the Camaro.
Yep. Gathered it up okay, but got a little close there. I think he just kind of cruised it out the back because the Dodge was catching him pretty quick. That one might have been a little too close for comfort.
Definitely, but wisely lifted, collected it, and then just rolled on back. You know, there's no need to fight it. When you have the back end that far over, there's no need to try to save anything.
A lot of his
exactly,
lane.
Just leave it alone.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to talk about dedication. Adam Hodson, who just did the big wheel stand in the truck, just leaving his fans hanging and coming out here to help out fellow competitor in the red Camaro coming up right-hand side of the racetrack. He already ran back. He's pretty easy to find with the white shades
on. The shades, yeah. You know, everybody has a trademark. They talk about my bucket hats. Look for Adam's white shades.
Yeah. So this is Adam Wright out of Indiana in the red Camaro over on the right-hand side. A really nice-looking example of a 442 Cutlass. You don't see as many of those cars being raced because, you know, the Cutlasses and the GTOs and even the Skylark Stage 1 and the GSX cars, they're getting so rare compared to the Chevelles. A lot of people are just restoring them and saving them for money, yeah.
And talking about shows, I hope you had an opportunity to get up to the display out there. I don't know what street it is, but up on the next block over there where all the cars are being shown, just gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous iron up there. So make sure you get a chance to walk up that way and check out some of the cars.
So Tanner Sullivan sitting in the 68 Oldsmobile just waiting on Adam to get his F-body up there. Now they say they're ready. Wright's going to build some boost. Off we go. Once again, front end just comes right up on that no prep design and he just motors on through, man. I mean, it looks easy peasy lemon squeezy. I mean, it's literally almost like a cakewalk. I mean, like I'm tempted to just go buy a roller 4th gen and call Adam Hodson up and just say, dude, what do I need? Here's my credit card.
Here's my money.
And just tell me, like, how much ice do I need to cool it off from the charge? Am I going to need, like, an entire truckload?
Now, this exhibition here, keep an eye on this car here. It's powered by the new Hurricane engine, the Hurricane 6. It's a 500 horsepower V6, 3-liter V6 engine.
In the Challenger setup, and it looked pretty good. I mean, it moved out really well considering that, you know, a lot of people had kind of, for lack of a better way to say it, they kind of poo-pooed the turbocharged 4 and 6 cylinders. But to be honest, a lot of manufacturers have come a long way with it, and some of that started with Ford stuff that came out a little over, 10 years ago with the Mustang and the truck?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Have you ever driven one of those with the ones that were available in either the truck or the Mustang?
Eagle Boost?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, we drove, if you want to talk about sleepers, the cop car.
Oh, yeah.
The cop car. You want to talk about sleepers. Man almighty. That's the one to have if you're going shopping for a Taurus, a new style Taurus. You find one that wasn't in service and hasn't been too abused, and you got yourself a piece right there.
Like a senior patrolman's car where it doesn't have all the cuts and everything in it, but it's one solid color.
You want a boss's car, exactly.
Yeah. And those are actually starting to become available at a lot of auctions nowadays, too, so you can go and just grab one of those up. A little bit of track prep, and then we got a classic Ford versus Dodge battle sitting right behind the water box that'll come up next.
And while we're doing that, let's take a listen to Mr. Tom Bailey, the Sick Bastards. What do they have to say?
All right, hanging out here with Sick Bastards Racing Team, EJ and Tom Bailey. You guys have got to be pumped for this event. I know there's been a lot leading up to it.
Yeah, I'm very excited. It's my first Roadkill. I'm very excited to be here.
Tom, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's always the best time of the year. I mean, I've participated in Roadkill since it started here on Woodward Avenue. It's just an awesome time. And, I mean, leading up to it, though, it's been a stressful 3 weeks.
I can only imagine. I've been watching some of this on social media, so it's definitely a charge to get here. And as you mentioned, you are the mentor and you are the mentee. So what's it like for you, your first time being here?
It's a little nerve-wracking, but I'm excited. This whole experience has been amazing. I have wanted to learn how to build a car and to start from the chassis all the way to where we are now. It's been amazing. I've learned so much.
And Tom, as a veteran, a returning veteran to Roadkill Nights, how are you feeling going into this event? Different location, too.
Yeah, different location, different pit parking. So the street's going to be better than we had down at the other location because it's all concrete here. So got to take that into account. And, I mean, based on the normal prep that was here, we got an altered wheelbase, so an old AFX car because it's better with weight transfer. And we think the street may be so good that this is probably going to drag the bumper when it leaves. So it's whether or not EJ lets it shift and has confidence that it's going to go straight, or if she lifts and crashes down like she did in testing the other day.
I love it. Something could happen, something could not happen. Let's talk about the car. 1965 Plymouth Belvedere. You said you wanted to build a car from scratch. Is this like the vision that you had when all this started?
I didn't know what to expect from the start, but when I first saw the car, I thought it was really cool. I loved like the old school look with the new school motor. I think it's a really cool combination there.
And Tom, the choice to use this vehicle, just sticking with the 65 Belvedere?
Yeah, it was the altered wheelbase deal or whatever, and with it, and it was already a car that has competed before. So, like, when you say built from scratch, all we did is we basically modified everything to get the new powertrain in there, but like the scratch build, we don't want to take credit for this scratch build. It was built in the 90s, so we just upgraded the power plant, and that's what's awesome about Dodge and parts, or whatever, direct connection is like literally we just got a box that had all the wiring and everything in it, so we just slipped it in there, and then we had to modify the car to be able to handle the additional power.
Okay, maybe not welding panels from scratch from the ground up. However, getting the materials from Dodge, getting the powertrain from Dodge, and building all that leading up to this event under a tight time crunch, give yourself some credit. That's a lot of work, you guys.
Yeah, it was a lot, but
major hustle, major hustle. Okay, so we've got the grudge match going on. A big part of this are your other competitors, the other influencers and the other vehicles competing. How are you feeling about the competition today?
Pretty good. I'm feeling pretty confident.
You guys are like the nicest team. Literally the nicest team. Tom?
I didn't know there was any competitors here. Like, you mean competition, like someone that can keep up with us?
They're just other people that are registered, not competition, right? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there's other registered people. We're not very worried about them. So, like, we're just more worried about the car because the car's much faster than their cars. So, like, I mean, that's not a worry. It's whether or not we keep our car together.
All right, so I don't think I have to even open up the floor for the grudge match smack talking because you just laid it out right then and there. I love it. All right, Tom Bailey and EJ, best of luck today, guys. I'm looking forward to seeing you out there on the track.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a good side-by-side really one there. TJ Linebaugh on the wagon, the Coudad, the less than a car length apart at the end. That was a good one, yeah.
Absolutely. This should be a good race here.
Yeah, this truck over on left side made a good run. He was in the right-hand lane last time. This is Rob Rowe, the 2000 model RT Dakota. Don't see too many of those anymore, and he's got a bunch of power underneath the hood in it. It made a good run.
More than likely a third-gen Hemi-powered car by now.
Could be. Peter Blogton out of Roseville, Michigan, the 72 Dart over on the right-hand side. I like the fact that it's got the no time, so you know you got a grudge racer over on the right-hand side, somebody who probably might be used to limited prep.
I'm looking at the stance of that truck, and again, the reverse rig. There might be about 50 steel plates sitting in the bed of that truck. I mean, if you want to drag race something.
I'm looking at it and I'm wondering if it's all-wheel drive. I mean, look at the wheel and tire combination
exactly.
up front.
It's interesting. I think it's rear-wheel drive, but I wouldn't bet. There it is.
Whoa.
Yeah, look at the transfer. It's rear-wheel drive.
Dart's right with him.
But he's probably got a lot of weight sitting in that bed.
Yeah. Dart gets the win, but not by a lot. I mean, that truck definitely hung in there. Alex Burdahl coming up next out of Indiana, another one of those Mac cars, 2001 model Camaro.
Against the Lime Cat.
Yes.
Not to be confused with a Hellcat or the G-Cat.
Or the
you know about the G-Cat? The G-Cat.
I'm literally afraid to say yes because I feel like there's a joke coming.
There's no joke at all. The G-Cat
okay.
was 19, I think it was like an 86 Buick Regal that I drove on Drag Week last year.
Oh, that's right, the QA1 car.
Yes, indeed.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Yes, indeed.
Yep. Chris Shawver driving in the sublime green Lime Cat.
Third-gen Hemi power in a lot of things. That's like an LS, almost a swappable engine into almost anything.
Looks like we got pizza delivery sitting in the water box.
I'll take a large pepperoni, extra cheese.
Detroit-style deep dish, if you would, please. Once again, look at the Camaro. Look at the separation on it.
Checked out, gone. Drops the laundry up top.
Yep. And the interesting thing is we might see that one on a replay. Not only did it get a lot of travel out of the front, but you watch the rear separation on it, just driving the tire into the ground.
So in those instances, talking about pounding the tire into the ground and shock separation, in the rear shock, and most of these cars have adjustable shocks, compression is key. So you want to, in a sense, give your compression, I'd say, roll it out, you know, and then work your way into it. I usually don't go more than 3 clicks, to tell you the truth.
All right, it looks like this time Jeff Hall actually got the Buick Skylark to do what he wanted it to. The last time he had some problems with the burnout as well, but hopefully this will help him out a little bit. He's staging up against the pizza truck. That's a 1983 S10. Zach Whitaker out of Whiteland, Indiana. Wheels up for the pizza truck.
The truck's transferred. Good
Look
weight
at the Buick
transfer.
reeling him in. Can he get to him?
Doesn't have enough to get him at the end, but that was mile an hour coming on him.
Oh, yeah.
He went through with speed.
I'm sure both of them are happy with that. You know, that was a good run for both of them. I mean, both cars did what they were supposed to. So while we wait on our next pair, as a matter of fact, they're being waved around right now. Obviously, a lot of great people to thank as being part of the actual MotorTrend Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. Again, Dodge is literally everywhere. You can't turn your head without finding them. So much cool stuff going on. We talked about thrill rides, drag and drift rides, all the talent that you already got to talk to, and they ushered me away so you had an extra seat, you know. The Hornet test drives, the new cool car that Dodge is coming out with. Lots of great stuff here, and Dodge, thanks so much for continuing to make Roadkill Nights possible.
Definitely. So, you know, as they say, you know, the list of people to thank is pretty much endless in this case. But
yes.
There are so many things going on, and there are very, very, very good partners that have helped support this deal. McGuire's, Amazon, DOS. We're gonna take a quick go away and speak with someone right here. Roll the tape.
Here with Keith Yancey, Director of Performance Institute for Mopar Cap. Now, Mopar Cap, their roots run deep with anything Mopar, of course. So tell us a little bit about the program.
Well, thank you. The program is designed to help future technicians get educated and ultimately placed into our Stellantis dealerships. So we work very closely with the Mopar brand. Obviously, in a great event like this, we get those students in, we get them into our schools, get them trained, and get them working on some of the coolest vehicles in the industry.
Now, for technicians going into the field, obviously, there's a variety of OEs out there to choose from. Why is the relationship between Mopar and Mopar Cap, why Stellantis? It's so strong.
Well, there's a couple of reasons. First, we work on, obviously, the coolest vehicles in the industry, right?
I'm partial.
That's right. Dodge muscle, you're going to get that at a Stellantis dealership. Also, we have the largest school network. We have over 100 schools across the country, so we've got a lot of places where you can get that education. But perhaps even more importantly, we are the only OE that offers a no-cost college education with participating dealers. So Mopar Cap students can become technicians and work on these great products, or if they want to, they can continue on and get other exciting careers either in the dealership or even at Stellantis itself. So there's a lot of opportunity for those people that want to be interested in being a tech.
Okay, so what types of educational programs do you offer for technicians? What's some of the variety available?
Well, certainly in our Mopar schools, we have Mopar Local, Cap Local. That gives them to be level 1 technician, gets them into the store, gets them into a service bay, and gets them working, right? We have level 2 schools that get them really to the point where they can start doing some advanced type work. And then again, with our optional degrees at work program, they have the opportunity to actually get college credit and a degree. They can get an associate's, a bachelor's, or even a master's degree if they work hard enough.
And then what about placement? So you go through the program, whatever level the student decides to choose. What does placement look like afterwards?
Well, our dealers are designed, we encourage the dealers to have close relationships with those schools. They can turn work and hire them either while they're still in the program or upon graduation. And we foster those relationships and have events and outreach like this to create those relationships, get those connections so that the dealers and the students know each other and they can start hiring them right away. So it's really important not only for the students to be engaged, but our dealers to be engaged as well with the schools.
We're not going to talk about this. We're just going to pretend that this isn't happening. Everything is fine. It's going to be great.
We are here, rain or shine, 24/7. We are out there looking for the next future technician for our dealers.
I like that. So have you had a good turnout thus far? Are people kind of coming through this area?
We have had a fantastic turnout. We had 20 dealers here yesterday.
Wow.
About 30 students here. And frankly, this is the first time today that we haven't had a line at our booth. So the time is now. Come over here. We'd love to share some information with you. You don't have to be, and by the way, abandon the idea of what a traditional tech might be. We look for women. We look for everybody, right? It's not a problem to be a technician. And with EVs coming tomorrow, there's a whole new set of skills that you have an opportunity to learn about. Software, electrical. It's not just the traditional wrenching anymore. There's a lot more to it, and we're here to help you get a career.
And Mopar Cap also works closely with the NHRA. There we go. The rain's got me all discombobulated now.
Hang in there.
You guys work closely with the NHRA as well.
We do. Leah Pruitt, Matt Hagan, they are our ambassadors. They talk to students personally, and they do a phenomenal job of outreach for us. They've given our students kind of a sneak peek and a behind-the-scenes look that no other OE is doing. So our hats are always off to our racing partners.
So it's great to see a program like that have such a close connection and tie to professional racing, and that's a great thing for up and coming students to also know and learn. This event is really awesome. We're super pumped about it right now. Not so pumped about this exact moment, but for the people tuning in, just tell them how they can learn more about Mopar Cap.
Easy. You can go to moparcap.com, which is our website. There's all sorts of information there. We're also on Instagram, Facebook, and the new Threads. So anybody that's got a social media presence, you can go find us there. We've got a lot of information, and it's really easy, paint by numbers on how to get involved.
Okay, last question. Do you have an umbrella?
I don't, but I do have a tent. So, I can get at least a few people out of the rain.
Keith Yancey from Mopar Cap, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Guys, it's dry in there, right?
Back to action. Yes, the skies
It
are
is
blue.
beautiful.
It's nice and mellow right now, and we are back here live, Woodward Avenue, Pontiac, Michigan. MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. Firebird, Mustang, right lane, left lane.
You bring us back, you bring us back to Pontiac, and we have a Pontiac.
How about that?
Yep.
Big 671 blower coming out of that Firebird.
Yep. Fox body hatch Mustang over on left side. Ready?
Arm drop. Mustang gets away first. He's going to fight off this blown car.
Yep.
At the stripe, it's the Mustang in the left lane. Good run. Good run for both.
Yeah, they both made solid runs, but like you said, the Mustang jumped first and got there first. Couple of classics coming up next. The 68 Pontiac Le Mans left side, 69 Dodge Dart right side. 69 Dodge Dart right-hand side. I'll tell you what, that thing looks spotless, but that probably, they were up, I'd say probably until about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning cleaning all the burnout rubber off this thing from doing the M1 Concours Sick Power Fest with it yesterday. It literally engulfed the place in smoke.
Yeah, I saw one of the burnouts between that one and there was a 69 Camaro that just horrendously roasted tires, blew both back tires out. It was amazing. Yeah, it was an Aussie-built 69 Camaro. You converted it from right drive to left drive, too. So Pontiac on the left, Dodge on the right. Gets the weight together. Dodge had a little bit of tire spin. Charging now, watching the top end. Good race. Almost even, yeah. Good race. I think the Pontiac might have gotten that one. You know, as fast as that one was right there, it almost literally reminds me of what we talked about earlier with Amazon and how fast they get stuff to you. We're talking about the fact that there's so many places now that make you wait for parts. You know, you even go to your local auto parts store now, they don't keep anything in stock. So you can pretty much hit up Amazon for everything you need for your automotive. I talked about stuff getting shipped directly during drag and drives. Whether you're looking for parts, tires, accessories, or services, Amazon pretty much has everything you need to make your vehicle look great and run better. So if somebody needs something, don't bother wasting your time with somebody that says maybe it'll get there or put it on permanent back order. Go and visit Amazon. They got lots of different options, lots of different ways you can get your parts. Absolutely. I'm an Amazon shopper as necessary. I'm not as blatant about it as my wife and a lot of wives out there, but I do participate with making purchases from Amazon as necessary, definitely. I understand Amazon Prime is the e-ticket. It is, because of all the extras you get with it. Monte Carlo on the right, S10 pickup truck on the left. Wheels up on the S10. Wheels up, yes indeed. That Monte Carlo made a good pass last time, and it looks like he kept the tune-up right where it needed to be and made another good shot. And that's 2 consistent passes. They look relatively quick. That might be a car that we can look for in a small tire business. It definitely is time to start thinking about. Here we have another look at the Monte Carlo. It definitely is time to start thinking about who could be a top 8 player. And seeing that car go down twice looked like the same way. I wish we had some type of a draggy data just so we would know. Well, I talked to one guy earlier who made a good pass, and I heard that 5 teens is still pretty solid. And that was on the same tune-up as they ran on the asphalt last year. They decided to not get aggressive with it, and they said it went from A to B just better than they thought, so they turned it up a little bit. 5 teens is getting it done out here, or in the 8th mile drag strip. That's a quick pass. That would, I guess, as far as the quarter mile goes, that would be about an 8. What? It would probably be close to, I would say, depending on how it back halves, between 8 flat and 820. 820 or so, yeah. How about the hater pipe on the 3rd gen Camaro over on the left-hand side? I mean, they just went ahead and say no hood, and we'll just let the exhaust dump right out there in the front. Hopefully doesn't get the extra carbon monoxide to the driver. Taking a cue from the diesel set. Checks out. Yeah, a little bit of tire spin, gave it a quick pedal, and rolls right out the back door. The Chevelle over on the right-hand side, not a bad run, just a little bit slower than that Camaro. The Camaro had a lot more juice under the hood. Again, it's an indicator. It looked like, you know, my from where I sit and my take on it, an indicator that guys are thinking it's nation time right now. I gotta, you know, if I want to get in this deal, I gotta throw everything at it. I gotta throw everything in the kitchen sink at it to try to get down this street. Yeah, and again, you talked about the fact that there are very many times where we have competitors that come out here, they've got 20, 30 grand tied up in some of these combinations easily, and the problem is you could have a $2 part end up being the thing that prevents you from going from A to B or making a good run, actually, just in general. And one of the people that is helping us put on this weekend is Dorman. They've been around for almost a little bit over a full century, over 100 years. That's how long they've been making parts. Yeah, and I know you probably use some of the stuff on your builds. Of course. You go to the auto parts store, you head straight to the Dorman. It's like a tree. Yep, 118,000 individual SKUs. Gosh. That's how many things they make. Window cranks. Yeah, everything. Yeah, the help section. The help section. Yeah, exactly. So Savior section. Yes, exactly. So if you want to find out more, again, consider using Dorman. Again, they've been consistent, making the same parts for that many number of years. They're going to have the right thing for your car or truck when you need to fix it or make it a little bit better. It's funny, I said window cranks, and there might be a lot of people here who have no clue what a window crank is. Yeah, it's kind of like, you want to talk about a cassette deck next? Exactly. Let's hear from Dorman right now, as a matter of fact. That's a good idea.
Hey everyone, I'm Jacqueline Drake, and I'm down here outside the Amazon garage. And right beside me, I have a representative from Dorman Products. What do you do, Bill, for Dorman?
So I work for Dorman's ideation team. What Dorman's ideation team does is we actually collect and vet new product ideas for the company and give that feedback so we can come up with great products.
Speaking of all the great products, when you are coming up with these ideas, what is the driving motivation to do so?
Basically what we try to do for the consumer, for the shop, for everybody is just to try and save time and money. So anything we can do to put more money in the consumer's pocket or the shop's pocket, that's our MO.
Now, when it comes to Dorman and all the innovative products that they've been making, and this has been going on for many years, since the early 1900s, what's a few products today that you would like to highlight for us?
So I have three kind of hand-picked. I'd like to go over the oil filter housing for the Pentastar 3.6. I'd like to go over the lug nuts for the Ford, and I'd also like to touch on the Cadillac screen replacements that we do.
What's so unique about these products?
So the oil filter housing that we redesigned, OEM had a very terrible design. It was plastic, so we upgraded to metal. We include everything you needed to do the job, the filter, the gaskets, everything. The Ford lug nuts, they have a huge problem because they're a two-piece design. We simply made a one-piece design so the veneer caps don't pop off anymore. And then the Cadillac screen, GM wants to sell you the whole infotainment center when it's just the screen that breaks. We sell you just the screen.
Now over here in the Dorman tent, you get to also get a cool pair of these sunglasses. They're passing out the giveaways. Make your way over to the Amazon tent and come check out the Dorman products.
Thank you, guys.
As we said, the help section in the Dorman area beneficial to Dodge Challengers approaching the line. Orange and blue, that's that B. What B? There's a number behind that. B3, B4, B5?
It sounds good.
It's a B something blue.
I don't know. I get confused on the F. I think it's 5 or 8 or whatever green.
I agitated like every Mopar
yeah.
nut in the crowd because I don't know that it's B5 blue.
Yeah.
But it is B5 blue.
Yeah. And again, you talk about the help section. I'm going to need some help in the hearing department sitting next to the burnout box all day, man. I don't think I'm going to have any left when I get done.
Arms off from Jason Rutger. Both of them are away.
Left side got the jump, a little bit of tire spin. Oh, that's wagging it around a little.
He's going to stay in front of this stripe.
Yep, that was close, though. I mean, he got close to the left wall. You know, a lot of these vehicles out here, KJ, looking really sharp. I mean, people are obviously spending the time. People are obviously spending the time to get them to look right.
It's definitely a new space there. You know, as I came up, one of the things that I'm going to tell you about my Uncle Joe. My Uncle Joe is my automotive Zen master, and he always stressed that it don't gotta be pretty. Like, doesn't have to be pretty. It don't gotta be pretty, because I was from the wash your car for 8 hours, you know, and make sure that it was clean, everything was sparkling. It don't gotta be pretty, it just has to run hard. But today, cars have to be a little pretty too, and I appreciate that. You know, it's a matter of being able to meld both things now and make it work.
You know, the interesting thing is that he may not have necessarily subscribed to that philosophy, but I have always tried to make my cars look nice. And considering that there's companies out there like McGuire's that's been around for over 120 years, you probably use their products, and he's probably heard of them, I'm sure.
I'm sure he's probably used them, just didn't let me know about it.
Yeah, and they are available in the Amazon garage. And we were just talking about Amazon, so you can get their stuff real quick.
Bailey's high performance in the Trackhawk.
Oh, wow, and the Dodge.
But Bailey's with a big charge to the other side, though. Did you see the charge from that SUV?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that Whipple was working hard over there on the left-hand side. Like I was telling you, a lot of the cars out here are looking just as good, in my opinion, as they are running. And big shout out to McGuire's, all the great products that they make. Their representatives are out here this weekend. Again, you can get them out of the Amazon garage. You can find out tips and tricks. And let's be honest, I mean, you never stop learning when it comes to car detailing. That's the kind of thing where the old adages have kind of been replaced. You don't do the same stuff as your forefathers.
Exactly. I've done a lot of work with McGuire's through 5.0 Mustang and Super Fords, and we work with them, of course, with Hot Rod, etc. And definitely good products. And one of the guys that works there, my man Mike, he's known as the Prince of Polish.
Nice.
He's the Prince of Polish, a really good guy, solid cat. So shout out to Mike.
You know, the Prince of Polish sounds better than the guy in capri jeans.
Definitely.
So we got a couple of Mopars coming up here, one classic, one modern. The Duster over on the left-hand side. Got the paint scheme on that literally does kind of flash back to the 1980s, 1990s. over on the right-hand side, the popular gray color that is really kind of adorning not just Mopars, but a lot of new cars. Everybody loves that gray color. New school just taking it to old school. That one was easy, man. I'll tell you what, the teacher became the student right there. The new school just taking old school to the woodshed.
Wore him out, okay? It is what it is.
Here's another one of those. Look at the burnout.
What a
right
burnout,
inside.
folks.
Wow.
Put it together for that burnout. Man.
We want to see more like that. The evil Hellcat.
Wow. We're talking. Did you hear that transmission hit 4 times in that burnout?
Yeah. Well, you know, they said, it says the evil Hellcat, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Look at it.
Look at it
screen.
again on the instant
Man
replay. Look at
almighty.
it just.
4 gears in that transmission hit during that burnout. I've never seen that before.
He probably just took about half the life off those tires. Those Mickey Thompsons are sticky right now.
They're ready to go.
Yep. He's going to line up against a naturally aspirated 521 cubic inch big block Ford powered 67 fastback over there. Yeah. Pump gas rocket, over 900 horsepower, and he drives it on the street all the time, he said.
Highly injected, and don't be fooled. You'll see a carburetor or a carburetor facsimile sitting on the intake manifold, but that's actually
a Holly Sniper, yeah.
Yes, indeed.
The EFI. And if you don't look at the right-hand side, the passenger side of it, you wouldn't see the plug. It looks just like an old-school Holly carburetor.
Don't be fooled is the lesson there, folks. Watch that.
Well, maybe he wants to do a second burnout.
I think it was just about scorching the tires.
Yeah. Remember what we talked about earlier? Track surface gets warmer, and you got to be careful about that. And I mean, it looked good on show.
Beautifully clean 67 Chevy Camaro. Look at the LED headlights in there. Now, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the Chevelle over on the right-hand side. Little small cowl induction hood, hiding a modern fuel-injected with an F2 Pro Charger on board. Lots of power there. Going to line up against the Hellcat over on left side.
Arm draw from Jason. Scorch the tires a little bit, both cars.
Chevelle's going to motor right around him, though.
Chevelle with the muscle up top.
Yeah, that much of a pedal job and still behind and just rockets around him like he's parked. How about the wheel standing milk truck coming up left-hand side, ladies and gentlemen, against all the nitrous 69 Chevy Nova.
Good burnout by the truck there.
Yeah, how cool is it that somebody decided I am going to take possibly the most aerodynamically challenged vehicle ever created, and let's put a twin-turbo big block Chevy in it and do wheelies.
And drive it.
Yeah, and drive it. It has been on drag and drives a couple of times. Nick Cryer over on the left-hand side in the dairy truck. Get your cameras ready. He should tote that left side wheel up about a foot in the air. Again, all the nitrous over on the right-hand side in the big block Nova. It's got 2 stages of nitrous on board, 1 fogger, 1 plate.
Arm drop from Jason. There's the left leg, gets kicked up there a little bit in the truck.
Yep.
Nova's checked out straight as a string.
I love that old school milk truck, man. I mean, yeah, he didn't finish first that time, but, I mean, you're still winning driving something that cool.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. So we will bring up another one of the Grand Cherokee style SUVs against a classic old school 1972 Chevelle. And again, this is another one of those ones where if we were just talking about the cars, everybody would go, oh, it's the Chevelle. No, not necessarily anymore. Dodge has made some pretty nasty rides there. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you know this, but earlier this year when I was announcing one of the NMCA races, there is a Durango that broke into the 8-second barrier.
Is that the young lady?
Yes.
The young lady from Canada? Is she from Canada?
Well, no. They do a podcast, and Tara is the one that is from Canada.
Yes.
Tina is the one who's from North Carolina.
Okay.
It's the Durango that says mom car on the back of it, but I believe it went like 889
Top
or
of the
895 or something.
Yeah.
And it is still all full weight, 4,600 pounds.
Total driver, too, man. I mean,
and it cuts 60 foots in the bottom 130s.
That's an impressive Jeep.
Yep. And they said that they've thrashed away on it for a while, but it is really amazing to see, again, how great of a platform Mopar gives you to start with. And then some of those cars are running in the 10s or the 9s right from the factory, and then let's just add a bunch more power.
We've got an interview here for you folks while we're down for a second. Let's take a listen to Lucky Costa and Alex Taylor of Hot Rod Garage.
Hey everyone, I'm Jacqueline Drake and I'm down here in the drag pit with reigning champion Alex Taylor and Lucky Costa. And right behind me we have your hot rod. How are you feeling about today?
Oh, I'm super excited because this is the first year that we get to race the Savoy in like the actual big tire class. So really happy to have it out here. It's really exciting.
I can see the smile on your face really says it all. Lucky, how do you feel about the energy down here and Alex's chances of taking home another championship?
Well, the best part of my job right now and the energy around here is I'm just riding on her coattail. She's the dominating champion here. Don't you just repeatedly come here and just hand everybody their derrieres?
Except, I have to say, I don't want to give I haven't been cool enough to race in this big tire class. There's going to be incredible competition here, and we have a car that's not sorted. So I'm just happy to be here, to be honest. Like, champ was in a different thing, so we got a whole new playing field.
Hey, well, I think you're cool enough, and we can't wait to see what happens here on the track. But speaking of the car, we were just chatting a few minutes ago. Any changes from last year to the car? Any challenges?
There's a long list of changes. It is a legitimate street car, could be daily driven, not by me, because the seat's up a little bit far. But list off the stuff we did to that thing.
So last year we had the 6-speed from Dodge, so manual transmission, swapped over to a Power Glide. We also have a Holley EFI control now, so we have a little bit more tunability, and then just a laundry list of miscellaneous little things along the way.
You talk about how we could drive this on the streets. You could just casually drive it to work. Are we going to see either one of you do that, though?
Well, you'll see her do it, I'm sure. But the deal is it has brake lights, blinkers, tail lights. It's registered. It's insured. It has a trunk. You can put groceries in there if you don't mind them smelling like E85. Other than that, this thing's a driver.
I mean, your eardrums might hurt afterward. It's the most rattly car I've ever been in, but it's a good time.
All right, well, if we see you catching some groceries or heading off to the garage or picking up your friends in this thing, we are going to love to see it. Alex, we can't wait to see what happens here on the track. Guys, watch out for Alex and Lucky Costa's car, this hot rod. We can't wait to see it compete in the big tire class. All right, so we have popped the trunk on this bad boy. Alex, tell us exactly what we're looking at here.
So when we came last year, the car was literally built in 28 days. So something that got left out was the trunk floor. While it does look like it's been in for a long time because of the amount of rust, it actually just got caught in the rainstorm that went through yesterday and really destroyed all of the new sheet metal that we had in the car. So it's not been coated yet.
Hey, we love a little bit of character, right? We love to see a little bit of rust back here. But the other changes you guys have made, can we take a look under the hood of this bad boy? We'll head on back here, pop the trunk. And to be quite frank, I really love the rust on this thing.
It's got character. That's what we go with. When you should have seen it when we first got it. It was ugly. Lucky can attest.
I don't think it was ugly. I thought it was lovely.
It wasn't pretty.
Hey, ugly can be lovely. All right, so here we are. This is quite immaculate, must I say. Nice work by the entire team on this. Lucky, when you look at this, do you just see a lot of hard-earned hours to get it to this point?
Oh, yeah, and a lot of them weren't mine. I'll be perfectly honest. I did a lot of stuff on it, but 90% of it was done by her and her dad and their crew. Yeah, it's crazy. A lot of long nights. I wasn't there for them, but a lot of other people were.
To be fair, last year, though, we had, like I said, built in 28 days, and we dealt with COVID cases where half of us had to be out of the shop for half the time. So 2 weeks takes out a lot of the project. But since then, we've done a lot of work, like locking the cam out. We've got the Power Glide in there. All Holley stuff, so it's really starting to become the car that like we would have loved for it to have been last year, but like anything, we need more testing. Testing would be great.
You're going to get some testing, but it's going to be actually you racing and competing. When you talk about the challenges you faced, was there one challenge that you're like, oh, that one really hurts?
Last year or this year?
This year.
This year, I think it's just the fact that we have limited track time. Yep. And we keep taking it out, and it's knowing the fact that like the suspension in the rear needs upgrades, and it makes the car just very unstable. And so it's one of those that like having to put it on the transport when it's not ready, that one hurts.
And as a driver, knowing that you have this challenge with the car, how do you prepare yourself to react if that does come in play?
Think about your option and your output for when that occurs. So it's just that we know at this point that that's a possibility, and just being prepared to correct it if that comes up.
You guys have had a chance to walk around this drag pit and see your other competitors. Is there anybody you're worried about?
Anything that has Bailey having to have anything to do with it seems pretty serious, but there's a lot of very impressive cars here, so it's going to be a good day.
This morning we saw them rolling in on the streets, and man, they are loud and beefy. Getting up on that line, any type of jitters once you get there?
Oh, of course. So one thing out here is like the actual racers are so competitive. Like this is, this race brings out truly competitive people and people that know their cars really well. So yeah, everybody around here in my eyes is like incredible competition. There's lots of great drivers out here, but going up to the line, racing on a street, it's always different than on a track. And so that every time I get up there, I'm like, I'm on the street. It makes me nervous, but we'll have a good time with it.
When you see her out there on the track and you see those cars line up, any type of itch, you want to get in the seat yourself?
Yeah, when they put air conditioning in there and grown man seats, I'm down.
All right, guys, well, you heard it there first. Check out Alex Taylor. You're going to see her in the big tire class competing for it all. Lucky. Alex, thanks so much for talking to me. Good luck today.
Man.
A whole lot of good passes so far, and what a time to come back. Look who's rolling in right-hand side.
Michael's Oregon. There's Mike.
Yeah, no, actually on that window on the side, that's Kenny Dangler.
No, I know that's Kenny on the road. This is Mike approaching the line. They're approaching the water.
Yeah, this is your champion in small tire from last year. Before you dismiss it and go, it's a Volvo station wagon. How about a 687, 209 miles an hour in the quarter mile Volvo station wagon?
That's just amazing. Roof rack, I mean, it is all. And Volvo wagons are tanks.
Yeah.
They are not the car that you would think you would turn into a drag car, but then again, people will turn anything into a drag race vehicle. So
yeah, getting that nice downward shot of it. You can see the LS with the big single on it from the overhead cam shot that we got. Again, you see all the stickers on the front glass. It has not only competed in, but won or placed top 3 in several drag and drives. So again, this is one of our serious players over on the right-hand side.
Now watch Mike leave. He's probably going to take right on. We talked about spooling the turbo. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, he's got it.
There it is. By way of, again, possibly nitrous oxide, also torque converter. He might have a torque converter in that is just working. It gets up on that turbo very quickly.
Yep. So we were hearing from Alex Taylor. We talked about the fact that, you brought her up earlier today, and she has literally been jet setting between 4 different locations over 72 hours and doesn't really have a whole lot of seat time in the Savoy. She managed to get it out, I believe, and tested it at Milan Dragway a couple days ago. I think she has a pretty good chance in the big tire class.
Well, she has a great chance by way of vehicle. I think the platform she's in, that car is really, really good. I'm watching the track now. I'm watching the street now, and it's coming in incredibly. In the time that we've had since we started racing after the rain, this track is really getting good. And they're touching up right now. You see the Total Venue Concepts is down there blowing some of the debris off, just knocking some of the dust off it and making it as clean as possible. But when you talk about Alex's chances, let's just say, of making the top 8, I think they're really, really good. The car is there. She's an excellent driver. But to your point, she has been on a whirlwind tour of activity. So you have to wonder if fatigue is ever going to set in and maybe set in at the wrong time. A lot of things can happen. We have a gentleman from Pristine right now that we're going to listen to, so keep your eyes on the screen and let's hear what he has to say.
Hey guys, hanging out here with Matt McAleer from Dodge, head of sales and marketing. This is such an exciting time of year for all of us, and we are at a new location for Roadkill Nights.
We are. This is our first time in downtown Pontiac. It started, this is the 8th event. The first one was at the old Pontiac Silverdome, where we were picking weeds out of the parking lot and having a great time. And the last 6 events have been down just south of here at M1 Concourse, but there was some construction going on Woodward this year, so we moved it up here, and what a great vibe, great venue. The pavement's terrific for drag racing. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I couldn't agree with you more. We all love M1. That was such a great facility, great event, but there's just something about this being in the streets and having this event. It has a completely different feel.
It does, and we have a classic and modern car show right on Saginaw, downtown Pontiac, open to the public. You don't have to pay to get into that section. We've got beer gardens and great restaurants down here. The city's been terrific to work with. We've got the drift rides, street thrill rides, you name it. There's plenty to do for the entire family and to have a lot of fun.
So a lot of competition today for a variety of competitors, and we've also got the grudge match racing, which is really cool for the influencers. And you have supplied them with Dodge Hellcrate engines, and they have popped them into these cars, and they're going to be competing today.
It is going to be quite a show. This is the third year for the grudge match. The first 2 years were terrific. This year we put a little twist on it. We said, we know you guys are phenomenal builders, you're phenomenal racers, so let's see how you are as a coach and a mentor. And we gave them that Hellcat Red Eye motor, an ECU, their choice of transmission, $15,000 in a very short window. We challenged them and pushed them to the limits, and we're going to see who they coach up and how the racing goes.
It's exciting. I just got a chance to talk to all of the influencers, and they're sweating a little bit because it's a lot of pressure for an event like this, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Me too. And after that, we got Alex Taylor, the reigning two-time grudge match champion, coming back to race big wheel this year. So she's going to put it all on the line and go for broke, and hopefully a lot of young girls will be chasing her down the street like last year.
I love it. She's the big boss, even though she's like my height. I love it. Okay, so let's talk about Dodge. When you hear the word Dodge, the brand, you think of horsepower, you think of burning rubber, you think of fast cars, and we're thinking also of the last call. Because, is it kind of like the bitter end for Dodge? But it's also really exciting because the last call lineup is pretty rad.
It is. It's the end of one era, but the beginning of another era. This has been one fun year. Started off last year at Speed Week where we kind of leaked to everybody. We were coming out with some last call buzz models. We showed them kind of the first 6. We kept the 7th, the Demon 170 till March, where we took Roadkill on the road to Vegas. But this is a great year. December 31st is the end of the L platform and the Hemi engines and the Charger and Challenger as we know them. We're going out with a bang, and we're happy to be here celebrating and seeing a lot of horsepower rule the streets.
The Demon 170, that was one hell of a secret to keep.
It is absolutely an incredible car. I've had the chance to drive it. It is like nothing else. It'll put a smile on your face the entire time you're behind the wheel.
What's next for Dodge? Can you give us a little sneak peek after we, the last call has moved on? What's kind of like, what's the vibe? What can we see?
Well, we started this year with the transition into the Hornet, our first electrified performance vehicle, the Dodge Hornet RT, and that transitions us into a whole new generation of electrified muscle. We're going to do it different than everybody else. Electrified is going to bring faster, quicker, more powerful cars, and I think the buying public's going to like what they see, and the Brotherhood's going to be happy.
Maintaining the legacy of Dodge. I love it. Matt McAleer, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You enjoy, man.
Appreciate it.
Guys?
The Brotherhood is going to be happy. My apologies to Mr. Matt McAleer. I totally messed up on announcing who that was. Matt McAleer with Dodge. Forgive me, sir, and it's great news, great information you just gave everyone. Thank you very, very much. Mustang, Chevelle on the line. Tire spin from both. Chevelle hooks up, checks out.
Michael Ogunskye and the Chevelle, a little bit of torque steer going on in it. Lauren Stoney chasing down. Both of them did make that happen. How about out of the water box right here? This could be one of our big matchups. Ladies and gentlemen, pay attention right here. Could have 2 of your big tire slots filled right here. Alex Taylor left side, the Hot Rod Garage built Plymouth. They did it last year, and it had a stick in it. Now, as TJ mentioned earlier, it's got the Power Glide on board. Alex probably got every bit of pump up in her she can from all of her family and friends that are here, but she's going to face the former champion, Joe Barry, the guy who won it all last year in Big Tire. That's the creamsicle 1956 Chevy over on the right-hand side. So both of these cars very capable of grabbing a top 8 spot right here.
Beautiful car, Joe's car, and then if you look at both of them there in this shot that we're looking at here, 55 Plymouth Savoy, 56 Chevrolet. That window of time, the 55, 56, 57 Chevy, Ford, Plymouth, clearly, they had the same style. Really good look. I love that clean look. Alex is away first. Reaction time goes to Alex. She's getting away first. Joe with a top-end charge. Ooh, with this stripe, it's a close one.
Yeah. Alex definitely hole-shotted him. I mean, she did not look like she had any sleep deprivation at all. Man, look at how close it is right here. Look at the replay.
Very close race, by about a door.
Yeah, that was about a little more than a fender length, not much. I'll tell you what, Alex may not have a lot of sleep, but she can still cut that tree down.
Absolutely. Very good on the light, and that was one of her benefits in the grudge matches that she won the past 2 years.
Looks like Lucky's over there saying, hey, I taught her to do that. I told her to let go on
Fish
time.
pound with Mike Cotton.
Yeah.
There we go. Check the whole shot.
Look at
Jason
this.
Ruger with the arms out, and Alex is checked out.
Yeah, I mean, the arms aren't even all the way down yet, and
She's
Alex is
checked
like,
out.
see you later, bye, gotta go.
But Joe with an impressive top-end charge. That thing was coming pretty hard.
He had the right tune-up in it, I'll tell you that much. He just didn't let go of the switch on time. The Gasser Plymouth right side and the Chevy with the blower on top on the opposite side. He didn't even make a full hit, and he was still way out in front. Here comes Tom Bailey with the brand new Sigma Magazine Durango. Just put it together a couple days ago.
Wow,
Oh man, that Whipple
impressive.
Supercharger makes so much
Yes,
racket.
indeed. Man, that thing's rowdy.
It is. Well, I mean, have you ever heard? Tom owns an ice cream barbecue truck that's got 5 train horns on it that'll just move you out of
It'll
like
get you out
it
of the
moves
way.
you into the next county. So yeah, this had 3 different engines in it. This is the 3rd one. They had 2 different blower motors that they wanted to run in it. They decided to go with a modern Gen 3 Hemi instead of an old school. It's got a big Whipple supercharger on top of it, and Tom has not made a pass in it before today. This is his 2nd hit, and the first one looked okay. It looked a little bit pulled back, so I have to wonder if they threw a little bit extra at it.
Well, that might have been just to get acclimated. I mean, Tom's a veteran, experienced driver, but it's a brand new car. So
Tom Llewellyn in the stick shift Mustang. Oh yeah, he's
There it
got to
is.
have a whole lot of applesauce in his lap as Tom is just
Spinning
way
the tire,
out
though.
front. Yeah, Tom made it look easy, but unfortunately, Llewellyn in the Mustang again looks like he might have missed a gear. The car slowed down.
that's that stick shift. Yeah, it might have slowed down a little bit. He might have missed a gear.
So we saw Tom Bailey. Here comes his son, Aiden Bailey, with the deuce box, 57 Chevy wagon.
They're cutting them off for a moment.
Yeah, we're going to double check here. A couple of storied cars right here that are sitting in the water box. David Williams, the Suburban that I told you about earlier that made the trip from Key West, Florida, all the way to Alaska to compete in a drag and drive over 7,200 miles. And Aiden Bailey, this car a little over a year and a half ago on the last day of SIG week, flipped and scratched down the return road and the shutoff area on the roof. They put it back together, and him and Joe Barry's son, Joey, basically locked themselves in a garage for the better part of a week trying to wire this car and literally put it together on day of. They went through tech inspection and the car didn't even run, and then they got it together in time to run on Monday, and they just kept slowly stepping it up. All right, looks like we got Throttle, one of our competitors in the grudge match.
Ricky.
We're going to watch an interview on that here in just a minute. Watch your screens, ladies
Talk
and
to
gentlemen.
us, Ricky. What do you got?
You're actually back for what, your 2nd, 3rd year?
3rd year. It's going to be our 3rd year in Roadkill Nights.
Okay, and you're glad to be back, of course.
Oh yeah, Roadkill's always such a fun event.
All right, let's talk about the car this year. So I see that you're going with the Viper again.
That's great. It is the same Viper. We ended up doing some upgrades, automatic transmission. We added nitrous, corner balancing, weight distribution, 2-step, line lock, the whole 9. This thing is a different beast this year.
And why the choice to stick with the same car? Like the consistency, or were you trying to go in a different direction?
We were originally going to build a Prowler, but that build ended up not working out, and we had the Viper still, and it was such a good car. We placed really high last year. We're actually the highest ranking or highest placement from last year, a competitor that returned for this year.
I love that. The Prowler ended up not working out.
Yeah, the Viper is just such a good car, and we spent the time to dial it in, and it's way better than it was last year.
Okay, now one would say that you might have an advantage because you're using the same car. However, folks, we are at a new location this year, which means we have a new drag strip.
It is a new location. I believe last year we had asphalt on the street. This year we have concrete. I was able to at least walk around or at least look at the area. And it is completely different, and it has a little bit of a turn at the beginning of the race, so it's going to be interesting how it's going to turn out.
Okay, Quinn, did you get a chance to walk out there? I know they're just kind of getting the finishing touches on the start-finish line, but what do you think about the track?
It looks good. I was out there this morning before the whole mess started, and it looks good. It'll be a good track. It'll be a good race.
All right, let's talk about your competitors. The grudge match, we've got mentors and rookies this year. It's actually kind of an exciting lineup. What are you feeling? What are all the feels about your competitors?
Well, that's Demonology is here, my boy Herman, coming for you, baby. It's just going to happen, bro. That's going to happen. I'm going to take you down again like I did last year. It was too easy. Please put a challenge on me, bro.
Wait, I didn't even open up the floodgates for smack talk, but you just broke the doors down.
You know why I'm starting? Because I know he's going to start that way. So here we go, baby. I got you, dog.
All right, do you have it up for Herman too?
No, not necessarily. He's got the beef with Herman, but I'm saying there are so many competitors that did so bad last year that they started running automatics this year. So we're gonna see what happens. You know, it's coming down.
Okay, spicy talk, spicy talk. I like it, guys. All right, well, we're going to see what happens out on the track because what happens right here on the microphone, it doesn't really count. So best of luck out there today, guys.
Thank you so much.
And I'm sure we'll be catching up a little bit later.
Something else?
Of course you can.
This is my 3rd year coming here. Every time I come here is my wedding anniversary. So I missed the last 3. So, baby, I love you. Happy anniversary. And happy birthday to my mom, baby. I love you.
Nice save from Ricky, guys.
Perfect timing. Right back into action with David Williams and Aiden Bailey. We talked about Tom Bailey running Alex Taylor in the first matchup, and like we talked about earlier, Alex has been back and forth all over the place trying to get a lot of different things done. And one of the things that, luckily enough, it could be because of Alex and her involvement with Roadkill Nights and so forth, Alex has become an ambassador for Pennzoil, and Pennzoil has been part of Roadkill Nights.
Part of Roadkill Nights. Absolutely.
Yeah, for 110 years they've been providing some of the best lubricants, including their motor oil that they are representing here today. And we appreciate the fact that they put all that work into it because it helps save our cars and trucks.
Arm drop. Aiden's out.
Oh yeah, this one's easy.
Straight, clean, good lap.
Yeah, straight, clean. That's exactly what you want in your motor oil. And again, Pennzoil, thank you so much for keeping our cars clean and keeping us running to more miles than what we used to. 110 years, let's go for 110 more.
Pair of Mustangs.
This is all KJ, man. This is your wheelhouse right here, buddy.
My wheelhouse, but not necessarily with that LS engine in it. Again, I acknowledge that is the way to go with them, but I can't say I appreciate it very much as a quote-unquote Ford guy. But anyway, 2 LS Mustangs, turbocharged apiece. We're going to see how these things get down Woodward. It's one of the really true proven packages now today, you know, as far as street racing and back of the track and no prep style racing. This is the combination in a sense to have. And again, I don't see the long travel suspension setups with these cars, but they're probably going to get away pretty quickly. Chasing with the arm drop. White car is out first. You hear the tires howling, but the white car's got it dialed suspension-wise. Big charge on the left side.
Yeah, it was a good pass there that, like you said, the opposite side had a little bit more tile squirrel going on. But both of them, ironically, like you said, they're both set up similar. The exhaust pipe. The exhaust pipe was coming out the same spot on the fender. It's literally like a install your LS kit, I guess.
Basically.
You know, both of them made charged up passes, and speaking of charged up, we say thanks to another great sponsor here at Roadkill Nights, Optima Batteries. For over 40 years, been providing some of the best batteries. Again, you know, gel batteries have really moved into a different stratosphere, and you need all that cold cranking amps, especially with a lot of the power these cars make, a lot of compression. Want to make sure they start in any condition, you know, cold or hot. And Optima's been doing that. They engineer some of the best stuff, and their batteries stand the test of time. That's why we're glad to have them on board.
Red top, yellow top, blue top.
Corvette battle, and once again, it looks like the orange one is going to stay in front. It was a little closer than last time.
Good drag race.
Yeah. But once again, the orange one just taking it to the finish line first. All right, so it looks like our next in the grudge race battle, Corrupt, is up. We're going to put that on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention.
All right, hanging here with Team Corrupt, Kayla Runda and Tony Army. You guys, this car looks so awesome right now. Are you super pumped to be here at this event right now?
Oh, we're so excited. We can't wait to get out there and do some practicing and get to the runs.
Okay, Kayla, have you been to Roadkill Nights before?
This is my very first time. He should have won last year, so I'm pretty confident about the results this season. So.
Okay, that's what's really cool about the grudge match this year. We've got mentors and rookies, and that's what's really sweet about this because you're going to kind of tap into his experience, right? Because you look so much older than her. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't have too much more experience either.
All right, let's talk about the car. 1969 Plymouth Barracuda. You guys put a lot of work into this build. I saw some of it on social media. This was a charge to get here, right?
It was. We had a very short time frame this year. This is the same car we used last year when I was here. And I had sold it, and then we bought it back, and it was missing a ton of the stuff that it left with. So it was a mad dash to get the stuff. Some of the parts were hard to find. But yeah, we worked on the weekends and everything we could to get the car together. So.
And Kayla, as a car girl, from one car girl to another car girl, no offense, Tony, no offense, I might be a little biased, but it's super rad to have you here, and I'm sure working on this build leading up to this was like such a fun project for you.
It was so much fun. Yeah, I was lucky enough to be a part of the entire building process with Tony, so he included me with some of the motor build and installing it all, and I did the whole wrap myself. and he definitely thinks it's a little crazy, but we definitely wanted to stand out and make a different appearance from last year, so.
All right, we got to talk about the power plant in this thing, but I'm going to have you two move a little closer to each other. No, come close. Come close. You move in closer here, Tony. I have little T-Rex arms, so when I'm like reaching over, it doesn't really work out so great. So this is much better now for this interview, okay, now that we're planted. So talk about the power plant in this 69 CUDA.
So Dodge supplied us with the Hellcat Red Eye. 6.2 liter makes 807 horsepower. This happens to make a little bit more now than it did before. So, yeah, a little bit more. We turned it up a little bit.
So talk about the competition. We've got a grudge match. There's a lot of influencers here. You've got a lot of different types of cars, even though we're all running on the same powertrain. Still kind of like enhances the competition, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's fun that it's all the same, but we all have different modifications. Like some people are on nitrous, we're all on different size tires, so it'll be interesting to see what the results are today.
I know this is your first year, but you've been here before. What do you think about being in the streets of Pontiac, Michigan now? It's a completely different vibe.
It's so much different. I like this a lot better. You feel like you're more like in a small town and we're going out racing, and having fun. Before it was really spread out and it was, I don't know, felt a little bit more like a track, where this feels more like you're really street racing.
We're street racing in Pontiac. We're breaking rules.
Not that I would know what that feels like.
No. We abide by all of the laws, racing and speeds, of course. Okay, now this is when I open the floodgates and allow you guys to do a little smack talking for the other competitors.
Oh boy, this is tough. I don't know. I'm pretty confident right now. I was lucky to be trained by Radford Racing School, so I think I'm definitely one of the more experienced drag racers here. We're definitely calling out Demonology. Soul Snatcher team, we're coming for you.
I would say the biggest thing for us is, unlike most of the teams, we built the cars ourselves. Most of the people either had shops do it or other things. So we have the experience of knowing our car. We might not have got as much practice as other people, but she does have some seat time in it. And with the way we set the car up, it's pretty superior to the other cars in reality. So it shouldn't be too big of an issue.
All right, so I think Herman did some major smack talking leading up to this, because you guys are like, we're 2 for 2 now on that was your...
Yeah. He spent all his bullets with everybody, so now he's got the target on his back for sure. Yes.
All right, guys, well, best of luck today. Thanks so much for your time, and I hope you guys have a kick-ass time out there.
Thank you so much. Let's win.
Do it.
Nice work, guys.
Back in time to see some of our 2 quicker small tire cars. This wagon smoked the tires on the first hit, so obviously a lot of pressure on them, trying to put the right tune-up in it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we are not far away from our rookie run, ladies and gentlemen. They are in the staging lanes, ready to go, all 6 of our competitors. So if you're not there watching, you need to get there now, as we're going to see how all these teams have done. It's literally, like you talked about earlier on some of the commercials we ran, $15,000, less than 3 weeks' time, 1 Hellcat Red Eye motor, and probably not a lot of sleep.
Not a lot of sleep. Any transmission and not a lot of sleep. That's the big thing about these builds. Jason Ruckert holding the 2 cars up right now. Cadillac on the left lane. CTSV, that's a bad animal right there.
Yeah, the Van Grandpa 85 LTD wagon. Like I said, spun the tires earlier. It's got the nitrous infused setup on board. This is all or nothing right here. He needs this shot.
Absolutely nation time right now. This is it's not necessarily win and you're in, but it is win and show a better showing than you did the last time.
Yeah, Christopher's going to have a long ride back to Jersey if he doesn't make this one work. And like I said, it's one of those things where we've seen some sleepers. This is not a sleeper, and if you get up there and you get spanked by something that doesn't look that rowdy, you might feel a little dejected.
You might walk back to Jersey. He's like, look, you take it home. I'm just going to walk. I'll walk. I need to think.
Yeah, we're going to put the brakes on things here for just a minute, as Jason Ruckert-Pooch is given the shut him off sign from VP Racing. Speaking of stopping, we talked about the fact that we made the transition from the asphalt racetrack last year to the concrete racetrack this year. The reason we did it, ladies and gentlemen, they put a turn in the end of the race, the surface we used, not the racetrack, the street. But it made such a sharp curve to the left that I don't think people could have got him stopped in time. I mean, not even with one of our sponsor stuff, Power Stop. I don't even know if they could have gotten it stopped. I mean, that's asking for a miracle, basically. But Power Stop, another one of our great sponsors, they ask when the last time you changed your brakes. You probably don't want to wait until the end of a road like this to find out your brakes don't work. There is no catch net, there is no sand trap. You're probably going to find out in a really bad way that your brakes don't work. So August is Brake Safety Month. I didn't know that
either.
Yeah,
Brake Safety Month.
Yeah, we're learning new things. Power Stop is here to remind you not just to replace your brakes, but upgrade them. They've got a complete lineup of brake upgrade kits, and I'm sure that they probably have something that you could use, AJ. I'm betting that KJ probably has a car or truck that they could slap them onto. At least, I'd say Mustang stuff's probably easy enough to find. What are we waiting on here? It looks like, we're going to do one more burnout.
One more burnout. Get him a burnout there.
All right, so now Jason's got his hand on his hip like, okay, now we're ready. We're going to fire him back up.
Jason, thumbs up. We're going to get these 2 cars down.
Yeah. Again, we're going to do a little bit of prep, ladies and gentlemen, and then we've got the rookies ready to go. Their first shot at the racetrack today. Bad Grandpa, the station wagon over on the right. The Cadillac CTSV with the parachute hanging off the back on the left. Could be a good matchup. Let's see what happens.
Wagon's away.
There we go.
Good lap so far. A little wiggle in the middle.
Look at Bad Grandpa
Goes
just getting
through.
it done.
Yes, indeed. Good lap.
He made the right adjustments. That's the tune-up we needed right there. You spun the tires so bad he smoked them last time, went back to the pits, looked at the data, made the right changes, and A to B with no problem at all could very well have been a top 8 spot right there.
Definitely. That's a wait and see now.
Yeah, exactly, because Q2 is, I think, done.
That's
pretty
in the
much.
books.
Yeah.
That's in the
so
books.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the what we call the rookie run. So again, the whole mentor versus mentee thing. We got lots of people with drag racing experience, lots of people with high performance experience. They're going to try to channel their inner drag racer to somebody with an 800 plus horsepower Hellcat Red Eye Hemi underneath the hood of a lot of different stuff. We've got a truck. We've got a stick shift entry. We've got a bunch of classic stuff. I mean, it is really a wide variety of cars. I mean, when we started with the whole Dodge Mopar Hemi deal, it was a lot of late model cars that a lot of people did. They basically found gutted Chargers and gutted Challengers, and that's what they threw them in. Now everybody getting creative. We got everything from a 69 Barracuda, 71 Challenger, 65 AFX race car.
AFX car is cool.
Yeah, and then obviously Demonology Soul Snatcher, the Charger. We've got a Viper, and we've got a 95 Dodge Ram pickup
Ram.
truck.
Yeah, 1500 Ram, and actually it's a Big Daddy Don Garlos Ram, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it adds anything to the wow factor, but for me it adds extra to the cool factor.
Well, the cool factor is also a low miles truck, if I understand correctly, but that truck with very, very low miles, less than, I think, 60,000 miles on it. And
yeah.
You know what? Let's make it a race truck.
The interesting side note on that one, that's Justin Keith from Killer Customs. This is something that he has been doing for GM vehicles for quite a while. He's been taking late model LT drivelines and stuffing them in like Genie. Somebody must have had him sitting in a barn somewhere. Mostly 88 to 98 trucks and Tahoes, and they look like, you know, basically stock cars or stock trucks with wheels on them, but they've got 700-800 horsepower at the wheel, so obviously surprises a lot of people. And he's been building a bunch of them. He built 2 of them. They were magazine cars, and they got sold immediately. And I think he's got a bunch of them on hold right now to build new ones.
We're looking at the monitor here. I don't know if folks can see on the monitor. You have down there a lot of the influencer jaw-jacking going on. Demonology, Herman Young, and his rookie, Lee, is doing some type of mouthing off to one of his peers down there. I can only imagine what he is saying. Always entertaining. Jacqueline's with Mickey Thompson, and let's take a listen to see what they're talking about. I know there's a new product they want everybody to know about, so let's listen in.
Hey everyone, I'm Jacqueline Drake, and I'm down here at the Mickey Thompson Tire and Wheels trailer, and right beside me I have Heather Tausch. But today, you are unveiling a brand new tire.
Yeah, so we have actually this is our most popular size in the ET Drag line. We're coming out with 3 new constructions of this size of tire, but they're designed to be optimized for different track conditions. When you maybe are on a surface that isn't prepped the way that you would want it to be, you can actually pick out the tire with the construction that is the right fit for your setup and not lose any of that traction that you've come to love from Mickey Thompson.
Yeah, whenever I look at the side of this, all I see is traction. And there's so many different types of tires here and that are available. What are you noticing by being out here at Roadkill Nights that people are most interested in?
Well, I think that number one, people are most interested in the Demon 170. And I have to say that is obviously because those have Mickey Thompson ET Street R's on them. So
yeah, that definitely might have something to do with it. And all the involvement that Mickey Thompson has done with Roadkill Nights in the drag racing industry alone. You can find their tires on the Dodge Thrill Ride, the drag racing portion of that. Now, when people are looking to get new tires, what do you recommend on how to get their hands on some of these?
I mean, good luck. They're in very high demand. We actually had a pretty tight negotiation with Dodge in order to put them on the Demon 170 because honestly, they're just, if you're a racer, you know it's hard to find Mickeys right now. So they're just, and that's honestly, we're just selling more tires than we've ever sold before. There's more people getting into drag racing. And obviously you want the best when you're going to be out trying to get those fractions of a second.
Really good tires, or as some might think, these are Racers Gold right here. Guys, come on down to Mickey Thompson Trailer and check out their line of tires. They also have some cool hot rods down here. But meanwhile, we're going to head back to some racing at the track.
Well, there you have it. There you have it, the long-anticipated new drag slick from Mickey Thompson, the ET drag with 3 different, I guess you could say, settings. You have soft, softer, and
Marshmallow,
our good friend Jason Molden said marshmallow, and that's super soft and the tire that you need when you're working with a very, very compromised racing surface or a no-prep type surface. So make your way over to the Mickey Thompson trailer if you haven't seen it yet, and of course it's one of those deals where, you know, at a display like this, everybody wants to touch it. I want to touch, but don't touch the tread or the lack of the tread, the slick. Touch the sidewall, because that's what's important in this tire, the sidewall.
Yeah, and they have really listened to the public about what they did. I mean, if you consider the fact that the drag radial has been out for well over 2 decades, Mickey Thompson pretty much revolutionized that when they came out with the very first ET Street back in 2003, the radial tire construction. Now here we are 20 years later, and they're coming out with a limited traction tire in 3 different sizes. They're really going after that market that, you know, there really wasn't a lot of demand for, but they said people are asking for it. It'll be available in a week's time, KJ. I have a feeling, like she said, it is going to be a hot commodity. It's probably going to be like toilet paper was a couple years ago.
Wow.
I'm kicking it back there a little bit, right?
Yes, indeed. The United Way is up, and we have to take a listen to their message.
Hey everyone, I'm Jacqueline Drake, and I'm down here in the tent of United Way, southeastern Michigan, and I have Dan calling here right now. When it comes to United Way, what exactly is the program?
Absolutely. So United Way for Southeastern Michigan, we're a nonprofit that serves Wayne, Oakland, Macomb, and Washtenaw counties. We've been around for over 100 years serving the community, making sure that children have best possible educational opportunities and that families are able to meet their basic needs.
You guys are helping out so many different families in Michigan. What is the big impact that you're seeing when it comes to families throughout the state?
Yeah, so we just had a recent report come out that shows, you know, how people are struggling to afford basic needs. And unfortunately, 40% of people in our region are struggling on a day-to-day basis, effectively living paycheck to paycheck. So that's a major concern for us to make sure those resources are available and that people know about them. And if there's one program that I can highlight, it's these 211 here. You can see the card there. 211 is a number that anybody can dial any time of day, any day of the year, and get access to resources that can help them out, whether it's food, housing, childcare, clothing, transportation, you name it.
When it comes to raising money and getting donations so that this program can operate, how are you able to do so?
We have so many great corporate partners. We have so many people that are willing to donate, whether it's out of their paycheck or just one-time gifts. People can always visit our booth to learn more here. We're going to be here for a while. They can sign up for our newsletter, and we also have a great auction that people can support as well.
I love everything that you guys are doing, and not to mention being out here at Roadkill Nights. Y'all are hosting a live auction. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, we're so honored to be a part of this great event and to be able to spread awareness. But yeah, the auction, we have great items donated by Dodge, Radford Racing School Experience, NHRA memorabilia, tickets, as well as tickets to Barrett Jackson next year. So really exciting stuff.
Ooh, I love these. Now, if you want to go ahead and jump online, you can bid on the live auction. It goes until tonight at midnight, so go in there and get your bids. I'm really excited for who's going to be able to take home some of these cool gifts. When it comes to the involvement that United Way is doing, is there anything in particular that people can go to and get more involved?
Absolutely. So you can always visit our website, unitedwaysem.org. You can visit the auction by going to unitedwaysem.org/roadkill, or you can also text auction to 50503.
And that was United Way. This was Dan calling. Thank you so much for being here. Come on down to the United Way tent.
To make the most powerful muscle car in the world, you might think we signed a deal with the devil. That's ridiculous. We just summoned a demon.
Some folks do it for money, others do it for free. Why anyone else would bother never meant much to me. Some call it obsession, something like a possession. But me, myself, and I, we just call it what it is, yeah, the profession.
We're back at presents Woodward. Oh gosh, did I mess that up? MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, here on Woodward Avenue in Pontiac, Michigan. Man almighty, Derek, what a day thus far.
KJ, I'll tell you what, I think the heat's getting to you a little bit, man.
No, I just messed that one up.
Oh, okay. All right. I was trying to give you an out. You didn't take it. That's cool.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just messed that one up.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first shot for the rookies sitting in the front of the staging lanes right now. We're only moments away from doing that. We saw some sponsorship deals from our friends at Tremec Transmission. Mike Kidd is out here somewhere today. I already saw him. He is all over the place doing lots of great events for Tremec. We appreciate their support. Aeromotive is also here with us. We appreciate all their great support. They are designing a whole lot of products that are great, pretty much everything from working out here as well as drag and drive. We saw drifting, road course, a little bit of everything. Aeromotive built by racers for racers, and again, we are almost ready to fire off this first shot of the rookies. It'll be interesting to see how they do on this surface, KJ. Like you said, it's gotten better and better as the day's gone on.
That's right. The rookie run is up next, and then we'll have our opening ceremony. So don't go anywhere. Hopefully you used the restroom and did whatever else you need to do, because a lot of stuff is coming up. It's going to get really, really exciting here. Rookie run is on deck next. The opening ceremonies follow that, and then the top 8 for big and small tire. You've seen cars go down the track pretty much all day, save for our little break that we had. And they were running to qualify for 8 spots in the big tire category and the small tire category. And they will then run off to find out who's the quickest on Woodward Avenue in both classes. So stand by. There's a lot that's about to happen. The rookies are up next. They're getting their final instructions and advice from their mentors. And let's just see if it doesn't go in one ear and out the other. You know what I mean? There's a lot to take in and process with this stuff happening right now. And as you said, Derek, you know, they're getting into 800 horsepower cars, and to not have experience, quite honestly, that's concerning. So one of the things that you would hope that every mentor out there has expressed to their mentee, if you're not comfortable, if you feel like you're in trouble, take your foot off the accelerator. Let off. Don't try to be any type of a hero out here. Don't try to drive through something that's not quite to your liking. Just let off the gas and we'll try it again on another lap. So the experience is going to be one of the big factors here with these cars. I don't think the track is going to be too much of an impact now, because it is really good now. So if things are set up right chassis-wise, I'll go with chassis more than tire. If things are right chassis-wise, you'll probably see everybody get down.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, like you said, considering that 4 of the 6 cars are what I would call small tire, meaning 275 tire or smaller. You've only got one really big tire car, that's Team Corrupt and the Cuda, and then the other car that is a little bit closer to the big tire car is EJ and the Sick Bastard 65 Gasser. That car's got a decent sized tire, and again, it's built in the old Gasser style setup where it moves the axles around to where it just naturally shifts weight. She did a big wheel stand in that car on Wednesday during testing. So again, some of these drivers have more test time than others. Some of them have literally already been fixing stuff that's broken since just even getting on the dyno. Like, some of them come to the line here with 0 runs on the combination. They haven't even like driven it on the street yet or anything. So it'll be interesting to see how this first session goes, and it looks like we're not too far away from firing them up.
Yeah, they're firing up now. Actually, Mike Washington is waving them to the puddle.
Yep.
Soul Snatchers up first, Lee Carter.
This will be an interesting first round matchup. You've got the 2 late models in the lineup. You've got the only 2 cars built later than 2000. Everything else is earlier than that. They start with a 19 in them. So as we mentioned, Lee Carter, the rookie, Herman Young, the mentor. This is the Soul Snatcher, Demonology, coming up right side.
Quinn Clark.
Yep, and the throttle car.
Quinn Clark, the rookie. Ricky Fernandez, the mentor. Ricky's done a good job out here on Woodward Avenue, so he has a lot of knowledge that hopefully he's imparted on Quinn, and hopefully Quinn paid attention and listened. I watched their practice laps at Verona Drag Strip out in Southern California, down in the San Diego area, and Quinn looked impressive. They had quite a bit of extensive testing done, so this could be good for them.
Here's what you said to him. Pay attention to all the spots that have aired. 3 times he has been here. So the Viper probably has the most experience on this kind of setup or surface, so to speak. Now, there are people with a lot more racing experience, but the Viper has probably the best mentor for what we're doing right here.
Absolutely. And Demonology has been all Instagram Live, Instagram Live, Instagram Live. Let's start it that way. Demonology has been all over social media and the internet. He's trying to give all the water up for his driver.
Dude, Demonology must have listened to us when we said, oh yeah, that really rough concrete. He wants to make sure he has lots of room to do the biggest burnout possible.
Well, Demonology and Herman Young, he's done his testing down in the Dallas, Texas area at XRP, and that is concrete heaven. So if anybody knows how to do it, good burnout. Both drivers hit it pretty hard.
They look just like experts coming out of there. Nobody had any problems pushing through the water.
Not at
Everybody
all.
got the burnouts they needed. All right, here we go.
Quinn is a drift specialist, so I don't think the burnout's too difficult for
There's
Quinn.
no handbrake involved here, man. There's no corner. Team Soul Snatchers on the right. That is the black and silver Charger. And then the all-black, sinister-looking Viper. Over on the left, that's Team Throttle. So Quinn Clark at the wheel left side, Lee Carter at the wheel right side. Again, their first shot here at Woodward Avenue. Neither one of them with a lot of experience in the straight line. Got to wonder if they're just going to get it right off the first hit. What do you think, KJ? You got
Lee
a
is
favorite
down
here?
there purging nitrous, man. So
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. First time in the car.
If we had a hype man,
Wow.
Lee's got that covered by a long
Here
shot.
we go. I don't think that was for show. I think they're going to give it all the nitrous, as they say. So this could be really, really exciting right here, folks.
I think I can hear Herman talking smack still up here.
Oh, and Lee's
Look
away.
at it.
There
Yeah.
it is.
All
And
the
the car he goes through first lap.
Yeah, man, Herman has got to be proud,
impressive.
man. Look at him. He's
Look
still
at him.
talking.
That's
He's
my
in there.
guy, right, Herman?
Yeah. Herman, Team Soul Snatchers. Yeah. They just got it done right there. It looked great,
That
man.
car
It just
looked
A to
good.
B, no
Here it is
problems.
again. Watch the replay there, Derek. The car got away good. It scared him. He let off a little bit there, and then he got right back into it and went through. That is.
Good job for Demonology and good job for Team Soul Snatchers. Here comes a couple of interesting rides we talked about earlier. The only truck in the competition and the only stick shift in the competition. So Lacey Blair behind the wheel of the ex-Big Daddy Don Garlett's truck. That was built by Justin Keith. Killer performance, left-hand side. Right-hand side is Erica Schrull with Rob Dom, the guy who's usually doing import and rotary stuff.
Yeah, rotary engines. This is his first V8, first supercharged.
Only stick shift car in the competition.
Spinning the tires in the
Both
truck.
of
That
them.
radial tire looks like it's a big
Unforgiving.
compromise, but the battle to the stripe looks like the Challenger got there first.
It did, and it was a back and forth. First the truck leads, then the Challenger took the lead, then back the other way. And they separated by less than a car.
This is really good. Rookie's doing a good job so far.
Now here comes what most people would consider the race cars of the group. The AFX gasser, we're going to look at it again on the replay. Look at it back and forth as the truck tried to close the gap, got
through.
close. So
That's
EJ
a strike.
Nageli coming up left-hand side in the gas. Kayla Rundle in Team Corrupt, the 1969 Barracuda on the right-hand side. EJ, who had never, ever driven a drag race car before Six Summer a couple of months ago, now behind the wheel. And I'll tell you what, this sick bastard's car on the left side has done a bunch of wheel stands and mileage testing. They're going to try and keep the nose on the ground and get it to the other end without an oil pan damage. Can they do it?
You try to tie it down, but that thing should go to the moon right. They tied it down quite a bit.
Yep, they did.
Off and on the gas. Good lap for both, though. They both got down safely, cleanly. Round of applause for the rookies. How
Yeah,
about
put it
those
together,
rookies?
ladies
First
and
time
gentlemen. Let
out
'em hear
there.
it.
Let them hear it.
Yep, and don't forget to keep that applause going when they come back up the return road. Again, I'm sure that they are just full of nerves, even though they got their first pass done. Here's another look at it. EJ not doing a bad job, but Kayla just bus lengths. That one was A to B for the CUDA. Good job.
That was one of the questions that came up yesterday during media day, and I was asked my first time ever going down a track and my first drag race, was I nervous? And of course you're nervous. You know, you're apprehensive, you're nervous, it's going to go down. And I'm in a 5-liter Mustang with a stick shift, and I just remember vividly my left leg, the clutch leg, was shaking uncontrollably. So it's like one of those deals where, am I even going to leave the line, let alone get down the drag strip because my clutch leg is shaking? But that was really, really cool for everybody in that group to not have very much drag racing experience and to take these cars that are making well in excess in some cases of 800 horsepower, 800 plus horsepower, and get down this drag strip like they did and get down this street like they did. Very, very impressive, and they deserve all the salute right now.
Absolutely, considering that, again, they came in with no experience on the street like this. Let's put them behind the wheel of something with that much power. And like you said, even though it's a slightly different scenario, butterflies had to be there.
Oh,
I mean,
my gosh.
if, you know, it's just like a clutch car, no matter how fast or how slow it is. If you drop the clutch too soon and you stall it, then, you know, shame. If you spin or you burn
Correct.
through the clutch, it's just as bad. So for all of them to make an A to B run and nobody got really out of shape, I think it worked out pretty well. So they'll go back, they'll look at the data, and they'll make some tuning adjustments. And as we've already seen with our small and big tire classes, there have been people that didn't make a good run the first time and really laid it down the second time. So there's no reason you can't adjust to this track right now.
As far as the cars, one of the things to note that's going to be important for mentors to come through and pay close attention to is heat. Those supercharged cars are going to have to pay attention to getting that blower as cool as possible, running the intercooler, trying to get that coolant through that cooler, through the charger,
intercooler, yep.
and get that thing cooled down. That's very, very important, because if you don't pay attention to that, you'll come back in the next lap and have an absolute dog. So hopefully hopefully the mentors are keeping that in mind and not just back there with the smack talk and visiting each other. There's actually work to do between rounds.
Well, I think we could safely say, based on the runs that we saw, that more than likely Demonology is still talking smack. Let them all hear it when they come back,
Exactly.
ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Let all the rookies hear it.
Great job for everyone. Great
Yeah.
job for everyone. Lee Carter tagging that nitrous going through there, man. He's like, look, I'm ready.
Yep. Everybody looking all hyped up. Look at this. I mean, everybody on their team giving high fives.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, again, this will give you all the confidence to come back for the second lap and then get ready for the actual eliminations.
That's very cool.
Look
very,
at EJ coming back in the gasser. She's got a big old smile on her face. I'll tell you what, she said it doesn't matter what the car does. She's having the time of her life driving that car. She had the best that she had run was 1220s before that car, and she ran something that should be in the bottom 9s. It's just incredible.
1220s before, bottom 9s capable, and there was a moonshot that was just absolutely impressive.
Look at her. You can see the smile from here. Look at her.
That's great. That is really what it's all about, man.
Yep. Again, ladies and gentlemen, not too far away from getting ready for opening ceremonies. How about a wheel stander? Anybody want to see a wheel stander out there in the crowd? Can I get a show of hands? Does anybody like to see somebody go wheels up? Oh, there's not that many. We should send them back.
There's got to be some
Wait,
little
I'm sorry.
tanks
Can we do this one more time? Maybe the left side will help me out. Left side of the racetrack grandstands. Anybody want to see a wheel stander? See, we got more hands up over there. Right side, you were sleeping at the switch. You didn't help me out here.
Look, the left side and right side, you have your Dodge VIPs over here on the right.
And it is a Dodge, too, so they should be really happy
They should be
about
very hyped about what's getting ready to happen. Everybody's quite sedate and enjoying themselves, having a good time.
Chilling,
Just chilling, taking it easy.
Yeah.
The left side is the party side. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Look at the fence there. Everybody's packed over there with
Left side,
enthusiasts.
are you guys ready to party?
Are you guys
Is
ready
that what
to
y'all
seriously
are doing over
party?
there?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Look
Come
at them.
on,
They're
right
like
side.
2 or 3 deep on the fence, yeah.
Dodge VIPs, I tell you, man.
So sitting at the ready, the Hemi under glass, man. You want to talk about a car with a lot of history, the Hearst Hemi under glass. This thing is really cool. Yep, so the wheel stander getting ready to roll around, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not in a good spot where you can see it, Mike Mantle and the Hearst Hemi under glass coming up right now, literally just about to roll into the water box. So these are designed specifically to go wheels up. So when you see them go wheels up, they have like usually a clear plexiglass floor in them so they can actually see where they're going. And they have 2 brake pedals in the car to steer it right and left. You hear him crank it up. He's all suited up and ready to go.
Blown Hemi under glass.
Yes. Mike took over the driving chores in 2016, and you want to talk about being nervous, man? This car has a lot of history. How'd you like to step into that seat?
I wouldn't want to step in that seat. I'll just be quite candid about that. That's impressive to see from here. I don't think I want to be the guy in the seat, so props to Mike for just getting in and doing what he does. This is going to be something else because, as we've said, this street has now come around.
Yes.
So it's going to get a good grab of this street. It'll probably take a few, I guess you consider it practice hops, and bounce it a few times like, okay, and then boom. And when he snaps it up there, I'm pretty much ready to guarantee it's going to go the distance. They're pulling the cones up now, but it'll go straight down this Woodward Avenue Boulevard here on the back 2 tires.
He must have some pull with everybody. Just say, hey, can you give me a little bit of extra track? I might have a hard time seeing as I go down there on the rear tires only.
Well, it's advisable to get cones out of the way, otherwise they'd be flying everywhere there.
Yeah, we'd have some cones that would be
ping, ping, ping.
Yeah. This is not how many can you knock over.
Exactly.
You get bonus points.
It's not autocrossing.
Yeah. So for those of you that are curious, not only the original Hearst Hemi under glass, but this guy also owns the Little Red Wagon. So again, this is not his first rodeo. He has been in a wheel stander for a while, but again, really cool to see this car come out and be part of MotorTrend Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, bring out one of the ultimate Dodge vehicles, again, with a lot of history.
The Little Red Wagon is the truck that I cited when I challenged the 2 Roadkill guys to do a wheelie with Stubby Bob. I said it needs to be a Little Red Wagon style wheelie.
That's exactly
that
what you said. Get in there, hold the wheel, put it to the floor, whack it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. And they got it done. So
they did.
This is going to be something to watch, definitely.
Now the difference here, ladies and gentlemen, as I talked about earlier, again, this is designed to go on 2 wheels. So again, they're going to have a clear section in the floor so they can see what they're doing. Usually the throttle is activated on a hand so they get able to use both feet to steer it with the brakes. It'll make it where one side does right, one side does left, because otherwise You can steer the front. It's not going to do anything. You're basically just showing off. So, and then not only that, it doesn't have wheelie bars. It really kind of has grinder sticks. So at night, you'll especially see sparks coming out. But it's designed to do that, to handle the weight of the car. But again, some of these cars can really run fast when you consider you're getting them up on two wheels. Not uncommon to see them in the 10 and 11 second range at over 100 miles an hour.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's a lot to do when you're sitting there trying to balance it out. So,
absolutely.
The tow vehicle being moved out of place.
Getting
that big
fired up.
supercharged Hemi getting fired up. All right, here Mike comes.
Wow. Listen to the idle. Just that lope. Just a big lope.
The proper, what I would call pro street fairgrounds cruiser lope that you would hear back in the 80s and 90s.
The barump, 2 feet. Here it is.
Yep, the Hemi under glass coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss it. Come on. If you're not somewhere you can see the racetrack on this Woodward Avenue, about to get attacked by the Hearst Hemi under glass. Mike Mantle in the burnout box. The supercharged Hemi going to make some glorious noise as he gets those rear tires sticky to go rear tires only on a full 8-mile hit.
If you have a little one with you, make sure they can see. Please let the little one see this. Again, he's probably going to do a few blips. Just pop it up there, pop it up there. It's like, okay.
See how the starting line feels?
There it is. There we go.
Yep. Now, normally when they were at a racetrack, because of it being a little bit wider than the space we have on it, it's not uncommon for them to do what I would call a test wheelie. They might go half track, set it down, they would turn around, drive back up the racetrack the wrong way, come around the burnout box. But here, like you said, he's just going to do a couple short hops.
A couple of short hops, and then up she goes. And it's how about that? There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, what did you think of the first one? Is it good?
I'll tell you what, that's just getting started. He's just getting warmed up.
Oh, yeah, he's not ready
He's
yet.
just getting warmed up.
Yeah, that's like 75%. I think the folks want the full 100%, so we're going to back him up one more time.
Back him up, and it's getting ready to be hold my beer time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you heard the motor come up because what happened was he hit the rear tires a little hard, so it unloaded everything. So that's not what he wants to do. So he's going to try to. Here's another look at it on the instant replay. Watch it just instantly shoot up. See the sparks coming out from the sticks in the back. Make sure he keeps them where he wants. And there's that reason that those cones got moved, because there would have been some innocent lives lost there.
Cones to the left of me. Cones to the right.
Cones under me.
Cones under me, exactly. Cones everywhere. Hemi under glass.
Ladies and gentlemen,
so
don't
awesome.
be afraid to let Mike hear you as he backs up.
Yeah.
Let him hear your appreciation. There you go.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'll tell you, man, KJ and I have said it. Drivers operate on raw emotion. If you egg them on, they do more. Mike Mantle backing up the Hearst Hemi under glass, right-hand side of the racetrack. It says, yeah, it's got a Hemi on the rear bumper. That's good. I was curious. I wasn't quite sure.
What's in it?
Yeah, it says, yeah, it's got a Hemi. Beautiful overhead shot right now. Again, if you want to check out all these great camera angles, keep in mind, on the MotorTrend channel. Here we go.
Look at that car go. 2 wheels.
Oh, he made it almost to the finish line, but put your hands together. It was a solid effort.
What a run.
Yeah, it looked good.
What a run.
Look at it again on the instant replay. Up it goes. This time a little more controlled. Notice it didn't unload the rear tires, but it had started to go left, and he can see that when he's looking through the plexiglass.
It's like, oh,
so he
set her
easily goes,
down.
all right, yeah, let's put it down.
Okay,
We'll
that's
save it
enough
for
of
the
that
next time.
Exactly.
Yep. The good news is I'm pretty sure that we will see him back for another shot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I have never talked to Mike or any wheel stander for that matter, but I think one of the things that probably drives a person that operates one of these type of vehicles is that I want to do it. I want to go all the way. I want to go the distance. I want to get it done. And you know, given time or whatever provisions that they can, they come around. I want to go again. I know I can make it.
Speaking of making it, here comes Mike. He's coming back up the racetrack. Oh, wait a minute. May not be enough traction down there because he wants to do it the opposite way. No, he's going to. Oh, there's another one.
Couple of hops.
Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, put your hands together. Let him hear you.
I tell you what. Without even being a wheel stander, that car is wicked.
Yes,
Did
it
you
is.
hear how far the revs came up and how fast they came up?
Yeah. Can somebody please, another look on the instant replay, can somebody please get a hold of Mike? I think we need at least another appearance later tonight if we could.
That would be awesome.
Yep. Here's another
But that
look at
run was
it.
great. Look at that.
Again, do you notice it started to go left? It started to get into the left lane. It didn't cross the center, so they wanted to make sure that they saved the car for the next run. So sometimes you can make it all the way to the finish line under power on the rear wheels, and sometimes you got to say, all right, save it for next time.
Props, Mike Mantell.
Yeah,
Props.
good job, good job.
Awesome.
Hopefully we'll see him back later. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of track prep won't take us too long. We will be right back, and again, we are going to go into eliminations. This is when it counts. $30,000 in prizes and money are up for grabs, and that means that we're getting into eliminations. Opening ceremony will be in just a minute, and then we will start in the top 8. So again, this is when it starts to be in a play for keeps kind of setup. Top 8 big tire, top 8 small tire, a whole lot of money available, over $30,000 with 10 grand on each side, and then 5,000 more to the quickest small tire Mopar, 5,000 to the quickest big tire Mopar. A lot of money. All right, so it looks like we also might have some additional stuff coming up here. We're working that out right now as soon as I get confirmation on it.
Roadkill 2 out of 3.
Roadkill 2 out of 3? What are we talking about, buddy?
And we're talking about Roadkill talent, some of the stars of the Roadkill programs.
Now, wait a second. I mean, 2 out of 3. I mean, we talked to Mike Finnegan earlier. I don't know if that thing will make 2.
I don't think it'll make 1. Matt Salazar is with Christy right now. Matt, what's up?
Here with Matt Salazar from Dodge, Direct Connection Product Planner. Let's talk a little bit about Direct Connection and the connection to the vehicles that we have as part of the grudge match today. I know they're utilizing some of the Direct Connection products.
Yep, absolutely. This year is a lot like last year. We give them Red Eye Helicrate motor. We did offer them the manual transmission, but feedback-wise, we gave them the ability to run any transmission they wanted. You know, last year they said, you know, this was a little bit of hindrance, and then the fact that we have, you know, new drag racers coming, it might be a little easier if we gave them an automatic, right? We do provide them basically a controller kit and a pedal and wiring, things like that. We gave them $15,000 and allowed them to run an aftermarket ECU if they wanted, because there was some feedback we got from last year as well.
Okay, and I think Team Dominator is the only one that actually chose the the manual transmission.
There were a couple other teams actually that have it. Throttle has one as well.
Okay.
So yeah, it seemed to be the popular choice if they could get it. We had a different plan for this year, but we kind of pivoted toward a few weeks ago to move to the Hell Crates in honor of Last Call. So, you know, we tried to work with them and whatever they could get in a very short period of time.
All right, and Dodge is obviously all about heritage, all about legacy, and there's quite a bit of heritage with the Direct Connection brand specifically. So, you know, I know, a lot of people watching know, but for those that are watching that don't know a lot about Direct Connection, just let us kind of know what the product lineup is.
Sure. I'll give you a little bit of history first. You know, Direct Connection was originally launched in 1974. Really is that factory connection between us and the customers. You know, recently we relaunched this, 2022. Really took some of the stuff Mopar was doing, and then really just wanted to align a little bit better with Dodge and our future vehicles. You know, this way we could have stuff very integrated, somebody could buy from the factory. So we focus on modern performance, so you can get stage kits. We have Challenger stage kits out right now, the 19 through 22, Hellcat and Red Eye. Later this month, we are releasing the Hellcat 15 through 18, and then all the Charger kits will come out later this month as well. And then 23 model year, we are finishing up getting those packaged, and those will be on later this year. We're also focusing heavily on crate stuff. We have a big promotion going through the rest of the month. This will be Red Eyes, where you get a $1,000 gift card, all the way down to the $345, where you can get a $200 gift card when purchased. New products there. We're offering a 2.7 liter supercharger and a 3 liter supercharger as crate kits, and then some accessories for manual transmissions like a Hellcrate clutch and Hellcrate flywheel and a 1320 torque converter. So
I'm just going to leave you my address for my 16 Hellcat and some of the parts
I'll get right on
that I may need. Okay, so you mentioned the 23, the last call models.
Yep.
Can you tell us anything a little bit more about what some of the direct connection parts may be for those?
It's going to be just like the rest of the stage kits we have. So, you know, you'll have a pre-stage and a stage 1 for your Hellcats. You'll have a pre-stage, a stage 1, and a stage 2 for the Red Eyes. You know, for those models that are still out there, you can order it, keep your factory warranty, right? You can build it all into the loan. You know, we wanted to get it sooner, but, you know, getting carb and everything going, you know, it takes a little bit longer than we wanted. You know, working on moving it faster moving forward, but you know, essentially those same pieces.
Okay, they put me in a polo shirt and they make me feel all professional out here, and you're in a polo shirt too. But let's just talk and be fun for a second about this event and how rad it is that we're in the streets of Pontiac right now. This is so cool.
Absolutely. You know, there was a little hiccup with going back to M1 this year, but I think, you know, our pivot worked out really well. You know, it's much more open, inviting, I think, right? You know, and just...
It's energy.
Yeah, not just one street, right? We have multiple streets, whether it's car shows, you know, drag racing happening behind us. You have some thrill rides with a TRX or, you know, a Challenger, right? It's just, it fits very well.
Matt Salazar, Dodge, and Direct Connection, thanks so much for your time.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, I'm all right.
So I've already
Coming
gotten
back.
way too pampered.
Coming
I'm
back.
going to go to the next event. I'm going to, like, fall apart.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is definitely nation time now. We've been out here for the better part of all day, and we have our top 8 players in both categories selected, and here they are. The top 8, Big Tire, David Schroeder, Jimmer Klein, Joe Barry, Aiden Bailey, Eric Mills, David Hikas, Alex Taylor, and Mike Mislovic.
That's a pretty stacked top 8. I'll tell you what, we got Joe Barry, who is the defending champion, coming back. Now here comes top 8 in small tire. Alan Robinson, your defending champion, Mikkel Borgren, Johnny Hopewell, Nick Ryan, Alex Bergdahl, David McKenna, Adam Wright, and Alex Chudd. Those are your top 8 in small tire for Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, brought to us by MotorTrend. That's a stacked field on both sides.
Man
KJ.
almighty, that's a very stout field, and you're going to see some good, probably side-by-side drag racing coming up, because in that Big Tire group, I don't know what the exact numbers are, what they ran, but I don't think there's big separation between the cars that were selected. The cars that made it. It's not even a matter of being selected. They made it. They earned their spot in. But props, salute to everybody out here who came and went down Woodward Avenue today in their car. It's a major accomplishment, a major feat, a great experience if you're an enthusiast. If you want to try it again, if we're back next year or when we do this again, sign up, enter, get your car in here and be part of it. It's not always about making that top 8. It's also about just being part of it and doing it.
So we are pretty close to being ready to go. The opening ceremonies, we are going to be joined by a special guest before we fire things off. We're not too far away from getting underway again. $10,000 to win on small tire, $10,000 to win on big tire, an extra $5,000 on top to the quickest Mopar small tire, another $5,000 for quickest Mopar big tire. So it has been an awesome day, and we still got a lot of action left to go, KJ. We still got the rookies to come. We're going to have another appearance by all of our top 8s. I mean, we got 3 rounds to go there, so there's still a lot of good stuff to go. We're not even halfway there yet.
Not even halfway done. The weather is definitely perfect now. Make sure you take advantage of some of the things that have also been happening around here. You know, that's not done yet. That's not finished yet. So get out in that midway and experience some of the stuff that Dodge has been putting out here as far as the thrill rides and other activities.
Speaking of which, a big shout out to all of our great sponsors while we're touching up the racetrack, getting ready to go for round number 1. Thanks especially to MotorTrend and Dodge for putting all this together here. Roadkill Nights, our 8th year here in Michigan. We appreciate all the fine folks that have helped make this possible from coast to coast. It took a lot of people to put it together, KJ. I know you've seen it since the beginning. It's been a lot of work.
A lot of work, and salute to the events team, the events people at Dodge as well. This has just been, in some instances, a labor of love, but it's also been a big grind. I'm not directly involved as far as the production, but I do see a lot of the Slack messages and emails that go back and forth, and there are 1,000 and million one moving pieces in getting this accomplished. So we definitely have to say salute to all the people involved in making it happen.
Also, a big shout out to all of our other sponsors that are also keeping us going here. I mean, obviously, we could not do it without them. They include some of the ones I've mentioned already: Amazon, Dorman Products, McGuire's, Shell, Optima Batteries, Power Stop Brakes, DB Electrical, DNA Motoring, Nightlight, our friends at Tremic Transmission. My kid is here. Mickey Thompson Tires, we talked about Jason Moulton earlier. Aeromotive, we ran into Jamie Meyer earlier as well. Gear Vendors Overdrive, and last but not least, the all-new Stubby Bob stuff that we talked about just a few hours ago. We are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go to opening ceremonies.
Opening ceremonies, here it is. We'll go down to street level.
It's MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, Pontiac, Michigan. Make some noise. How we doing today? You know it. No thunderstorm, no tornado warning, nothing shutting us down, baby. The fireworks are still yet to come, but none of this would have been possible without this young man behind me in the pink shirt over here. He's the man who gave us permission to play with our toys here on Woodward Avenue. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to your mayor here in Pontiac, Michigan, the one, the only, Tim Greimel.
Good afternoon and welcome to Pontiac. It is great to see all of you come out. I want to thank MotorTrend and Dodge for making Roadkill Nights happen. I hope you've been having fun so far, but we have a lot more action on the way, including, we've got exciting performances tonight, including Trick Trick, Nick Speed, Pontiac's own Rose Spit, followed by the one and only Ice Cube. So give it up for the rest of the festivities. Have fun. God bless America, and God bless the city of Pontiac.
And that is how you get reelected. One more big round of applause for Tim Greimel, the mayor of Pontiac, Michigan. All right, Pontiac, Michigan, at this time, please rise if you are not already standing and remove your ball caps as we get ready to honor the greatest country on the planet and sing along to our national anthem, performed by the one and only Sam Kessick.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
You know it, America. Come on, keep it going. Pontiac, Michigan for Sam Kessick. You know it. All right, let's throw it back up to the boys in the booth. It's all yours.
Thank you very much. Derek, let's go racing, man.
I don't know if I could follow that, man. I mean, the only thing that would possibly be better than that or on par with it is making a lot of glorious noise out of our top 8 big tire and top 8 small tire.
I'm telling you, bro. That was definitely a goosebump national anthem there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Pontiac showed up big, I will tell you that. I mean, I look out at packed grandstands, people along the fence line. It is amazing. I mean, I had an idea in my head when I came here first time, and it has exceeded every single expectation.
Absolutely. Let's reflect on that just a moment. This is the first time you've been at Roadkill Nights. MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. Your first go-around with it. Talk to me, man. talk to the people.
Oh man, the people have shown up big. I'll tell you what. I mean, I'm from Florida, where we can race all year long. Yeah, you can boo me for that if you want. But I'll tell you what, when people show up to events up north, they show up big. Every time I come and announce an event, I was just at US 131 in Martin, Michigan a couple weeks ago for an NMCA race. They packed the place. They packed the place for the PDRA coming the week after that. Michigan, I'll tell you what, you got my respect. You show up big when we bring an event to Michigan. So give yourselves a round of applause. You guys and girls did a great job coming up here to show up for Pontiac.
And let's not forget that next weekend, or next week, starting Monday, Tuesday, throughout the week, hot rods will be rumbling all through the Detroit area in preparation for the Woodward Avenue Dream Cruise. You have some people, I'm pretty sure, who are here throughout that whole experience, who, in a sense, taking vacation, kicking it off with MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge, and staying through the week and doing the Dream Cruise.
Absolutely. I mean, when I've been here for the last 4 days, been hanging out with the Sick the Magazine crew, and I've seen a lot of really cool cars and trucks running around through the city of Waterford Lakes and through Pontiac, and obviously Woodward's had a bunch of cars and trucks on it too, so it really is cool. It's like literally going back in time to when you and I were a little bit younger and we got to see all the hot rods out. I mean, it seems like people still have them, they just don't bring them out as much, but it has been really a blessing to be able to see so many great cars and trucks out here in one spot. And again, we talked about the fact that it takes an army to bring a level of an event of this size to Pontiac, Michigan, and it has turned out amazing so far.
Well, it's been a pleasure so far to sit here with you and call the action, and I hope everybody who's been here and who is on the internet and has been watching with us and staying with us all day have been enjoying it. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in just a minute.
Yep, don't go anywhere.
I'm sorry. But at any point in our history, did we ever give you the idea
You could be Dodge material.
that somehow
Demon got hold of me.
Demon, huh?
we didn't know exactly what the we were doing?
The Dodge Demon, a leading automotive magazine, calls it too much.
Experts have called for the Dodge Demon to be banned from the NHRA.
Not for the faint of heart. This is the fastest, loudest, most Dodge in the history of Dodge. Self-control has never been our strong suit.
Stubby Bob is back. Celebrate a Roadkill favorite with a one-of-a-kind offer. Stream 1 year of the MotorTrend Plus app and collect the limited edition Hot Wheels Roadkill Stubby Bob. This thing's awesome. Enjoy both when you subscribe for just $44.99 per year. One limited edition Hot Wheels and 1 year of MotorTrend shows. Get this limited time offer now while supplies last.
All right, we are back.
We are back, Derek, and we have our top 8 in both sides, small tire, big tire. What do you think? What do you think about that batch, that group? I mean, Alex Taylor making it in. She's a reigning, defending champion, 2-time champion in the celebrity or the influencers grudge matches. She comes and gets in the Hot Rod Garage 55 Plymouth Savoy, and bam, makes it into the field in big tire.
Yeah, doesn't have an easy road, though, if she's going to try to make it to the final and compete for that prize money, because you've got guys like Joe Barry and David Schroeder. Both of them are previous drag and drive champions. Both of those cars have been in the bottom 7s or in the 6s, and Joe Barry's the defending champion.
Official hitters.
Yep.
It's going to be a big, big, big battle for her, and it really depends also on who, how she gets paired. She's going to get paired against everybody in the field, but how that pairing comes about.
Yeah, let's talk about small tire real quick again to run through those. Alan Robinson, Johnny Hopewell, Nick Ryan, Alex Berdahl, David McKenna, Adam Wright, Alex Chudd, and your defending champion, once again coming back in the Volvo station wagon, Mikkel Borgren. Now, I'm going to throw it to you. Obviously, the easy choice is Mikkel Borgren. He's made 2 good passes. Is that who you would pick, or would you go with somebody else?
I tell you what, that's a great question. You would think that the defending champ is the quote-unquote favorite, but honestly, David McKenna, that car was pretty impressive, man. I mean, it's really a crapshoot, honestly, but I think that if there's a big number 2 or number 1 challenger to Mikkel, it would be David McKenna. That car was very impressive. He got through pretty quickly.
Yeah, David McKenna, again, I would probably side with you and say the same thing, but here's the other thing that we haven't talked to the folks about, and it bears to be discussed. Reaction times now make a difference. Because,
big difference.
We're talking about cars like we talked about earlier with Mikkel Borgren's car, the fact that he's able to spool a very big turbo up in a small amount of time. On a hand drop, if you miss, you're going to be battling from behind, and that's not a good place to be when in some cases you've got half the track to get there. We're not running quarter mile where you can really make up the difference. The turbo can really gain some steam on the back end. Yep. You've got to be on it right away. We talked about Alex Taylor probably having, in my opinion and your opinion, the best reaction time out of anybody.
In that group, certainly.
Yeah, well, yeah. Overall, I would say, I mean, hands were down, and she was already gone. She was right on top of it. And again, Alex is part of our Big 8, big tire. So, again, she comes in against proven people that have already run way quicker than that car, but her reaction time could make the difference. So, is she your pick? What do you think?
I guess this MotorTrend colleague and someone who has appeared in MotorTrend shows, of course, Hot Rod Garage and Hoopty World Championship years ago that me and David also worked with Alex, and that's where I was introduced to Alex, really. She's been in Drag Week several years, but really got to meet her and know her. She is such an accomplished driver, such an accomplished racer, such an accomplished ambassador. It would be very, very cool to see her win. As a MotorTrend employee, I have to say that. But she's up against some really stout, experienced competition. You look at David Schroeder. David Schroeder is killer in that vet.
Over 800 cubic inches with a little bit of nitrous on top. Here's the interesting thing. You've got 3 cars, in my opinion, that are probably in the top 5 as far as the best passes. 3 different power adders: supercharger, nitrous, turbo.
And turbo.
Yep. So, again, like I said before, the turbo deal is going to be hard to tell because Joe Barry, who is a turbo car, won it all last year, which means he had to be on the arm drop. Can he do it against Alex Taylor? Alex has already shown that.
I'll go there. I don't think so.
Okay, and she ran him last time, too, and took him out on a hole shot. And speaking of which, let's bring that up right now. See, here's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. It's a reaction to the hand drop.
Lights out.
Look at that.
Lights out.
Already a car plus in front. Now, Barry's obviously got more power in that car. And you see he starts reeling her in, but 660 feet, an 1/8 mile, disappears in a hurry. And even though Alex may have a slightly slower car, if you're on time when the arms go down and you don't jump,
it could be trouble.
It's lights out.
It's lights out. It's really, there's a point of no return in all of that, and that's what Joe found. He ran out of racetrack, literally.
Yep, I hear some of our cars already making their way up to the staging lanes. It looks like
small tire up
small
first.
Small tire going to be first. Yep, we got a Mustang staging up on left hand.
That's Mr. McKenna.
Side. Yep, and again, we talked about it. 2 good passes out of that car.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So it's hard to say. I mean, again, the easy choice for me would be to go defending champion, and I have a hard time kind of going against Mikkel Borgren and Joe Barry because both of them are drag and drive cars, meaning they're sorted. They got good cooling systems, good fueling systems.
Yes.
They can make the laps, and the cars aren't going to fall apart. but again, it's hard to bet against Alex Taylor on big tire. I almost want to throw out the dark horse, and I want to say David Schroeder because it's a nitrous car. Nitrous cars usually don't win anymore because it's almost considered, don't kill me, it's what people say, quote unquote, their time has passed. I mean, if you look at ProMod, for example.
Disagree.
Well, again, and you can do that, but we talk about the fact that ProMod cars in several organizations, blowers and turbos rule the day in nitrous cars unless you build a category for them, usually can't compete. So I'd like to say Schroeder has a really good chance.
Out here, I believe he does.
Yeah.
We're not talking about a ProMod car at a dragster.
Oh,
Look at the matchup. Look at the matchup.
First pair
Look at
out.
the matchup. There it is.
So the guy you pick against the defending champion.
Watch
Wow.
this. This could be epic. This,
Yeah,
this
I mean, it could be all on the line right
absolutely
here.
epic.
This could be the path to the final right here. Ladies and gentlemen, small tire
Here we
first
go.
pair. If you are not somewhere you can see it, you need to run. Get there now.
Turbocharged Mustang, turbocharged Volvo wagon.
And my good friend Keith Turk checking in with me. Alex Taylor went 226 miles an hour on salt just 3 days ago.
She sure did.
Yep. So here we go. First pair out in small tire.
The excitement gets crazy now.
A couple of turbo cars are going to get us started. David McKenna and Mikkel Borgren.
Mikkel has been leaving like a banshee all day.
Yep, not acting like a turbo car at all. Now again, it's very easy when in my opinion, you have probably the quickest or among the quickest cars here. That car's been 680s. Now that's on a racetrack, not on the street.
Correct.
It's very easy for Mikkel to say, I've got this, I'm not going to worry about the first part, I'm going to back it off just a little bit and I will reel him in.
Let me dial it back and then put the beans to it.
McKenna's not going to give him any inches. He's going to make sure he's there. So, again, could we see an upset first pair out? Or does the defending champ crush McKenna's hopes and keep rolling to keep his undefeated streak alive?
Keep your eyes glued to Woodward Avenue, everyone. This is going to be something else.
I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. It is going to happen on the whole shot. Is somebody going to jump?
Interesting. Is somebody going to jump? We haven't even thought about that being a part of this jump. Is in front of Pooch, in front of the arms?
All right, they're all ready. Let the boost come up. Hands are up.
Oh,
and Mikkel might have jumped.
Yeah, what a lights out job there.
Oh, man, I don't know. Did he move?
That I don't know.
I'm waiting on the official word.
That I don't know. Looks like it was good.
He says right-hand side.
Looks like it was good.
Mikkel Borgren, look at it. The hands are coming up. Hang on.
And they're coming down.
Hang
and the flex. Oh, my.
Oh.
Ooh.
That's close.
Ooh-wee.
That's close.
I tell you what. Wow.
Yeah. When you say I tell you what, you literally said so much without saying anything at all. Here comes our next pair. Nick Ryan in the 2000 model Pontiac Trans Am, the blue car on the left side of the racetrack. I keep saying racetrack because it literally has become a racetrack.
It has become one now. Look at that street. That street is well worked on. It's a track now.
Wow. We talked about Alex Taylor possibly having. I mean, that could have possibly been a finger moved.
I tell you
and
what.
Mikkel let go.
Man Almighty, that was something. I don't even want to say it was close. It was something. That was oof. Man.
Yeah. Turbochargers a pair. Here we go. Mustang right side. Pontiac Trans Am left side. Right-hand side is Alan Robinson in the 93 Mustang. The opposite side, as I mentioned, the Trans Am of Nick Ryan. Got a favorite here, KJ?
Man, I tell you what, I like that Mustang. We talked about it earlier, just based on its setup. It is set up to just race in this type of environment. You know, it's got that long travel strut on it.
Mustang got the whole shot, and there it is. It's all over but the Crying. The whole shot paved the way. It was about a car and a half, but it was all on the arm drop. He caught the guy in the Trans Am sleeping at the switch, and it was all over but the Crying at that point.
On to the next.
Yep. Round number next. And both of them make good, clean passes, so they have the tune-ups right. But look at it. Look at it on the replay. By the time they pass the first cone, it's over a car length, and all that Trans Am can do is just watch his hopes fade away.
Got stretched out on Woodward.
Yeah, pretty much. That was all she wrote. All right, here comes Adam Wright out of Team Mac Customs over on the.
Johnny Hopewell in that little fair lane.
Yeah, I mean, for an underdog,
Falcon.
For an underdog, you gotta have a little bit of a fist pump there for the naturally aspirated fair lane, or excuse me, the Falcon. Yeah, see, you got me doing it now too. I'm saying fair lane.
Cairnum Racing Engines. I believe it's a Cairnum Racing Engine 347 that powers Johnny's car.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is literally a David versus Goliath battle right here. We talked about the fact that the first 4 cars have been all turbos. Now, how hard has this got to be for the little Falcon over on the right side? It's got nothing to lose here. Naturally aspirated, small block Ford, owned it since 1987, his first car.
First car.
He's facing the car that should beat him. He's facing the car that's got no prep experience. It's got a turbo on board. Right side is naturally aspirated. This is literally a David Goliath battle, but again, we've seen the upsets happen, just not on Woodward yet. So far, in my opinion, I think the favored cars have won.
And in the No I Have Him on paper, in the No I Have Him covered department, does the Camaro driver give it a little bit of a hesitation? Does he wait a little bit? You know, let Johnny run and I'll just reel him in.
It's very easy to do that with a turbo. Like you said, you've got all the sauce on the top end.
Absolutely.
So Adam Wright in the Camaro.
Johnny Hopewell in the Falcon.
Yep.
Arms are down. Johnny, oh my gosh. It was over from the start. Looks like Johnny might have double pedaled it. Looked like he left and then stopped. We'll see a replay, hopefully.
Yeah. Adam Wright got bus lengths on that one.
Absolutely. There was just a lot of horsepower happening there, too.
All right, here it is one more time.
Now watch Johnny on the left.
They left almost together.
Stop.
You see the front end dip just a little bit,
Just
not
a
too
dip.
much, but yeah, it did happen. So it was a valiant try. I mean, Johnny, I give you all the credit,
Oh, man.
but I mean, a naturally aspirated car in a boosted world
To
of these
make a top eight, absolutely.
I mean, that's a win in itself to
Absolutely.
get picked. Here comes the all-wheel drive, ladder bar rear suspension Ford pickup truck over on the right-hand side. The work truck, quote-unquote, according to the license plate. He's on the right-hand side. Beautiful 4th-gen Camaro backing up left-hand side. So we've already seen one 4th-gen F-body. That's the Camaro Trans Am platform. Unfortunately, the other one already went out. So pretty much all the marbles right here on the left-hand side. So Alex Berdahl out of Selma, Indiana, 2001 Camaro over on the left. The pickup truck on the right, that's Alex Chudd, 2019 F-150 work truck.
So cool.
Here we go.
Bringing up the boost. Arm drop.
Work
Truck's
truck
away
got it.
first. And the truck's checking out in the right
I
lane.
don't
But
know.
have to
half
stripe
a-
it's to truck by maybe a fender.
Oh, yeah, that was more than half a car length. That was a tough battle right there. Wow.
Maybe a fender.
And again, look at here on instant replay. The whole shot gets the job done.
Whole shot all-wheel
Look
drive.
at it.
Hard
Now,
to
he's
beat.
a car length ahead there, but then he reeled him back in, and we're wasting no time. We're going right to Big Tire, KJ.
Yes, sir. Big
Dave
Tire.
Schroeder and the blower Trans Am going to get us started.
Big Tire Corvette with nitrous. Big Tire Firebird with a big blower.
Mike Mislovic out of Sterling Heights, Michigan, the 1982 Trans Am, the first year of the 3rd gens, got that polished, beautiful-looking supercharged power plant just sticking out of the hood. We talked about the Centerline Convo Pros. I mean, it is Pro Street perfect.
Totally cool. Totally cool. And this is a little bit of a redemption effort for Dave Schroeder as well. You
Yeah,
know, his
this
other
is-
car's not quite done yet, so pull
Yes.
this out of mothballs to race it on Woodward.
Yep, you look at the screen, and this is your number 1 car, David Schroeder, the Canadian car over on the left. This car ran bottom 5s on motor, no nitrous. What can he do right here? He says he's got a couple kits armed in it.
2 kits armed in it. Unload both of them from home. Here we go.
Ready? He gets the
Arms
signal.
up, arms down.
Firebird
Dave
move
Schroeder.
first. Oh, Schroeder has to
Schroeder
pedal it.
stumbles. Oh my goodness,
Oh,
taking out
Schroeder into
cones.
the
Wow.
cones. We have an upset. The Firebird gets the win. Wow, I didn't see that one coming, KJ.
I did not see that one coming either, but anything can happen in a drag race. That's Case in point, right there. Anything can happen in a drag race regardless of where you're having it.
So the Firebird kind of double step there, and then you see the front end come up. Now Schroeder's already around him, but look at him. He pedals it because he gets real close to the cones. Now he's like, okay, the Firebird's right next to me. I got to get back in it.
And went back away.
Yep.
Looked like it went back away, started going to the right, and then she's plowing in the cones.
Here it is from another angle again. He lifts, Firebird around him. Schroeder gets back in the throttle. It wags the rear end, and 1, 2, 3, 4 cones.
And that's back in the throttle, looking at it, back in the throttle, unsettled. The car wasn't settled when he whacked it, so that's why it shot back to the other side like that.
Yep, so unfortunately some cones met their ending before their time, so we're going to take a few minutes to get those picked up and put back in place. But one of the guys I said possibly could be a dark horse, already eliminated.
Yes, he's out of here. David Schroeder, I liked him as a dark horse, and he's gone, so I mean, you have 4 more cars back there to watch. And, you know, we've been shouting out Alex Taylor, Joe Barry, the defending champion, but there are 2 other players that are got a target on their back.
So Jimmer Klein and Aiden Bailey sitting at the ready. A couple of classic GM products. 1966 will roll up right-hand side. 1957 wagon rolls up left-hand side. This one, honestly, if I was going to pick, I'd probably say I would give it to the Acadian. It has made 2 really fast legs. Aiden's car is no slouch, don't get me wrong, but all that nitrous on the Acadian on the right-hand side has come to play and played well.
And the Acadian has been out here several times. He's been, I'm not sure if it's been at every Roadkill Nights event, but it does well all the time. This isn't his first appearance in the top 8, let's put it that way. He's got experience here, and based on the last checkout that they had, the last qualifying pass, that thing was straight as a string and zooming down Woodward Avenue. So I think they've got everything set as far as their quote-unquote race package and have figured the concrete out as well. So yeah, I think Aiden's got his work cut out for him for sure.
But again, as we talked about already, the favored cars, in my opinion, can go down because you can very easily throttle them back and say, you know what, I'm going up against somebody who, in Aiden's case, like I said, that car got put together less than 2 months ago. He has a limited number of runs on it. It's very possible that he just, you know, he may make a consistent A to B run. And if the right-hand side does something stupid, pulls power away from it, waits too long on the starting line, Aiden will take advantage.
Take full advantage of it, and the second kit comes on and he's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of your small tire cars coming back up the return road, put your hands together if you think they put on a good show for you.
Yes,
show your
indeed.
love, Pontiac.
Absolutely. Look at that.
Mikkel Borgren, your defending champion,
Leading
still
away.
alive, going down to 4 cars and wants that $10,000. I'm sure we talked about Alex Taylor and all her frequent flyer miles. I have a feeling that Mikkel Borgren, coming from overseas, he probably needs that money to offset his travel expenses.
Travel, exactly. Covers the travel.
Yep.
Johnny Hobo with the thumbs out of the window. Nice job, Johnny, making the top 8.
Yep, so we got a Volvo wagon, a Mustang Notch, a Camaro 4th gen, and a F-150 pickup truck. I mean, we couldn't get more diverse if we tried, KJ.
Exactly, and let's spin it now. That F-150's in the game.
Yep. Give your love to the first winner of Big Tire, the 82 Trans Am. I guarantee you it is going to be cool to see the Pro Street Style 82 Trans Am back again to do a shot in the semis.
Straight throwback.
Yep. Hopefully Schroeder can bring the Corvette back. Yep, here he comes. Looks like hopefully the front end did not seem too much damage. Yeah.
Undamaged.
Hopefully they were soft cones.
At that mile an hour, I don't think anything's soft.
Well, I mean, Mickey Thompson said marshmallow. I never thought I would ever describe a tire as marshmallow, so there is hope. Put your hands together for the Canadian David Schroeder, ladies and gentlemen. Did a great driving job, tried to make on a good pass.
Great
but,
effort.
Yep,
Great
just
effort.
did not work. And I'll tell you one other thing, ladies and gentlemen. We talked about safety earlier, and Dave Schroeder right there as he wheeled back, he was in a real nasty accident earlier this year, rolled his car at 190 miles an hour, walked away from it without a scratch because of the cage work by NHRA that was required and all the safety gear he had on. He literally got out of the car, walked to the ambulance,
Absolutely.
and was talking to people a couple hours later. Here comes our next battle. They are fired and ready.
Canadian Acadian is not a Nova.
Nope.
Not
Looks like
a
one, but
Nova.
yep, but if you look at the front end, yep, we're seeing it right here on the screen. Notice how it has the split in the middle, and you go, Novas don't have that. Yep, this is an Acadian. This is a Canada-based.
Super.
battle of the power adders here. Twin turbo LS in the deuce box, 57 wagon of Aiden Bailey on the left side.
All the nitrous.
All the nitrous on the right side. So again, you got a battle of power adders here. So we've already seen one nitrous car go down, but here's a case of where I think the nitrous car is the favored car.
Exactly, because we've seen turbo cars struggle, if you will, with launches. You know what I mean? Not getting off as quickly as, say, a Mikhail Borgren, who's just been getting out of there. But other cars have had their troubles getting off the line. So let's see what Aiden has to offer. Aiden has a big top-end charge, that's for certain.
He does. That car's been bottom 8s, and I mean, I'm talking like with not a whole lot dialed into it. I mean, they're just trying to make A to B passes. So again, I think the favored car is right side. Aiden is the underdog left side. Here
It's
we
all
go.
about the arm drop. Pooch with the arms up and down.
Aiden's
Aiden
got
gets
the
away
whole
first.
shot.
Acadian walks away.
Yeah.
Looks like it was a little tire spin. He spun the tire a little bit.
Aiden was ahead for about 200 feet, and Tom Bailey gives a high five. And I'll tell you what, there was obviously both of them showed a lot of respect to the other driver,
Certainly.
and that's the way we see it. Here's a replay right here. Look at Aiden get off
Spun
first.
the tire.
Yep, he did. And it was all over at that point because, look, already at half track and the Acadian just pulling away.
Like I said, that Acadian, that team has been here before, and they know the setup. Regardless, I think, of the racing surface, they figure the racing surface out right away. And they know the setup. They know what it takes to get this car down anything. You look at nitrous jetting, and you got to factor in weather, etc. You know, they just have the formula.
Yeah, they said they've got a lot of experience
Exactly.
with that. And the thing with the nitrous cars that we've seen so far, a lot of them have said they're going up there not aggressive. They want to make sure they can get down the racetrack. Next pair, David Hekelis in the, I believe this is a 71 Chevelle with the big blower on top. He's right-hand side. The Nova with the nitrous left-hand side.
Nova's away
huge
first.
hole shot. Now all he has to do is keep it in his lane.
Wow.
That is an easy one right there. That has been the biggest drub so far.
Anything can happen in a drag race. We
Yep,
don't know how that
all
might have
over.
played out. Alex Taylor coming to the puddle now with Joe Barry. Right lane, left
again.
lane. Here they are again. We saw him in checkout passes. This is for advancing.
This could be the marquee matchup.
It certainly could be the marquee matchup. As these things go, you know, I'll just say it, without Tom Bailey in it, this is like one of the marquee matchups of Big Tire.
All right, let's ask the crowd as they back up from the burnouts again. Left side is Joe Barry. He's your defending champion right here at Roadkill Nights. Right-hand side is Alex Taylor. So a couple of heavyweights going to battle it out a little earlier than expected. Let's ask the crowd, who thinks Alex Taylor's going to beat the defending champion? Oh, it's a lot of you. Wow.
Okay.
All right, do we have anybody that
Alex
has
fans in
any
the
love
house.
whatsoever for Joe Barry, the defending champ in the 56 Chevy? Anybody out there think he might win? Okay, it's still a decent amount of people, but I think the crowd is with Alex Taylor.
They're riding with Alex Taylor. Pick one and ride with him, and everybody's going with Alex. Let's see how this shakes out.
Yep, the favorite car left side, the underdog right side.
Alex is
Whole
away
shot
first.
to Alex.
But there comes the power. Here comes the
And
power.
Bailey
Here
gets
comes the
rid of
power.
it.
At the end.
Oh,
Oh my
we
God. Joe
Wow.
Barry with that horsepower, man.
That was literally half a fender. Look at the high five between son Joey and Tom Bailey.
Man.
Joey, I think you just got away with one, buddy. That was way too close. Look at it on the replay.
Here
Alex
comes that
Taylor
horsepower.
over a half a car length in front. Look at the finish line and how close it was.
Good
Joe Barry
gosh.
knew he got spanked last time. He left nothing. Here's the finish line.
At the stripe, by a nose.
Ooh.
Great drag race.
Oh, so close.
Great drag race.
Ladies and gentlemen, what'd you think of round number 1? Were you entertained? Did you like it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that last pairing, wow.
Yes, and it's only going to get better. It's only going to get better as you see teams advance, as cars advance towards that final. That's the best of the best.
Absolutely, yeah. And we're not slowing down. So top 8 big tire, top 8 small tire, round number 1 in the books. Rookie run coming right back. They're in the lanes.
The rookies are in the lanes, but before the rookies, here we go with that the Hurricane again.
Yeah.
The Hurricane-powered Challenger.
Yep, the direct connection car. It's set up similar to what we would see for a Challenger super stock car. Looks like we're going to take a break real quick, get him ready, and then we'll be ready for our next session. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in just a few minutes.
even now, 10 years of racing later, I still get nervous before every single race. Being able to work with a legacy brand like Mickey Thompson is really special and important to me. Created by a man that was a drag racer for drag racers that have developed and continue to develop over the years. Traction is everything, or the right amount of traction is everything when you're drag racing.
Making about a 400-foot hit, didn't look too bad.
We are back.
Hurricane just finishing a run. Looked like they made it to about 400, 450 feet
And
again.
it looked good.
Yeah, that thing is sounding like a swarm of angry bees, but it's moving really fast for a swarm of angry bees.
Exactly. I think they use hornets in Dodgeland, so.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Not quite.
See, that's why I have you here. You can kind of get me you can get me back on track again. I mean, there are train tracks around here somewhere, and I'm a little off of them right now. So make sure you get me
MotorTrend
back.
presents Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, Woodward Avenue, Pontiac, Michigan. We have influencers queued up again. I believe this is another round of the rookies, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you are correct, yes, sir. As we still have a lot of stuff left to go. Again, we still have 2 more rounds of our top 8. We have Roadkill that's coming up as well. We're going to, I believe, do a best 2 out of 3 you had mentioned. And then we've got the mentors to run as well. So it should be a pretty interesting, and again, there are people just packed into every inch.
I'm digging that.
Yes.
I am totally digging that.
Yeah,
the left side of this racetrack is wall-to-wall
You already said it. It's the Party Central. Left side is Party Central over there.
Exactly. Left side, are you having a good time? Left side of the racetrack, are you having a good time here at Roadkill Nights? That's what I'm talking about.
They are the partiers over there.
Left side of the racetrack, big tire or small tire? What's your preference? Big tire, let's hear it.
Ooh.
Small tire, let's hear it.
That's
Small
why they're
tire
parties.
action, that's what I'm talking about.
That's why
Yes,
they're party
indeed.
animals. They like to get down on the small tire.
That's where it's at. That's where it's at.
It is. All right, so the Huracan coming back up again. We've got the rookies in the lanes. It looks like we may have some... Yeah, drivers are standing at the front of the lanes. Looks like they might be doing some more smack talking before second round
Maybe some
here.
smack talking, and wisely, I would say wisely, the Demonology Soul Snatcher team, the hood is up on the car. Like I said earlier, you want to try to get that blower as cool or cold as it can be. So hopefully all the teams have been back there cooling off adequately enough to get back down this street in quick fashion.
Look at all the people on the live feed out there waving their hands on the left side. We know they're the party side of things. I'll tell you what, left side of the racetrack has not let me down today, man. They have just been with it. You know, like, you guys are doing it on command just because you're having a good time. Again, give you guys props, considering the fact that it's real easy to sit here and hang out through a great day and great weather, but you guys hung around through the delay that we had for the weather, and you came back and came back strong. Again, props, Michigan. You did great.
And Derek, they're sitting around listening to us, so that's you know, that's an achievement in itself.
Somebody
being able
probably
to tolerate us for all day.
Somebody probably promised them something cool, maybe something free. I don't know. They can't be sticking around to listen to us talk.
I would be on the left side of us here as a spectator. That would be where I hung out for sure.
Yep. So I can see, as you mentioned earlier, the Soul Snatcher and the Viper. They paired off the first time against each other. I wonder if they're going to grab each other again this time.
Well, it's only, you know, it's a checkout, so they can do that.
But again, it's got to be hard for your ego and as a driver if you get
drugged
beat twice
several
by
times,
the same
yeah.
people. Yeah.
If you get drugged several times, that will dampen your spirits a little bit. It'll be interesting to see. I really want to know now what's going down at the
everybody
top of the
pointing down
staging
there.
lanes.
Yeah. It looks
What's
like we got some
happening?
smack talking going on down there.
Hopefully
it looks
it's
like
good smack talking.
All right, great. We are going to go down there and find out right now. Let's find out.
Oh, Pontiac, Michigan. It's MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. Let me hear you, Pontiac. Make some noise. Come on, let me hear you. Are you not entertained? We're just getting started. We've got so much on the track tonight and then inside the midway. And here to take us through what's going to happen next, it's the rookie race. They're two guys who need no introduction. These guys in one day make more than I've made in my 45 years on this planet. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm Pontiac welcome to the stars of Roadkill on MotorTrend, David Freiberger and Mike Finnegan.
All right, thank you very much. I am David Freiberger. That is Mike Finnegan. Man, we've been having a good time. We road tripped up here. We're going to do a whole TV show that you will see on the MotorTrend channel. Mike, what Dodge did you drive here?
A really rusty 1969 Dodge Charger that we call the dumpster fire.
And you will see that on Roadkill. Meanwhile, the race we're about to show you has way better cars than anything that Mike and I have conceived in the last, 6 or 7 months anyway.
That's fair.
This is going to be the Dodge Direct Connection Grudge Match. This is a showdown of influencers who have paired up with a mentor, somebody with experience, someone who's been here before, someone who's drag raced, somebody who's raced on Woodward before, and they have paired up with what we're calling a mentee. Some call them rookies. They're the people who don't have as much drag racing experience. Each person on each team will need to drive each car. The cars all must be Dodge or Plymouth, muscle cars or trucks. And they're required to have the Hellcat drivetrain provided to them by Dodge. And this year, for the first time, they're required to have the TorqueFlite 8-speed automatic transmission. It's going to be a heads-up showdown. The first round is going to be with the rookies. The second round is going to be with the mentors. Here are the teams that we have here. You've seen them on the scoreboards all night long. They've been showing packages of what these teams have done and what they've built. I'm going to run through their cars and their names. First of all, we've got the Dominators. Rob Dom, you know him for rotary stuff. They have got the yellow, I believe it's a 70 or is it a 71 Challenger? 71 Challenger. Erica, how do you pronounce your last name? Schroll. Erica Schroll is here. She's had a bunch of challenges in her life, but hasn't drag raced very much. So that's the first team. Second is Team Corrupt Tony of American Legends. Where's Team? There they are, right there. They're also back with that little notchback Barracuda that you've seen here before, and they're racing with Kayla Rundle. She's more into automotive design. This is going to be her first big deal in drag racing. The Sick Bastards are here. Tom Bailey, the master of Sick Week and Sick Magazine, is here with EJ, and they're going to be running an altered wheelbase Mopar. It's pretty cool. It looks like an old altered wheelbase funny car circa 1965, but it's slammed on the ground. Of course, Hellcat powered. You're going to see the guys from Throttle back here for the third time with their Viper. Yes, a Hellcat powered Viper. And they are here with Ricky Fernandez, of course, and Quinn Clark is one of their shop guys who's going to be playing the role of the rookie. Then you've got the Soul Snatcher. Herman is here. Demonology. The 2000, is it an 09 Charger, I think? It's an 09 Charger. This guy's the smack talk master of all time. Dude, your Instagram's so entertaining, I just can't even stand it. He's here with his guy, Lee Carter, and he runs an exotic car junkyard. You can see him on Scrap Life Garage on YouTube. The last team, Truck Yeah. This is going to be Justin Keith, who you know from Street Car Shootout. And he's also got Lacey Blair with him, who I guess does powder coating for Justin's shops. He has a couple of shops where they build cars and trucks. So those are your teams. We're going to get right into the action because we've had so many delays today. First up, the pairings are going to be done by a random chip draw. So people don't know who they're racing till they see Mike Finnegan right now and grab their chip, and then they will see race director Matt DeYoung, who will tell them what to do.
Okay, before you guys grab a chip, would anyone just like to call somebody else out? Oh, right there. He's all about it. Who would you like to call out, sir?
My friends, the Dominators.
Okay, so you two do not need to draw a chip as long as you want to accept the call out. Where are the Dominators? You're in?
They accepted.
Okay, all right. One pair already decided. Does anyone else want to call anyone else out?
I'll call out my girl Lacey Blair right here. With Truck Yeah. Team Corrupt versus Truck Yeah.
Nice. All right, we have 2 call outs in round number 1. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
It's been done.
Nobody else needs to call anyone else out. Well, that was really easy.
That was good. I like the way you handled that.
Yeah, okay. Everyone go to your cars. Let's go racing. Who was the third? Wow, that is...
I tell you what, man, that was pretty good. You know, there's been smack talking going on, and right off the rip, call outs. call outs.
It took like no time. I mean, you've got Freiberger literally on level 11, pumping everybody up, describing each driver, and then Mike Finnegan walks in and goes, okay, you can draw a chip or you can do a call out, and basically it's boom, done.
I need you. I want to see you up there first round. So Quinn from the Throttled team has called out the Dominator squad, and that's going to be cool to see. And now you wonder, for these call-outs, and he was so quick to do it, was this talked about in the back? If they let us call people out, this is what we're going to draw on because we don't think this driver or that driver can get it done. I think, are the call-outs based on thinking that there's money in the bag based on who they're racing?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, like we talked about earlier, it can be a head game. You literally want to call somebody out, even if you're slower. Give them the impression that you've got this in the bag, and it might make the other person second guess themselves.
Yes, indeed. So let's keep a close eye on the first round of Rookies Racing. Again, these are people who have been introduced to these cars for the first time. We need to make one, and I hate to do this, but we have to do this. Understand, David shouted out the 8-speed torque flight transmission in these cars. These cars do not have the 8-speed torque flight transmission. They were given the opportunity to put any transmission in the car that they wanted to. So we don't have the 8-speed torque flight in there. There's a stick transmission in a car.
Yeah, the Dominators actually have it. Yep.
Exactly. A Turbo 400 transmission. So it's a round robin of transmissions, and just wanted to make that clear up the confusion in that space.
Yep, so once again, Team Throttle calling out Team Dominators. That's your first pair. So the Viper versus the 71 Dodge Challenger. So that'll be Quinn Clark versus Erica Schroll. That's your first matchup. That's your first call out. The second one is Corrupt versus Truck Yeah. That one's pretty simple. That's Lacey Blair against Kayla Rundle. So you got a 69 CUDA against a 95 Dodge Ram pickup truck, the Don Garlitz pickup truck. And by process of elimination, that's going to leave an interesting matchup. Lee Carter against EJ Nageli.
The heavyweight championship right there.
Yep, so Team Sick Bastards against Team Soul Snatchers. Tom Bailey's not afraid to talk smack, but I don't know, man. You got a long way to go if you're going to try to get to Herman Young's level.
David said it out there. Herman Young has owned the internet, has owned Instagram and social media with his smack talk about this event. I mean, he just does it in general as well. He'll, in a sense, call out anyone with his demonology confidence, let's call it confidence, and he goes out there and shows and proves as well. So thus far, the checkout with Lee Carter, first time driving the car, the checkout pass looked great, and Lee was out there purging nitrous, so they're giving it all the nitrous that it has as well. Let's see what happens in this first round.
It is definitely going to be interesting, considering that, again, I think that really the best pass so far came from the Soul Snatcher team. I think that was probably the best one. So again, everybody else, it's kind of a crapshoot. I don't know if anybody really feels overly confident about their first hit. Everybody made a good pass. Nobody spun out and coasted down the track.
Well, we're going to drop gloves right quick, Derek. And quite honestly, based on what this is, this drag race, I'm not confident in the stick car at all. Now, this car, if there's some miraculous way it can be managed down this drag strip by a rookie driver and beat their opponent, I'd be very, very surprised. So we'll just call that out there like it is.
So you're going to say Throttle over the Dominators?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
Now, Team Corrupt against Truck Yeah. That's tough because Justin has said, and I quote, it's going to suck when you have a race car get beat by a street car.
That is the quote.
And I am a street car guy. I always like having a street strip car versus an all-out race car. So, Kayla, no offense, nothing against you. Absolutely. I'm going for Justin and the Dodge Ram. I mean, it's the only one out here. It's the only truck. You got to give the truck some love.
Well, Kayla, what she has in her back pocket is that big tire behind her.
Correct. So it's not an easy pick. I won't say that. So, and then, okay, by process of elimination, I think I know which way you're going to go, but I'm going to ask you anyway. So Tom Bailey and EJ, Team Sick Bastards against the Team Soul Snatchers, Herman and Lee. Who's your pick?
Lee looked really good in his checkout, so I'm going to go with Lee, and I'm very impressed, actually, with both drivers. EJ, for the first time, and gradually working her way into something fast, has been nothing but impressive. The Soul Snatcher team, it's a dialed-in car. I'm very impressed with the way Herman and the guys at Bailey's High Performance, they built the car, they did some checkout stuff at the drag strip, and brought it here with all types of confidence. And Lee had I mean,
Possibly
gosh,
the two
man.
loudest cars on the property. Ladies and gentlemen, your first round. This is where it counts.
And we've got in-car. You're looking at Lee Carter.
Oh, and I just got the shutoff signal. I wonder why. Do we
Lee
see
is
something on the top
dialed.
end? Maybe. I don't know. Mike Washington gave the shutoff sign.
Belt.
Oh,
Lost
the
a
belt came off.
Lost a belt.
Oh, EJ lost the belt
Lost
off
the belt.
Now, this puts Team Soul Snatchers really in the position where you could do the. Oh, it looks like EJ's going to get pushed back. I wondered if they would have been able to put the belt back on to save it, or maybe once you toss it, there's just no way to get it back on there in time without tools. And
It's a
everything.
timely thing. Yeah, it's not really a matter of being able to just quickly slip it on there.
So
It's just
Team
kind of a
Soul
timely
Snatchers,
thing.
I want to say get a lucky break, but in all
They do.
honesty, we talked about it.
Anything can happen in a drag race.
Right. How bad would EJ feel if this was like a tire spinner right here? Nope. Herman had it set up right.
Yeah, man.
Just
A to
looks
B
good.
hit.
Yep.
That car is really dialed. So
Yep.
Soul Snatcher takes that first round win.
Yep.
Tough break. Tough break for the Six Bastards.
Yep, it was not the way you want to win it. I guarantee you.
Absolutely
You talk to
not.
Herman, he would much rather have had two cars go down. A tough
Absolutely.
break there for EJ. Watch it again on the instant replay. Look at it. I mean, he's barely moving the wheel around, too. It is just going straight as a string.
Good lap. Good lap. Very impressive, Lee Carter.
Yep, nice job. So Soul Snatchers advances. They get the first round win. So here comes the Viper versus the Classic Challenger. The team that has been here 3 years in a row, and again, probably more experienced than anybody else. So again, you said you're kind of siding with the Viper here. You're going with experience.
I got to go with experience here. Definitely going to go with experience here. It's going to interesting to see how this car, the Challenger, works. Stick shift car. And we're trying to get a bead. I'm looking through the glass now. Pull it down into second. See if we can get some wheel speed. There we go.
There it is. Not a bad burnout.
Good burnout.
Yep,
Good
dropped the
burnout.
clutch and burned out just right. Okay.
Racing on the new Mickey Thompson ET drag tire as well. So that is a soft compound tire. Soft sidewall tire.
Yep.
But
I
with
don't
that
think-
stick.
I don't think it's marshmallow.
With that stick, yeah.
Whole shot to the Viper.
Viper checks out.
Oh, yeah, this one's easy.
Done and gone. That was a tough call, man. At Tremec 6-speed to a race like this. I mean, they did it last year because they had to. To elect to do that is very aggressive.
Yeah, no, I agree. Look at it again on the instant replay. Erica was not
Spinning the
late
tire.
dropping the clutch, but it just spun the tire.
Tire.
Yeah. I mean, again, you don't have a countdown like a normal Christmas tree to
Correct.
get yourself ready. So when you're going up there and trying to roll into the right spot and get the RPMs where you want them, it's tough, and the Viper just took advantage. All right, here comes Justin Keith's ride. Lacey at the wheel, right-hand side, against Kayla Rundle, Team Corrupt over on left side in the CUDA.
Ladies squaring off against each other based on a call-out.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No,
That's not good.
no, left side was good. Right side, Justin says,
There we go. The
let's
mentor
back it
says,
up.
let's try
it
this again. Exactly.
Yep. Keep going.
Good mentoring.
Yep.
Not enough wheel speed.
There it goes. Getting a little more.
Not enough wheel speed.
I mean, it got some heat in him. So now, with that being said, now that's going to possibly play into the driver's head. I mean, Lacey's rolling up there now. 2 burnout attempts. Got to wonder if she's a little flustered. Left on time.
Have to pedal it.
Yep.
There are a lot of things that weren't right with that lap.
Yep.
Good
Kayla
effort, though.
takes the win.
The only thing that might have been a play in the truck's part was if Kayla was anxious. Kayla, you're sitting there and you want to go and you're jacked up, and she might have, taken off before the arm drop or something like that.
Are you kidding me? I mean, you and I talked to Finnegan. Like, he said, I'm not so sure I want to, even touch the gas pedal. I fear more rust might fall out.
This is a parade lap, I'm hoping.
I think you, me, and a lot of other people are going, please don't push it past half throttle.
This is a parade lap. We're joking about this. Mike Finnegan and the dumpster
fire Daytona.
The dumpster fire Daytona
Yeah.
is about to approach the street here. And
he bought this car here last year, and it sat until about a month ago, and then they slapped the 383 and the automatic in it from the previous Charger that he had that now has the 2JZ in it. So he had the driveline out of that, it's stuffed into the Dodge, and of course Freiberger showed up, they put it all together, made their way here, they threw a tunnel ram on it under an overpass just for the heck of it. And they said it only got to 260 degrees one time.
That's it, and they don't know if any of the heads are like split or leaking or anything like that. Did you see my social media post about this car when he said he was getting it together to come here? I said, oh, is that the one you wasted your money on, bought at Roadkill last year?
Yeah, when we were sitting upstairs during the delay that we had, we were talking to Mike about, like, how did you approach this? And he goes, well, I kept looking at places to fix and weld. He goes, but there were so many holes in it, I just couldn't do it.
I talk about my guys at Roadkill and the junk boxes that they buy and fix and take on these incredible adventures, but this one here, this one is really kind of taking the cake as far as being junk.
And the interesting thing is that, again, in true Roadkill style, the hood is on the roof.
Hood is on the roof. We're going to take a trip down to the street, and Freiberger and Cotton have some comments for us.
All right.
Here we go, guys. And we're live.
All right, a little bit of chaos with camera guys going on here on the line. This is David Freiberger from Roadkill. I'm here with Mike Cotton from Faster with Newbern and Cotton. And what you're going to see right now is some Roadkill show production happening live. We drove here over the past 4 or 5 days in 3 different cars from the Roadkill show. We had
Rick Flairmont,
which is a Ford Fairmont with a 6-liter with a 671 blower on it that these guys built on their show as a burnout car.
Absolutely, and then you guys brought what?
And then we had Finnegan's brand new 1969 Dodge Daytona clone that we built in about 5 days before we showed up here. And then we also had Steve Dulcich's bank shift Cougar, a 67 Mercury Cougar from the Roadkill Garage Show. Now, because of all of the rain and everything that's been happening here today, we needed to get our show done. We needed to declare a Roadkill win and say, you know what, we made it to Roadkill Nights. We raced down Woodward. We're having issues with Finnegan's Daytona, most of which means it's about to rust in half and break. So he doesn't want to race the thing. He is going to give you the burnout of a lifetime right now, and then we're going to come back with a match race shootout between Steve Dulcich of the Bank Shift Cougar and your boy,
David Newbern,
in the Rick Flairmont. Here we go. Burnouts on Finnegan.
Amazingly, it stayed together.
Stay together, yeah. They need to sweep the track, though.
There's probably competitors going, I'll flip you for lanes. I don't want to go down the right side.
Those are my guys, man. Freiberger and Finnegan, Roadkill guys. I've known them a long time. I give them a lot of grief, but they always impress me when they come through and do stuff like that. It's really, really cool.
And by impress, you mean you get a phone call where you're like, oh, no.
I was impressed, though. I was disappointed I had to pay up $100, but I was impressed.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, they overcame the odds when you looked at it at that point in the project. All right, so here comes an actual side-by-side as Rick Flairmont in the Bang Shift Cougar. Again, as we mentioned earlier, the Cougar over on the right-hand side, that was the very first vehicle on Roadkill Garage. It was in episode number 1, and at one point belonged to Freiberger and now belongs to
Mr. Steve Dulcich, Dulcich.
Yep, who shifts that thing like an hose of money.
Oh, my God. I tell you what, that's a way to celebrate your new show, huh? Faster with Newbern and Cotton, and Dave Newbern just gave a roasty burnout in the Flaremont.
He's got the door open, ladies and gentlemen, especially on the left side of the track. Let him hear your appreciation. I guarantee he can hear you with that door open. Look at him. It's like on command, and just like you talked about, they are here to party.
It's the left side, man. That's
left
my
side. Left side is on it. So the Flaremont, again, built originally on the Faster with Finnegan show, now Faster with Cotton and Newberg. He's backing up left-hand side.
Still in reverse. There you go.
Steve Dulcich in the bank shift Cougar. Not a slow car either. That car has actually run pretty respectable considering what it's got in it.
When it goes, I'm looking at Steve dump the clutch and just light the tires up pretty much halfway through the street.
Well, I mean, based on what we saw in the previous stick shift car, I can see how that might happen. right now, Pooch is like afraid for his life. He wants to just drop and get him out of here.
There it is. Bank shift Cougar gets away without the tire spin.
Yeah.
It's getting drove away from by Claremont.
Woo!
I get it.
Yep.
I get it. That was cute.
Well, I'm usually a one-trick pony, and I had to get at least one trick out there.
You got it out.
Look at it on replay. They left almost identical, but obviously the Rick Flaremont's got a little bit more in the beans department, and it was a couple car lengths at the
Walked
end.
away.
Yep. That was pretty easy.
They left on the arm job, left together.
Yep, they did.
Very
Newberg's
cool.
got to be happy on that one. I'm telling you what. I mean, considering that they built that car in non-roadkill fashion, it actually looked impressive.
Absolutely, but they're your stars of MotorTrend shows. Faster with Newburn and Cotton, of course, Roadkill and Roadkill Garage. That was really cool.
Yep, and again, considering that they made it here on a road trip, that's a win.
That's
it doesn't
a win.
matter who won the matchup, them making it here is a win.
They can close the show with that's a win.
And as we've heard several times on Roadkill, considering the fact that Mike Finnegan just did a burnout and the car didn't absolutely bust itself into pieces, he should go out and buy lottery tickets right now.
Exactly.
Here they come back up the return road.
Absolutely, coming down the return road.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all those returning on the return road. We're going to take a couple minutes. We'll be right back at you. Make sure you stay right where you are. We got more action coming.
Lighting the way. That's something we've been doing for a long time. And through your support, our work keeps moving forward. When families in our community need help, United Way for Southeastern Michigan is there. We work to make sure families can put food on their tables, keep their lights on, and ensure all kids get a fair shot. We take action during a community crisis by putting dollars and resources where they're needed most. And we work every day to build a Southeastern Michigan that works for all of us. We are a beacon of hope for all those looking for a better life, not just for themselves, but for everyone in our schools, neighborhoods, and across our region. A thriving community starts with empowered people, and we all play a role in creating the change we wish to see. So won't you join us? A brighter future is ahead, and together we will light the way.
MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge, Woodward Avenue, Pontiac, Michigan. Derek, we've got our influencers coming back.
Yeah, they are back already. Again, street cars, they had to be licensed, registered, everything. So they are back, and we're going to put them right back down the racetrack. I'm just wondering who's going to get who this time. Are we going to match them up? Are we going to change who gets to run who?
I think I saw Matt DeYoung, race director Matt DeYoung, out there with the helmet for more chip drawing, I believe. So they'll probably do some chip drawing and then pair up to square off.
I see our final four in small tire in the front of the lanes,
yes,
it
sir.
looks like, and I believe could possibly be a couple of our big tire cars coming back around. So yeah, we're not too far away from going into round number 2 of everything.
At this point, yeah, we're going to try to run it kind of quickly. We had a big time compromise, of course, by weather earlier, so there is some ground to make up.
Yep, obviously trying to push a whole bunch of action in here. Obviously, none of these fans have like moved an inch. They're
Not at
all
all.
sitting there waiting.
Not at all.
Yep.
Glued to the space, and that's great.
Look at it. There's fresh bottle of nitrous going in the Viper, a fresh big bag of ice going in it. I mean, we're not wasting any time. We're just getting right back after it.
We're going to go into small tire while they cool down.
All right. Here comes your semifinals, ladies and gentlemen, in small tire. Camaro versus Mustang, just as time is always told.
I don't know if we saw these two pair off during time trials. I'm trying to remember. You know, so many cars at this point now, you don't remember who raced who. But this is going to be a good race.
Yep.
Again, as you pair down, when you make a ladder and you pair down through that ladder, basically you have the best of the best battling each other to become the last two cars standing.
All right, so here comes the bracket. Here's what we started with.
There you
So,
go.
see, you saw Mikhail Borgren beat Dave McKenna. So Borgren will race the winner of the following pair, which was Alan Robinson over Nick Ryan. But we'll go to the other side of the ladder, and that's our pairing that we have on the starting line right now, and that is Adam Wright in the red Camaro up against Alex Chudd over on the right-hand side in the Mustang. That's your small tire top 4. So Adam Wright got by Hopewell, and Alex Chudd got by Bergdahl with the Volvo. So here we go. Again, the no-time car, the car that Adam Hodson's standing out in front of, that's the red Camaro. So again, we talked about front-end travel and getting the suspension right. So in my opinion, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying there's a favorite here, but I would say the person with more no-prep experience could be left side.
And I'm going to go with the right side, Derek, because I've seen that car here at Roadkill Nights several times. I'm just impressed with the setup and the way it leads. If he's going to cut this arm drop right now, he's gone.
Chudd and Wright.
It's all about the arm
Ready.
drop. Out of here. Big wheel stand in the right lane.
Camaro out in front. No, it's a half a car length victory.
I tell you
going
what,
to Wright.
How about that? The wheel stand, those wheels came up and those lights out.
That was a good, solid first round matchup. Watch it again on instant replay. Watch the Mustang go wheels
Look at
up.
the wheels up, and that was it.
Yep, and when he went wheels up and the rear tire spun just a little bit, that was all Wright needed to check out and get to the finish line.
Good drag race. At the finish line.
Here it is at the finish line.
Close drag race. My goodness gracious.
About a half a
Door,
car length.
Half a
Yep.
car.
That was a good matchup. Now, can we get it again here between the pickup truck and the Volvo station wagon? Again, your defending champion, Mikhail Borgren, in the Volvo wagon. Probably the quickest car in the top 8 based on drag strip times, because we don't have any times here.
Exactly, and based on configuration now, we've been talking about Mikhail's car, the wagon, a little longer wheelbase, and I'm sure he's got some weight in the back of it. This chassis is set up right. He's been leaving like a bandit every lap. All-wheel drive F-150.
Yeah, Alex Chudd is no slouch. I mean, he's going to be ready. Again, if Mikhail sleeps, an all-wheel drive truck is going to put bus lengths on him quick.
Absolutely.
Yep, so here we go. This is for a shot to go to the final for $10,000. Whole shot goes right lane. Oh, this one's all over.
Man, it looked like he put
Mikhail
more in it.
Borgren for the second straight year goes to the final round. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a solid semifinals in small tire. Watch it again on the instant replay. Borgren got a little bit of a hole shot. The truck was right there with him.
Looked like
and then
it fell over a little bit.
Yeah, I think it was about half track where the truck may have, here it is from a different angle.
Looked like it
So
fell
look
over
at
a
it.
little bit. Right
Yeah,
there.
it did. The front end came down, and at that point, he was already ahead. The Volvo was already out front. So at that point, if he has a problem and he pedals it, he already knows that Mikhail's out there in front of him. So it's kind of like, yeah, why am I beating on the equipment? We'll save it for the next time.
Mikhail Borgren.
Yep, so your final round will be Adam Wright in the Camaro and Mikhail Borgren in the Volvo wagon. Again, Borgren is still your defending champion. He has not lost since last year. and probably goes into the final with a little bit of an advantage, even though Wright's car has made 2 solid licks in elimination.
Solid licks for Wright, but I think at this point now, Wright is counting on anything to happen in a drag race.
And you know something we also, it bears mentioning, we talked about this. After Borgren got drug once on reaction time, we talked about the fact that the favored car could very easily fall into the trap of, I'll lay back. He has been aggressive on that starting line.
He's going for it, exactly.
So that's your small tire final. It looks like our big tire cars are back as we get the rookies ready for their next shot. Not sure if we're going to go to big tire cars or we're going to go to the rookies for their next round of competition yet, but we do have all the cars back, so it'll literally be just a few ticks of the clock before we go. It looks like it'll be blower on turbo in the first matchup, and then an all-nitrous battle. How about that? The 2 Novas that were parked next to each other, or excuse me, the Nova and the Acadian.
Yes.
Very easy to say Nova, considering it's what it looks like. So the 2 guys that were parked next to each other in the pit area when we looked at them this morning will battle each other, so we know that it will be 1 nitrous car in the final. The question is will it be blower or turbo on the other side?
On the other side of it, that's going to be a really cool matchup. The Acadian and the Nova is going to be a good race either way. And, you know, and they're parked next to each other in the pits, and, you know, if they're buddies that came with the same mission, you know, that's going to be something on the going home side of it too, you know, if they are together, if they're racing together.
Just keep in mind that every single time those 2 cars make a pass with how much nitrous they have on board, there's probably somebody that doesn't get the nitrous option at the dentist office. They're just going to be wincing in pain.
It's like, that hurts.
Yeah.
Ouch.
No, I'm sorry, sir. We don't have the option to put you under with the nitrous. We had some cars that used it all. We didn't get our supply. Thank you very much.
Wait a minute. Let me go home and get a bottle out of my race car. I got you covered, Doc.
So Joe Barry, again, your defending champion in small tire goes to the final. Your defending champion in big tire is still alive in the semi, but he's got the upset-minded Trans Am over on the other side, the guy who took out Dave Schroeder. So yeah, that'll be a good battle, your first one. And then, like I said, the all-X body, the Nova versus the Acadian, will come up next. We're going to touch up the racetrack a little bit, make sure we give them all the teeth they can handle here at Woodward Avenue. And again, KJ, you said it, it just keeps coming around. We see more wheelies. We see what looks like quicker passes.
Definitely quicker passes. They're picking it up. Now, I don't think it's by way of tune-up. I think it's by way of the track just really getting good. And from home, they're leaving solid. And on the big side, they have the horsepower to just really blast through there. So they're going to touch the track up. Total venue concept. Props. Thomas, Ralph, everybody involved with getting this street together. Yeoman effort. It's been really impressive. They battled through a torrents and torrents and torrents of rain last night, only to come back, have it ready to go, and get rained on again. Not quite as hard as last night, but still it was rain. And to bring it back and put it in shape like this. And props to the cars, to the participants. Big tire and small tire throughout the day, just going up and down, or not even up and down, but going down Woodward Avenue to the finish line, laying more and more rubber on this surface and getting it really, really right. I mean, by the end of the night, I'm sure you'll be able to walk down Woodward Avenue here, and your feet will have
it'll sound just like a racetrack.
The stick noise will sound just like a racetrack, I guarantee.
We didn't even have to ask for it. The left side of the racetrack was cheering everybody on when they came back up.
That's my side, man.
Yep, you got it. You've called it since the beginning. So Adam Wright, the red Camaro, the first car you saw come back down the chute, that is your one finalist. Mikkel Borgren with the Volvo wagon was your other one. So I'll tell you what, it was a good semifinal battle on both sides. Neither one of them had somebody just make a mistake and make a bad call on the tune-up, but it's, again, the person that you would expect to be there, the defending champ, didn't change anything in the combination, and could we see it again in big tire? Could we see the defending champ go to the final there too?
Well, we were just here a moment ago, and Mrs. Barry stopped and gave us a thumbs up, etc., and she's pretty confident in her guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you definitely want to have a woman like that. She is probably as excited as anybody to see her husband do well. I mean, granted, Joey has been helping him work on the tune-up, and he gave a big high five to Tom Bailey when he got the win in round number 1. And again, it's very easy to look at this matchup and probably think that I'm the defending guy. I'm going to possibly tone it down a little bit here, considering who I'm lined up with, but I don't know. I would hope Joe would think better of that and just make another really good pass.
Well, look at how this is gonna work, Derek. You have blower against 2 turbos. That blower is going to be on as soon as the trans brake is let go of. As soon as that button's released, the blower's working. So, in theory, this is in drag race theory, the Trans Am is out first. based on arm drop reaction time, of course, as well.
Right.
The Trans Am, if all things are working the right way, the Trans Am is out first and should have enough steam to leg in front of Joe. Joe will come on with a big top end. That's if he leaves second. He'll come on with a big top end charge, but I'm kind of thinking that those Convo Pros might hold the track and get that guy down there in front of Joe Barry.
I would agree with that assumption, and based on how you're kind of working it out in your mind and what have you. I mean, considering what happened with Joe Barry's first round matchup with Alex Taylor, Alex just, again, based on the difference in the power adder, she got out there first and he had to go around her.
He had to come get her.
All right, we got cars fired. It looks like Big Tire may come out next.
And we'll know in just a few moments.
It won't take us long. Yep, that's who they're waving forward.
Here we go.
All right. So Mike Mislovic, the 82 Trans Am, the blower car, this time will sit right-hand side of the racetrack. Last time he was left-hand side. Joe Barry is in the same lane he was last time. A little bit of confidence there, KJ?
I think so. You know, it's one of those deals where, yeah, I'll take the lane that's been good to me. I'll be taking, regardless, I'll take the left lane. As a drag racer, I've done that.
Once again, a nice, healthy burnout there from Joe Barry.
Great burnout from Mike as well.
Yeah. So again, if I was going to rank them, obviously the favored car is left side. What is Pooch doing?
Where is Pooch?
He's like sitting there. Dude, he looks like he's doing the Egyptian on the starting line. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time just to reset the stage. Your defending champion for Big Tire is left side. That is Joe Barry out of Colorado. He made the long trip. His son Joey backing him up into the tracks that he laid down from the Big Smoky burnout. He will face the 82 Trans Am over on the right-hand side. That's Mike Mislovic. The old school blower setup sticking through the hood. Now, as KJ said, if it goes down the way it should, the blower with the torque and everything, if they hook up, should get out first. Now, I don't mean whole shot. Nope. I just mean based on the turbo spool time, should get out first. Can Joey pace him down? All right, we're ready. Yes. Arms up.
There it is.
Whole shot to the Trans Am.
Now here comes the charge.
Joey got to pull him in.
Watch the charge. There it is.
Oh,
Goodness.
once again,
That's
Joey
steam,
had to come
man.
from behind.
Wow.
The defending champion goes to the
Good
final round.
gosh, man.
And once again, by less than half a car length. Watch it again on the instant replay. Look at the whole shot for the Pontiac.
Pontiac
Went
got
wheels
out.
up.
Everything he needed to do.
Once
Definitely.
again, just like Alex Taylor first round, Joe had to come from behind.
That steam's a monster.
Here's the finish line.
Bing. Wow. Joe Barry, defending champ, going to the final.
Ooh, half
Again,
a car
half
length.
a car. Everything's been about a half a car, Derek.
That was close.
Mike just needed to have the steam to fight him off, and I mean that's a tough deal. When those turbos, once they're wound up.
Once they're wound
Good
up, it's
gosh.
woo!
Yes, indeed.
Oh.
Man, that was a good drag race.
All right, so 69 Nova right side, 66 Pontiac Acadian, the Nova brother from north of the U.S., the Canada version left side. Both of them on nitrous. So this is a pick'em. Jimmer Klein left side. David Heskes right side. Side by side, but no, pulling it out by a little over a car length. Win goes to Jimmer Klein.
Veteran win, Jimmer Klein in the final.
Yep. They said they brought all the nitrous they needed to use in here, and the two side-by-side nitrous-infused hot rods. A little bit of tire spin there out of Jimmer. You watch him let go on left-hand side. So the right-hand side, Mills was actually in it for a little bit longer than otherwise if there would have been a tire spin. But here, watch it again on the instant replay. As soon as he got it hooked up, though, a car length at half track. I mean, they got to figure it out. So
gone.
I don't know, man. That might be, is it too much for Joe Barry to overcome?
I tell you what, nitrous turbocharger is going to be a good battle. Two veteran guys out here at Roadkill Nights. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how that one plays out.
Let the defending champion Joe Barry here, and he's going to the final, ladies and gentlemen. And keep the applause coming for Mike in the blown Trans Am. He did a great job getting to the semifinals.
100%.
Here comes our next round of the mentor-mentee rookies.
And this is a battle. This is a battle. Sorry to cut you off there,
Yeah, no,
Derek,
go
but
ahead.
this is a
It's
battle
all-
that the crowd has wanted to see, and definitely a battle that I think Herman Demonology Young has wanted to have. Basically, he has a score to settle with the guys from Throttle.
Yep.
This is it.
This is going to be a very interesting battle indeed when you look at the fact that both of these teams come in with a lot of confidence, and they should, considering they both made really good runs.
Absolutely, absolutely. But there's definitely, as grudge talking and talk smacking and smack talking go, there's been a lot of that going back and forth. And of course, it's all friendly. It's all not personal in any way, shape, or form. But I believe that Demonology desperately wants to get a win that matters. Of course, in the checkout, Lee Carter looked really good in the checkout. But a win that matters is they're away.
Viper out
and
first.
Viper's out front. It looks like it's game over for Demonology. Wow.
Viper
Soul
got
Snatcher.
it done.
The soul has been snatched from the Soul Snatcher.
Wow.
Very subdued looking Herman Young right now.
Quinn got up there and was ready. I mean, like, beyond ready.
Wow, what a win.
That was a lot of car lengths right off the head, and obviously they just, the Soul Snatchers couldn't get back around
That was
him.
it. That was basically, you just got drugged.
Yeah, he did. So it looks like we are waiting for our second offering. So, yeah, if we're going based on what happened here, there were 3 pairs, so therefore 3 cars. So we have 1 pair and a bye run to get to the final.
Get to the final.
So this is Kayla Rundle. So Rundle, as we saw earlier, got around Truck Yeah. They got around the Killer Performance Ride. So the 69 Barracuda will get a single here, and that's by design. When you have 3 cars, it's an odd number. You got to give a single to somebody.
Walks his way in.
So they're going to take a tune-up run. They're going to tune it here.
At this juncture, tune-up run, but I think you just leave it alone at this point.
So here's the interesting thing. They're in the same lane that the Viper just won in. Do you stay in the lane you feel comfortable in and hope you get the coin toss, or do you try the other lane in case you don't get it?
Good question. I think it's stay in this lane.
Oh, a little bit of tire spin. You notice though that Kayla was good on the pedal. As soon as the car started to move a little bit out, she immediately gave it a quick pedal, and it got it right back straight, and it motored through the back good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about a rookie. This is someone who doesn't have the experience, and that pedal job it looked like a pro. Very, very well handled getting down to Woodward Avenue.
So there's your final in the grudge matchup. We watch it again on the instant replay again. You see the Bear.